In the world of Warlord, where players became legends, one man had clawed his way to the very top. But today, he wasn't fighting monsters. He was fighting the very people he called his family. The story opens in Woldberry Forest, a sprawling expanse of ancient trees where sunlight streams through the canopy, painting a scene of deceptive peace. But on the ground, a man gasps for air, his face smeared with blood and dirt. He's the last one standing after a brutal, one-sided battle. The forest floor is a graveyard of fallen warriors. At the center of the carnage, a woman sits on a makeshift throne, flanked by her victorious soldiers. The lone survivor, a man with powerful muscles and white hair, glares up at them and spits a curse. One of her men approaches, reporting that their primary target still hasn't shown up. He asks for new orders. The woman on the throne just hums, her face a mask of utter boredom, her eyes glowing with a cold blue light, narrow with impatience. Her decision is as swift as it is merciless. "Kill him," she says. And just like that, a massive warrior raises a giant hammer, ready to crush the life out of the survivor. The hammer smashes down with terrifying force, shaking the ground. But it misses its mark. A sudden flash of movement. A new player has entered the battlefield. In a blur, a man in a black cloak appears, his body crackling with a cyan aura. He blocks the massive hammer with impossible ease, saving the warrior from certain death. The surviving members of his group cry out his name in pure relief. Jae-hyun! The man in the cloak, their leader Jae-hyun, stands ready, his white hair stark against the dark fabric of his hood. The enemy leader recognizes him instantly. A flicker of rage crosses her face as she screams, "It's Hirkan! Get him!" Her soldiers ready their weapons, believing their numbers will be enough to overwhelm him. But numbers mean nothing to Hirkan. He becomes a whirlwind of death, his blade a silver flash as he cuts through the charging soldiers like they're made of paper. He carves a path through his enemies, leaving a trail of bodies without even breaking a sweat. He glances back over his shoulder, a cocky smirk playing on his lips. He scoffs, asking if they seriously thought a simple mob rush would be enough to take him down. Blood drips from his chin as he looks up at them, his voice dripping with arrogance. "You guys just can't beat me." This is Hirkan, but in the real world, his name is An Jae-hyun. He belongs to the Haho Mask Guild, and his enemies have given him a fitting nickname, the Hero Slayer. His rescued guildmates rush to his side, their faces etched with guilt. One of them apologizes, explaining they were caught in a surprise ambush. Jae-hyun turns to them, his sharp features softening. "No," he says, shaking his head. "What are you sorry for?" He extends a hand to his fallen friend, a simple gesture of reassurance. A gentle, almost warm smile touches his lips as he looks down at his comrade. "I'm fine," he tells him. "Just get up." For a moment, it's a picture of perfect trust and loyalty. As he helps his friend to his feet, the others gather around, their relief obvious. Jae-hyun continues. "Besides, this wasn't even our fault, was it?" His gaze shifts, and the warmth in his eyes vanishes, replaced by pure venom as he glares at the woman on the throne. "We should blame that pathetic loser who's always lagging behind, because she just doesn't have the skills." He looks her dead in the eye, a savage grin spreading across his face. "Right, dumbass?" The woman, Suri, just stares back, her expression unreadable. One of Suri's followers steps forward, clapping slowly and sarcastically. "What a touching friendship," he mocks. "But why all the drama?" Sirai finally rises from her throne, her knights moving with her. Her voice is cold as ice. "Even if trash bands together, it's still just trash." Her name is Sure, known in the real world as Che Soleon. She's the leader of the Thunder Hunters Guild and carries the title Queen of Thunder. And right now, she's looking down on Hirkan as if he's something she scraped off her boot. She lets out a short, dismissive laugh. Hirkan fires back. "And who's the one who comes charging back every time she gets destroyed by that trash?" Their rivalry runs deep and bitter. Suri's smile tightens as she warns him, "Watch your mouth. You'll regret this." "Regret?" Hirkan scoffs at the very idea. He raises his wrist, tapping a device that looks like a watch. A small message appears on the device, simply reading, "1 slot on." A wave of digital energy erupts from Hirkan, washing over him and one of his allies. In an instant, he's transformed. He's now covered in stunning black and gold armor, a traditional Korean mask hiding the top half of his face. He draws his sword, which now glows with immense power. He grins, his confidence absolute. Ha! Regret is something only weaklings like you feel, Sirei finally snaps. Her face twists in pure fury. You arrogant bastard, she seethes. Kill him. Hyrcan just laughs, completely unfazed. Kill him? Don't you ever learn? He mocks. A red glint flashes across his blade as he makes a bold declaration. You will never be able to kill me. But suddenly, he freezes. The confident smirk vanishes from his face. A wave of confusion washes over him. What is this? He coughs, and a spray of blood erupts from his mouth. He looks behind him, his eyes wide with shock. His own guildmates, the friends he just saved, are standing there with dark, grim expressions. Red warning windows flood his vision, screaming that his health is dropping and his movement is restricted. He collapses to his knees, utterly bewildered. What is happening? He chokes out. A voice answers from behind. Sorry for deceiving you, Jae-hyun. It's his friend, the very man he just helped to his feet. The man won't even look him in the eye. We all have to make a living, he says, his voice thick with fake regret. Don't hate me. What? Hyrcan's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. He can't begin to process the betrayal. From across the clearing, Sirei bursts into wild, maniacal laughter. She wipes a tear from her eye, her voice dripping with mockery. Wow, you're so stupid. All caught up in your little friendship fantasy, as if any of that matters when money is on the table. She walks slowly towards the fallen hero, savoring every moment. She looms over his broken body. Hyrcan, she says, her voice a venomous whisper, I'm going to erase you from this game. A cruel, sadistic smile spreads across her face. I'll kill you like this every single time you log in. Even you won't be able to make any progress. She leans in closer, twisting the knife. Oh, right. You're a full-time warlord gamer, aren't you? Didn't you say you're a worthless piece of trash with nothing but this game? Too bad for you. Her eyes glow with a terrifying intensity. You're back to being trash again. Hyrcan's hand claws at the dirt, his body trembling with uncontrollable rage. Fueled by pure fury, he lunges for her throat, his voice a raw scream. Shut that mouth of yours! But he stops short, his eyes widen in pain and fresh shock. Sirei looks down, a hint of surprise on her face. Oh my! A blade is sticking out of Hyrcan's chest. His own friends have stabbed him in the back. Again, Sir looks at the traitors and says, Thank you, everyone. Bleeding out on the ground, Hyrcan stares up at his friend, his voice barely a whisper. You guys, why? You know how much I gave for our guild. His friend, Dongsu, glares down at him, his face a twisted snarl of greed and desperation. Just die already, he screams. They're offering us hundreds of millions, just to kill you. What did you expect us to do? The betrayal hits Hyrcan harder than any sword. Just for money, he whispers, the life draining from his eyes. Do you have any idea how much I did for all of you? Didn't you say we were family? He cries out, but his words fall on deaf ears. His former friends just watch him die, their faces cold and empty. Damn it, damn it. His vision blurs as a single word flashes over and over in his mind. A system window delivers the final penalty. He's been forcibly logged out for 48 hours. His world fades to black. Jae-hyun rips the VR helmet off his head, gasping for air in his dark, messy room. He's panting, drenched in sweat, the phantom pain of betrayal still burning in his chest. He clutches his heart, his face a mask of utter despair. I lost, he whispers to the empty room. Everything. The logo for the game Warlord glows on his monitor. For him, it was never just a game. Warlord was more than a game. It was a global phenomenon. A fully immersive virtual world where anyone could become a legend. And more importantly, it was a world where you could earn unimaginable amounts of real-world money. And in that world, Jae-hyun had found the one and only thing he was ever good at. He thinks back on his life. In the real world, he was always called trash. But inside the game, he found his purpose. A memory surfaces. A younger, less confident Jae-hyun is approached by another player, Dong-su. Wow, you're amazing at this, Dong-su had said, his eyes wide with admiration. Dong-su had extended a hand with a warm, friendly smile. Want to form a guild with me? Jae-hyun's voice narrates his thoughts. It was the only place where I ever belonged. Or at least, that's what I thought. Back in the present, Jae-hyun clenches his fists. A part of him wants to forgive them, but the rage is too strong. I'm going to find them all, he vows, his voice low and dangerous, and I'm going to kill them. Just then, his phone vibrates. The name on the screen is Dongs Ao Su. The sheer hypocrisy sends a fresh wave of fury through him. What was all that hardship for? Just so those bastards can live a good life without me? Blinded by rage, he makes a choice. He storms out of his apartment, his mind a whirlwind of anger. He steps onto a crosswalk without looking, and a woman's scream pierces the air. "Look out! Someone got hit!" Jae-hyun lies on the pavement, a pool of blood growing around him. His phone is shattered nearby. "Damn it," he coughs. Of all things, a garbage truck. He's dying. For real this time. "No," he gasps. "I can't die now." His last thoughts are filled with fire and a single burning purpose. That traitorous bastard. He remembers Dongsu's desperate, greedy face. That bastard who ruined me. He remembers Suri's smug, triumphant grin. "I have to." His vision fades, the world turning to red. Take revenge on all of them, brutally. And then there is only a brilliant flash of white light. A system interface boots up in the darkness. Connecting. User verification. In progress. A welcome message appears. Welcome username. Hirkan. Hirkan's eyes snap open. He's alive? A massive quest window is floating right in front of him. Complete. The tutorial. Survive against the labyrinth's master, Minotaur. Below it, a monstrous Minotaur roars. Hirkan is stunned. Is this Warlord? A tutorial quest? What is this? He wonders. A voice snaps him out of his confusion. "Hey, newbie!" Two other players are standing beside him, swords drawn. "Stop spacing out and get a grip," one of them shouts. "You saw the alert, right? We have to take that thing down." The newbie leader lays out a quick plan. "Looks like we can't beat this thing alone. All three of us will have to work together." He points his sword at Hirkan. "You tank it for a bit." Hirkan ignores him, lost in thought. The tutorial boss, Minotaur. Wasn't this removed 5 years ago because it was too hard? The other player overhears him. 5 years ago? What are you talking about? Warlord only came out 10 months ago. The words hit Hirkan like a physical blow. 10 months ago? He nods slowly, the impossible truth sinking in. "Oh, I see. It's only been 10 months. The other players just stare at him like he's lost his mind. The leader tries to take charge again. "Whatever, get ready. When I give the signal, you go out and—" He's cut off as Hirkan simply starts walking away from them. He walks straight towards the Minotaur, completely ignoring their plan. "Hey, where are you going?" the newbie shouts after him. Hirkan breaks into a full-on sprint, charging the boss all by himself. "Hey, are you insane?" the others yell. "You're going to die!" the Minotaur roars, swinging its massive axe, ready to pulverize the foolish newcomer. The beast's weapon comes crashing down. But Hirkan isn't a newbie anymore. With the reflexes of a top-tier veteran, he dodges with ease, his eyes glowing with a cold blue light. He moves like a phantom, his blade a blur of cyan energy. In a devastating flurry of attacks, he slices the Minotaur to pieces. The monster lets out one final, agonized roar, and then it collapses. Hirkan lands gracefully as the massive body thuds to the ground behind him. The two other players are in absolute shock. What? Did he just kill that thing in one go? They can only stare, completely dumbfounded by the impossible feat they just witnessed. Hirkan looks down at his hand, splattered with the monster's blood, a strange expression on his face. "Hey!" a voice calls out. The newbie leader runs up to him, his face lit up with admiration. "You got some serious talent," he says. He extends his hand, just as Dongsu did all those years ago. "Do you want to join our guild?" An image flashes in Hirkan's mind, the memory of his friend, his betrayer, offering him the very same invitation. The betrayal, the pain, the rage, it all comes flooding back. His eyes, once blue, now burn with a cold, hard light. He looks at the outstretched hand. "I just made a decision a little while ago," he says calmly. Before the newbie can even ask what he means, Hirkan moves. In a single, fluid motion, he cuts them both down without a shred of hesitation, their blood spraying across his face. A grim, resolute smile forms on his lips. He makes a new vow, a promise forged in the fire of betrayal. "If I ever trust someone again in this life," his eyes now glow with a blood-red light filled with nothing but cold, absolute determination. "I'll be a dog." The hero slayer, Hirkan, has returned to the past after the brutal tutorial. Here Khan logs out, finding himself back inside a high-tech VR capsule. His eyes shoot open. He looks around, a wave of shock and confusion washing over him. This isn't his messy apartment. He's in a bright, bustling showroom, surrounded by people trying out the latest virtual reality gear. It hits him all at once. This is a V-gear store. The memories come flooding back, and a cold sweat trickles down his face. He remembers this time in his life all too well. 5 years ago, he was completely broke, forced to use the free demo units in stores just to get a taste of the game. The full weight of his new reality crashes down on him. The tutorial, the past, it's all real. His heart pounds in his chest as he thinks, I've actually gone back in time. Then, the VR helmet automatically retracts, pulling him fully back into the real world. A fire ignites in his eyes. This is it. He's been given a second chance, and he knows exactly what he has to do. He leaps out of the capsule, a new purpose driving him. He has 5 years of game knowledge that no one else possesses. If he uses it right, he can definitely get his revenge. Fueled by a surge of adrenaline, he rushes to the counter and slams down his credit card. "I want the base model V-gear, please," he says, his voice filled with an urgent intensity. The store clerk, a little startled, takes the card as Jae-hyun pants, trying to catch his breath. "Sure," she stammers. "Let me just run this for you." Jae-hyun leans against the counter, a wild, confident smile spreading across his face. His mind is already racing, planning his first moves. He'll start by leveling up, getting ahead of everyone, but the clerk's voice cuts through his thoughts. "Sir?" She looks at him with an apologetic expression, holding out his card. "I'm sorry, you don't have enough funds." Jae-hyun freezes. His confident expression shatters, replaced by one of blank, dumbfounded shock. A moment of stunned silence, and then a slow, bitter smile creeps onto his face. "Damn, that's right," he mutters, slumping over the counter in defeat. "If I had the money, I would have bought one already. Why else would I be gaming here?" He grips his head in frustration. What should he do? Earn money now? But he'd be too late. Every second he wasted was a second his enemies were getting stronger. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a giant screen in the store. An advertisement for Warlord is playing, and a powerful voice asks, "What are you waiting for?" On the screen is his mortal enemy, Sirei, looking regal and untouchable. The ad's tagline is a cruel irony. The strong never fear a challenge. Hesitation is a luxury you cannot afford. The camera zooms in on her smug, condescending face as she's introduced as the #1 Warlord model, the Queen of Thunder. The ad concludes with a booming command over the game's logo, "Start now, Warlord." Jae-hyun just stares at the screen, his expression hardening into cold stone. The memory of her final, cruel words echoes in his mind. "You're back to being trash again." Yeah. That's all the motivation he needs. The fire in his eyes returns, burning colder and brighter than before. Now's not the time to wait around. The scene shifts to his rundown rooftop apartment at sunset. A brand new, top-of-the-line V-gear capsule is being installed. The technician finishes up, telling him the gear is ready to use. Jae-hyun just nods, his mind already elsewhere. As soon as the technician is gone, Jae-hyun looks at his hand, a plan already set in motion. He knew the quickest way to get the money he needed. He holds up a bright yellow business card. It's for a loan shark, offering same-day loans specifically for Warlord gamers. It was a deal with the devil. In a flashback, we see him asking the loan shark for 10 million won. The man, all friendly smiles, slides the cash across the table. "Of course we can help!" But then, his friendly demeanor vanishes in an instant. He leans back, his smile turning sly. But with lightning speed, he snatches Jae-hyun's student ID card off the table. His face transforms, his eyes turning cold and predatory. "If you can't pay us back," he warns, "your life is going to become hell." He holds the ID card up like a trophy he's already won. Back in the present, Jae-hyun swallows hard. He knew exactly the risk he was taking. But as he clenches the business card in his fist, his resolve is absolute. Whatever. He puts on the V-gear helmet, his reflection showing a face of pure, chilling determination. He would gladly walk through hell itself if it meant he could make those bastards pay. Images of his betrayers flash through his mind as he gives the system a single, furious command. Connect. His eyes glow with blue light as the system boots up, identifying him. Confirmed. Hire Gan. Welcome to Warlord. He materializes in a grand city square, the game's starting area. He's back. His avatar's white hair and determined expression are a sign of the storm to come. It's been a while, he thinks, scanning the area. He was waiting for the guide who helps new players. Ariadne, that was her name. Just then, a divine voice rings out, congratulating him. A beautiful, golden-haired NPC descends from the sky, wrapped in a radiant aura. I'm Ariadne, she says, here to help you choose your path. Horkin thinks to himself, yeah, her. Now, adventurer, she begins. She extends her hand, a soft golden light emanating from her palm. You must choose among the basic classes. She explains that his choice now will determine his entire future in this world. The first option appears, warrior, a frontline fighter for those who crave action. Hirkan considers it for a split second. A warrior would level up fast with his knowledge, but playing solo would become a nightmare at higher levels. His decision is instant. Pass. The next option is presented, cleric, a support class that heals and buffs others. Hirkan doesn't even have to think about it. He mutters with disgust, I'm not going to be looking after anyone else's ass. He'd already made that mistake once. That only left one option. Ariadne gives him a gentle, knowing smile and a small prayer, hoping he has an entertaining adventure. A wave of golden energy flows from her hands, enveloping Hirkan and sealing his choice. A system window confirms it. He has chosen a basic class. He's teleported away, dissolving into particles of light and heading towards the corresponding class tower. He rematerializes inside a massive, dimly lit library. A wise, ancient voice echoes through the hall. Welcome, youngster seeking knowledge. Hirkan looks up to see a tiny, old man with a long white beard floating on a giant book. The old man introduces himself as Galko, the guide to the path of magic. Galko asks what type of magic he wishes to learn, but Hirkan cuts him off, his voice firm and clear. Dark magic. Galko floats back, completely taken aback. He seems confused, as if he's never heard such a request before. Dirt magic? You wish to learn the magic of the earth? He asks, cupping his ear. My hearing isn't what it used to be. But Hirkan interrupts again, his patience gone. No, I want to learn dark magic. The old man's friendly demeanor vanishes, his eyes sharpen, his voice dropping to a serious tone. Where did you learn of such a thing? Dark magic is powerful, but it will bring your soul to ruin. Hirkan's response is cold and simple. I'm aware. He stares Galko down, his determination absolute. I know the risks, so please, teach me. A slight, predatory smile touches his lips. It has to be dark magic. It's what I need. Galko trembles, clutching his beard in what looks like horror. How can this be? A sinister purple aura begins to radiate from the old man's body. Hirkan smirks. This was going exactly as planned. He knew all along. This frail old man was a facade. Galko's flesh melts away, revealing a skeletal lich underneath. His voice is now a rasping cackle. Heh, it's been a while. A brat who has chosen this path. The lich presents a large, ancient tome. If you are truly ready, he rasps, place your hand upon that skill book. He issues one final warning, but you must choose wisely. This path is difficult for any punk to. Before he can finish, Hirkan slams his hand down on the book, and a surge of dark energy erupts. A confident smirk spreads across Hirkan's face as tendrils of purple energy swirl around his hand. Let's move this along. Sorry, but I'm not one of those punks. The lich lets out a booming, maniacal laugh that echoes through the library. He's thrilled. What an interesting one. It's been so long. The single eye on the ancient book snaps open, recognizing its new master. Hirkan remembers a famous video from his past life. It was a clip of a single necromancer player, a powerful hooded figure, their face a skull with glowing purple eyes. They were taking down a raid boss completely on their own. The memory shows the necromancer floating above a massive army of skeletons, an unstoppable one-man force against the world. Right now, I need power like that. Dark energy erupts around him as system windows confirm his new class. He is now a necromancer, and he has learned his first skill, skeleton fragment. Hyrcan grins as he holds up his hand, channeling a crackling ball of blue and black energy. He throws the energy to the ground, and it begins to coalesce, taking shape. Bones piece themselves together as his first minion rises from the floor. He watches with a satisfied smile, his plan finally in motion. In this life, I'll be a necromancer. A skeleton warrior stands before him, wreathed in eerie blue flames. It looks decent enough. Good, Harkin says with a smirk. Now, to the training dungeon. But his grand moment is immediately ruined. His newly summoned skeleton stumbles, and with a clumsy wobble, its head pops right off, rolling across the floor with a hollow clatter. Hyrcan just stands there in dead silence, staring at his headless, wobbly minion and its detached skull. His epic journey of revenge has begun with a bit of a hiccup. Hyrcan is pulled through a swirling vortex of blue energy. He materializes in a dark, cavernous space, his boots landing on the cracked stone floor. He lets out a sigh, taking in his new surroundings. A system message confirms he's entered the beginner training dungeon. But something is already off. He glances over at his new minion, which is panicking and clutching its own head. "This isn't the calm, collected skeleton I remember seeing," he mutters, a bead of sweat on his brow. "What's going on?" He decides to check its stats. Skill window. He pulls up the description for skeleton fragment. The proficiency is at the lowest rank, and he can only summon one. It all seems pretty standard. He strokes his chin, thinking, maybe it's just because his skill proficiency is low. He needs to level up, and fast. But his thoughts are cut short. A new enemy has appeared, right on cue. A pack of snarling wolves with glowing red eyes emerges from the shadows. The system identifies them as coal wolves. Hyrcan recognizes them instantly. Coal wolves. They aren't strong, but they're fast, which makes them the perfect test subjects. A savage grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing as he channels magic into his hand. Skeleton fragment. He hurls the skull-shaped energy toward the wolves. Go. The skull explodes in a burst of bright blue light. From the explosion, his skeleton warrior materializes, sword and shield ready. The system announces it has detected an enemy, and its eyes flare to life. The wolves let out a collective growl, ready to tear it apart. Hyrcan gives his minion a single, cold command: kill them. The wolves charge, and the skeleton braces for the attack. Hyrcan watches with a smug smile. Not bad, he thinks, impressed by its stance. At this rate, leveling up will be no problem at... The skeleton bravely meets the charging wolves, and is immediately torn to pieces. Bones fly everywhere as it shatters on impact. Hyrcan just stares, his confident smile frozen on his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. The only thing left of his mighty warrior is its head, which rolls to a stop right at his feet. The skull looks up at him, its glowing eyes blinking with a sad, almost teary expression. Hyrcan's face contorts in pure, unfiltered rage and confusion. What the hell? Something is wrong here, he screams, frantically trying to figure out what just happened. Skill window. He pulls up the skill description again, and this time he notices a hidden section. It explains that the skeleton has a deep learning system and learns from combat. He can set a default mode: defense, attack, or special action. He facepalms, a wave of relief washing over him. So that's it. He just forgot to set a mode. Number 1, defense mode, he commands. The skeleton's eyes flash, acknowledging the order. The result is somehow even worse. The skeleton just lies on the ground, letting the wolves use its ribcage as a chew toy. Hyrcan watches, a forced, pained smile on his lips. No way, he mutters. He desperately tries the last option. Number 3, special action mode. And then, the ultimate failure. A system window announces that the skeleton has begun dancing wildly. His minion starts breakdancing in the middle of the battlefield as the wolves watch, completely baffled. Hyrcan's soul visibly leaves his body. Tears stream down his face as he mutters in complete defeat. I'm screwed. In the corner of his mind, he can almost hear the skeletal lich taunting him. I tried to warn you, kid. He collapses to his knees, clutching his head. He's going to go crazy. He immediately tries to delete his character, but a massive system error blocks him. See, a character cannot be deleted. Accounts less than 3 months old cannot be deleted. He's trapped. He sits there defeated, his useless skeleton posing beside him. He can't delete the character, he can't change classes, and his first loan payment is due next month. He sighs, feeling hopeless. Maybe I should go get hit by a car again. He buries his face in his hands, completely dejected. Why doesn't anything ever go right for me? Just when I thought things were finally looking up, he glares at his skeleton, which is now trying to practice its sword swings with all the grace of a drunk toddler. This dumb bonehead isn't any help at all, he groans. He grabs his head, at his absolute wit's end. You're driving me nuts. He stops. A thought strikes him. How did that necromancer he saw in his past life handle a minion like this? His eyes drift back to the skill window, rereading the description, and then the words jump out at him. The summoned creature is equipped with a deep learning system and learns from combat. A light bulb goes off in his head. It learns from combat? He flashes back to the fight. He was the one who killed the wolves after his skeleton was destroyed. It was watching him, and it was learning from him. A ghost image of the skeleton appears behind him, mimicking his own movements. A slow, devious smile spreads across Hirkan's face. He finally understands. He calls out to his minion, "Hey!" The skeleton turns, tilting its head curiously. Hirkan cracks his knuckles, a new fire in his eyes. "You're lucky to have a master like me," he boasts. "People used to call me a genius. I coached my entire guild into becoming top rankers." He points a finger right at the skeleton. "Just remember one thing in combat." The skeleton tilts its head again, listening intently. Hirkan's face becomes a mask of pure intensity, his eyes glowing as he shouts the first lesson. "If you don't dodge, you're dead." And so, the brutal training begins. Hirkan relentlessly attacks his own skeleton, forcing it to learn. Again. The skeleton gets knocked down over and over, but each time it gets back up, a little faster, a little smarter. He punches it, sending it stumbling back. He kicks it across the floor. He yells instructions at the top of his lungs. "If you get hit, don't just stand there like an idiot. Think of a follow-up. Look for an opening after you dodge, then strike back. Got it?" The skeleton, looking a bit more competent now, gives a sharp salute. It stands ready, holding its wooden practice sword, its eyes glowing with a newfound focus. The wolves charge again. But this time, the skeleton doesn't break. It dodges the first lunge. It parries the second wolf's bite with its sword. And then, with a swift counterattack, it smashes its sword into the wolf's side, finally landing a solid hit. Hirkan watches from a distance as his student holds its own against the entire pack. The skeleton finishes the last wolf and turns to Hirkan, its eyes sparkling as if looking for praise. Hirkan just scolds it. "What are you looking at? Didn't I tell you not to get distracted during a battle?" But he can't hide a small, proud smile. "Well, your last move wasn't bad." Just then, a cascade of blue windows appears. The proficiency of Skeleton Fragment is increasing. He's surrounded by the golden aura of a level up. His skeleton stands victoriously over the pile of defeated wolves, also glowing with newfound power. Hirkan gives a nod of approval. "You pass." He's leveled up. He's teleported out of the dungeon and back to the bustling beginner village of Figus Castle. He walks through the crowd of players shouting for party members. The skeleton, he reflects, was actually worth teaching. With a few more days of grinding, he'll be able to solo the whole dungeon. He pulls his hood up, his expression grim. Now the real challenge starts. First, I need to reach level 10. As he walks, a voice suddenly calls out, "Hey!" A large, thuggish-looking player grabs his shoulder. "Don't you think you should apologize if you bump into someone?" He sneers. Hirkan just thinks with annoyance, "What is this? Some third-rate thug?" He sighs, already bored. His first thought is chillingly casual. Every second counts. Should I just kill them? The thud boss gets angry. What kind of person sighs in the middle of a conversation? He rears back his fist to punch Hirkan. A flash of movement. Before the punch can land, another player appears out of nowhere, catching the thug's fist with ease. This new guy is flashy, with long blonde hair, a Hawaiian shirt, and sunglasses. The blonde man smiles coolly at the thug. "Whoa there, that doesn't mean you should go around hitting people, mister." The thug, confused, asks, "Who are you? Are you with him?" The blonde man casually pushes his sunglasses up. Not exactly." Hirkan stares at the newcomer, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He knows this guy. This guy is... He recognizes the incredible physique, the bulging biceps straining against the tacky fabric. He recognizes the unique fashion sense, the sunglasses perched on the long blonde hair. There's no mistaking it. This is Mathador Shev, the top-ranked warrior from his past life. Hire Khan is completely thrown. What is a player of his caliber doing here? A pained cry from the thug snaps him back to reality. The thug's hand is still caught in Shev's iron grip. Shev clicks his tongue, clearly bored by this whole pathetic display. The thug, his face a mix of pain and anger, tries to justify himself. "Mister, stay out of this. He hit me first." Shev just smiles, unfazed. "An eye for an eye, huh? I see." In an instant, a terrifying red aura explodes from Shev's body. The sheer pressure is overwhelming. The thug's face goes pale with fear. Shev continues, his voice dripping with menace. "Well then, since you just hit my palm with your fist." A wide, predatory grin spreads across his face. His eyes glow with a frightening red light. "I should do the same, right?" The thug's lackey, finally recognizing the famous player, screams in terror. "Sir!" That's Mathador Shev. He's the guildmaster of the Red Bulls, one of the top 30 guilds. And he's known for how much he loves to fight. They call him Killer Shev. The thug boss can't believe it. Why would someone like that be here? Shev leans in, his aura pressing down on the terrified thug. "So, what's your answer?" he asks, his voice dangerously low. The thug is sweating bullets, trembling too hard to even speak. He finally breaks, bowing frantically and screaming, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry!" Shev's intimidating aura vanishes as quickly as it appeared. He laughs cheerfully. "Ah, I'm glad we could resolve this with words." He claps a friendly hand on Hirkan's shoulder. "Hey, you all right? Don't mind guys like him." Hirkan instinctively flinches away from his touch. "You don't need to help me," Hirkan says coldly, turning his back on the legendary player. He walks away without another word, leaving a surprised Shev behind. Shev just scratches his cheek, a small smile on his face. What a cold guy. As Hirkan walks away, he curses himself under his breath. Damn it. He thinks back to the encounter, clenching his hand. For a moment there, he was completely intimidated by Shev's power. He clenches his fist tightly. The gap between them was massive. This encounter only fuels his resolve. Next time we meet, I'll be a completely different person. Driven by this new motivation, Hirakan heads straight back to the training grounds. He spends the next few days grinding relentlessly. He sits alone in the dark cave, leveling up, his mind focused. After that run-in with Shev, he has to admit he truly felt the difference in their power. Suri and Shev are on the same level, he thinks, remembering his two greatest rivals. To get my revenge, I need to get so much stronger. He grits his teeth, his determination hardening. He puts his plan into action, facing the dungeon's boss, a giant coal tiger. This time, his skeleton warrior, now far more competent, meets the beast head-on. It dodges, parries, and strikes with a skill born from Hirakan's brutal training, landing a powerful finishing blow. The skeleton's eye gleams with newfound power. Hirakan checks his progress. 3 days to reach level 10. That took longer than he expected. He glances over at his skeleton, which seems to be sulking, its posture slumped. Hirakan is confused. A system window announces his achievement. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. The beginner symbol is removed, and he receives his rewards. Finally, he thinks. One of the rewards is the War Watch, a key item for managing stats, quests, and everything else. Hirkan looks at the watch on his wrist. Haven't felt this in a while, he thinks with a smirk. Status window. His stats pop up. Level 10 Necromancer. All his stats have been reset to their base values. A new prompt appears. Please spend your stat points. He has a total of 50 stat points to distribute. He can put them into strength, stamina, intelligence, or mana. He considers his options carefully. This first allocation of points is critical. A normal necromancer would raise mana or intelligence. However, Hirakan makes a completely insane decision. A wicked smile spreads across his face. All points into strength. A golden aura surges around him as he confirms the choice. Strength has been increased by 50. He flexes his hand, feeling the difference. His skeleton looks at him with an expression of absolute horror. It collapses to the ground, sobbing into its bony hands. Hirakan looks down at it, annoyed. What are you doing? He bonks the skeleton on the head. I'm not giving up on being a necromancer. I'm doing this to teach you. he explains his logic. Raising his mana or intelligence now wouldn't have a big impact. But by raising his strength, he can teach the skeleton all the skills from when he was at his peak. He looks at his crying minion. I'm betting my entire life on your growth right now. The skeleton seems to understand, perking up. Anyway, Hirkan says, just focus on your training. He gives a thumbs up, a confident smile on his face. Besides, there are other ways to make up for the stats I'm lacking. He heads to the Raiders Association branch in Figus Castle. Inside, players are crowded around the quest board, shouting about a new quest. Players are fighting over the scraps. Hirkan observes the chaos with a detached air. These quests are terrible, but the newbies are enthusiastic. He approaches the grizzled old man at the counter. I'd like a quest, too. The man looks up, surprised. Sure, but all the ones left are pretty tough. No one really wants them, the old man warns. You must be confident. Hirkan scans the available quests. They're all crap, just as he expected. However, this is where his hidden card comes into play. A cunning smile spreads across his face as he plucks a specific quest card from the board. Found it. The quest is to eliminate monsters near Bima Mountain's cave for a meager reward of 10 gold. A perfectly ordinary, low-level quest. The quest giver is skeptical, but Hirkan confirms his choice. A window pops up. You have received a new quest. Hirkan thinks to himself with a sly grin, if I clear this boring-looking quest before I hit level 15, I can get a super rare title called Prosurspect. So what's so good about that? He explains the mechanics in his head. Normal titles give small, flat stat boosts. But the Prospect title raises stats by a percentage, making it unbelievably powerful as he levels up. He clenches his fist, a vicious, shark-like grin on his face. In other words, this is the key to kickstarting my overpowered character. Now then, he turns to leave the association hall. Let's start with the equipment. He arrives at the towering rock formations of Bima Mountain, but as he prepares for his quest, he freezes. A look of horror dawns on his face. We see him in his new equipment. It's a ridiculous pink and yellow jester's outfit with a floppy, rabbit-eared hood. He stands in the middle of the forest, crows landing on his head, looking utterly humiliated. He grabs his stupid floppy ears in despair. Damn, it! He remembers being at the shop. He spent all his money on proper gear for his skeleton, and when he went to buy his own armor, he had nothing left. He had to take whatever he could afford. He strikes a reluctant, angry pose in his jester suit. Well, I'll just have to speedrun this quest and get new clothes first. I'll get it done as fast as possible. He sprints into the forest, a brightly colored blur of shame and determination. He arrives at a clearing. It's quiet. Too quiet. Suddenly, a bloody hand bursts out of a nearby bush. A young player with an afro crawls out, gravely injured. He gasps, "Help, please." His hand falls limp and he collapses. From the surrounding bushes comes the sound of sadistic, giggling laughter. It's a trap. A group of player killers is hiding, waiting for their next victim. The sun shines brightly over Bima Mountain. A new player, full of hope, arrives to start his journey. The player, a warrior named Multi, strikes a confident pose. I, Multi, will begin my grand adventure at Bima Mountain. He's already level 11 and feeling on top of the world. He's so good at this game, he might even become a top ranker. But his daydreams are cut short by a desperate cry for help. Multi is startled. He sees a player kneeling over the body of a fallen friend. Please, the player begs, my friend is hurt. Help us. Multi rushes over. The player explains they were attacked by a monster they'd never seen before. They barely escaped with their lives. He gestures to his friend, who is unconscious and bleeding out. They don't have any healing potions. Multi, being a good-natured newbie, immediately offers his own. As he opens his inventory, the other player thanks him profusely. Multi offers the potions, and the player wipes away fake tears. Thank you so much, he says. We will surely repay you. But as Multi is distracted, another figure rises from the bushes behind him, swinging a large mace. The weapon crashes down with a sickening thud, splattering blood everywhere. Multi collapses, coughing up blood. The helpless player he was aiding now stands over him, their expression cold and mocking. Thank you. The rest of their group emerges from hiding, their faces twisted in sinister smiles. We'll be sure to put these items to good use. Multi stares up in betrayal. You tricked me, you cowardly. The leader cuts him off. Hey now, why say such mean things? You're the idiot for falling for it. The leader, Ralph, smiles cruelly, his blood-stained weapon resting on his shoulder. A system window announces Multi's fate. He has died. His body dissolves into particles of light. As he dies, a key item drops to the ground. His players watch, now ownerless. The player killers laugh amongst themselves. Messing with newbies is always fun. Did you see his face? Their leader, Ralph, grins. Let's find our next prey. His eyes gleam with malice. They are the Ralph family, a villainous player-killer guild. From the shadows, Hyrcan and his skeleton have been watching the whole time. A pack of monsters, ancient tree wolves, approaches them. The wolves lunge towards Hyrcan's skeleton. Hyrcan, still hidden in his ridiculous jester suit, just smirks and snaps his fingers. Attack mode. The skeleton warrior, no longer a clumsy bonehead, launches forward with incredible speed. It moves like a blur, its new sword flashing as it cuts down a wolf in a single, clean strike. It dispatches the entire pack with ease as experience points flood its system. Hyrcan watches from a distance, impressed. Now that it has a real sword, a pack of wolves is nothing. He nods to himself, satisfied. It was the right call to get equipment for the skeleton first, he thinks, a single tear of pride streaming down his face. A true gamer cares more about utility than looks. His skeleton seems to look over, its expression conveying a sense of pity. Hyrcan snaps. Hey, what are you thinking? He sighs. If you're done, then follow me. We need to level up quickly and get out of here. As they walk, the skeleton suddenly brandishes its sword, blocking something mid-air. An arrow is embedded in its skull, right between the eyes. Hyrcan whips around, startled. An arrow? From the bushes, the same group of PKers emerges. The archer apologizes sheepishly. Oh, sorry. Ralph, the leader, scratches his head, feigning innocence. It looked like a monster from far away. It's the same pathetic act as before. Ralph approaches, putting on a show of remorse. Hyrcan plays along, but Ralph's eyes are already sizing him up. He sees the expensive player's watch on Hyrcan's wrist, and the high-quality sword his skeleton is carrying. Hyrcan looks at them, his eyes narrowed. He knows exactly what they're thinking. He laughs, putting on a friendly act. I'll forgive you, he says, leaning on his skeleton, if you can spare a mana potion. The PKers start their routine. They don't have any potions, but since it's their fault, they'll help him level up instead. Hyrcan pretends to be grateful. Would that be okay? Ralph's smile is sickly sweet. Of course, it's the least we can do. Just then, a pack of monsters appears right on cue. We'll weaken them so you just finish them off, they say, getting into position. Hyrcan meekly agrees. Ralph whispers to his subordinate, You know what to do, right? The subordinate smirks. Yup. Their plan is simple, let the monsters attack Hyrcan, and while he's distracted, they'll finish him off. They watch as the monsters swarm him, and Hyrcan screams, playing the part of a terrified newbie perfectly. The PKers think he'll die in an instant. They wait for the perfect moment to strike. But Hyrcan doesn't die. In fact, he's not even fighting. He's just standing there, arms crossed, while his skeleton effortlessly slaughters the monsters. He looks over at them. Can't you move any faster? He gives them a cheerful thumbs up. We're doing great. Please continue. The PKers are stunned. How is his summon so strong? Maybe his level is higher than it looks. In that case, they decide to escalate, luring a massive group of monsters towards Hyrcan, who continues his panicked screaming. Once he's distracted, the leader thinks, we'll take him down. The burly PK charges in from behind, swinging his mace right at Hyrcan's head. The attack is swift and powerful, but Hyrcan, with years of combat experience, dodges it effortlessly. The PK is shocked. What? He dodged it? Hyrcan counters in a flash, his blade glowing with blue energy as he slices through the attacker. Ralph can only stare in horror as his subordinate is killed in an instant. The tide has turned. It's Hyrcan's skeleton now. It grabs another PK by the throat, and in a flash of blue light, it's over. Hyrcan and his skeleton move in perfect sync, a whirlwind of death cutting through the player killers. The PKers panic. Wait, let's talk. Their pleas are met with cold steel. Hyrcan stands amidst the carnage, his expression icy cold. Their bodies fall, dissolving into particles of light. Hyrcan looks down at the last survivor, Ralph. I know bastards like you all too well. You backstab people who trust you and take everything they have. If it were the old me, your little trick might have worked. Ralph, bleeding on the ground, begs for his life. "Wait, I'll give you items, I'm sorry." Hirkan cuts him off. "No, I'm sorry." He raises his sword, his face a mask of cold fury. "I don't trust people anymore." And with a final, merciless strike, he ends him. System windows fill his vision. 8 ownerless watches have dropped. Hirkan is surprised. 8! This bastard was insane. He kneels amidst the pile of loot, a triumphant grin on his face. "Well, since things turned out like this, I'll make good use of them, starting with my clothes." His skeleton helps with the cleanup, stomping on the corpses to make sure they're gone for good. Hirkan looks over at his minion, now covered in blood, its eyes glowing proudly. He asks with a soft, almost parental affection, "My precious skeleton, is there anything you'd like for yourself?" After wiping out the player killers, Hirkan gets to work on his real partner. He channels a brilliant turquoise energy into his skeleton's new sword. The magic flows smoothly, humming as it absorbs into the steel. He isn't just enchanting a weapon, he's upgrading his only true ally. With a final flash of light, the process is complete. The skeleton raises its newly empowered sword, looking like a proper warrior at last. But it seems the skeleton is more than just satisfied, it's absolutely thrilled. It strikes a shy pose, wiggling with a delight that Hirkan meets with a deadpan stare. "You like it that much?" he tells himself, that in a game, looks don't matter, only performance. He's trying to maintain his cool, detached persona. But then he immediately strikes a flashy pose of his own, showing off his new gear with a smug grin. The skeleton just stares, completely baffled by its master's hypocrisy. Hirkan smirks, explaining to his silent companion that the war watches he looted from those PKers were an absolute jackpot. He explains how selling them off yielded random items from their inventories, from rare gear and powerful swords, to even a forbidden skill book called Demon's Curse. And, best of all, money. Lots of it. He throws his arms up, laughing like a maniac as golden coins rain down around him. Thanks to that windfall, he was finally able to craft something he's been planning. He holds the object in his hand, a blue aura radiating from it. He reveals a finely crafted mask. It was finished quicker than he expected, and it's much more than just a piece of armor. He knows he'll be recording his gameplay soon, so building a strong identity is crucial. This time, he'll make a name for himself on his own terms. His mind flashes back, his eyes narrowing as he remembers how things used to be. A memory from his past life. He recalls excitedly suggesting that everyone in their guild should wear a Haho mask, thinking it would make them famous. His past self was so naive. He had even come up with the guild name, Haho Mask. He was so proud of the idea, a cheerful, innocent smile on his face. A world away from the man he is now. He holds the new mask, his expression now cold and serious. He had even considered creating a completely different identity back then. However, his goals are different now. With a surge of energy, he infuses the mask, transforming it. He's not doing this to get famous, he's doing it so no one can ever take what's his again. He grits his teeth, a fierce determination in his eyes. He will use this to prove that he was right all along. With a quiet command, "Let's go, skeleton," he's ready to move on. He puts on the new mask. His eyes glow red from the shadows behind it. The time for games is over. The real hunt has just begun. The story continues. Hirkan and his skeleton arrive at a towering ancient structure carved into a mountain, a glowing blue portal marking the dungeon entrance. They step through the shimmering energy, and a system message confirms their entry into the Baima mountain cave. Inside, Hirkan is on high alert, his new masked persona looking every bit the predator. He recalls that this place is filled with blue werewolves. He knows it won't be easy, but with his new gear, he's more than confident. A smirk plays on his lips as he sets a goal for himself, clear the whole thing in 10 minutes. "Let's go," he yells, charging forward with his skeleton ready to dominate. But a few hours later, the skeleton just looks on, bored and confused, surrounded by a whimsical, flowery background. Hirkan is on the ground, his face a mask of pure frustration. "Why," he asks, his voice trembling. "Are there no monsters?" he screams into the empty cave, his voice echoing off the walls. His plan for a quick run is in shambles. This is crazy. he mutters, running a hand through his hair. He wonders if it's a bug, but as he's lost in thought, his skeleton points at something on the ground. Hirkan freezes, his eyes widening in realization. Wait a second. He looks down and sees a swirling vortex of purple energy forming on the cave floor. The energy erupts into a massive, swirling portal of dark magic, consuming the space in front of them. A prompt appears, confirming his suspicion. He's discovered an instant dungeon called The Stage. Hirkan stumbles back, finally understanding. No wonder there weren't any monsters. He's stumbled upon something incredibly rare. Instant dungeons are a rare phenomenon, spawning randomly inside other dungeons and temporarily deactivating them. They're far more difficult than regular dungeons, but the rewards are exponentially better. It's the ultimate high-risk, high-reward scenario. But there's a huge catch, and a cold sweat drips down his face as he remembers it. The problem is, there's no escape. You either clear the dungeon, or you die. Logically, he knows he should walk away. If he dies, he'll be locked out of the game for 2 whole days. It's too big of a risk. But this is Hirkan, and a chance at a unique challenge with rare rewards is something the hardcore gamer inside him can never resist. His face hardens with resolve. He accepts the prompt, and the purple energy surges, pulling him and his skeleton into the portal. I just have to clear it. He feels a strange sensation as the world shifts violently around him. The portal deposits them in the center of a massive, crumbling coliseum. The scale of the place is both breathtaking and terrifying. A coliseum? He wonders aloud, his skeleton clinging to him nervously. This is kind of scary. I wonder what's going to come out. A low growl echoes, followed by a single, guttural word. Out. A colossal, dark-furred werewolf materializes before them. It's huge, towering over them with glowing red eyes and a strange symbol on its forehead. A system message identifies it as a corrupted werewolf, but its level is just a series of question marks. A truly dangerous foe. It lets out a terrifying roar. Corrupted? Hirkan thinks, stunned. Before he can finish the thought, the werewolf lunges with blinding speed. He barely dodges, the beast's claws tearing through the air where he just stood, sending shockwaves through the arena. He cries out as he's thrown back by the force of the attack, landing hard on the dusty ground. His skeleton, however, leaps out of the way, standing its ground and ready to fight. It lets out a low growl of its own, prepared to defend its master. But instead of fear, a slow, dangerous smile spreads across Hirkan's face. He starts laughing, a wide, manic grin on his face as he sits amidst the rubble. His skeleton stares, completely bewildered. "Why am I so lucky today?" Hirkan exclaims. He knows that corrupted monsters are tied to the main story quest. This isn't just a random boss, it's a major opportunity. He gets to his feet, a dangerous look in his eyes. "Hey, skeleton," he calls out. "If we don't kill it, no dinner for you." With a feral grin, his eyes glowing red behind his mask, he readies himself for the fight of his life. He dashes forward, his skeleton matching his pace, charging the monstrous werewolf in a flurry of coordinated attacks. Hirkan leaps high into the air. It lets out a furious roar, but Hirkan is already casting his new spell. Inflict Curse. Dark purple energy swirls around his hands as he channels the power of the skill book. A spectral blade of curse energy forms and shoots towards the beast, striking it dead on. The werewolf stumbles back, howling in pain as the curse's dark energy envelops its body. Hirkan lands gracefully, ready for his next move. The werewolf continues to roar in agony as the debuff takes hold. A system window confirms the skill's success. The demon's curse has reduced the target's stats by 10%. Hirkan stands confidently. This demon's curse isn't too bad for a first try, he thinks, but the werewolf's roar turns from pain to pure rage. Its body is engulfed in a fierce red aura. It charges forward, its power surging as it lets out another deafening roar. Hirkan realizes something has gone very wrong. Just as quickly as the debuff landed, a new message appears. The corrupted werewolf is enraged and all status effects are nullified. The curse is gone. "I guess it wouldn't be an instant dungeon if it was this easy," he mutters. He takes a deep breath, a dangerous glint in his eye. "I was saving this for later, but I guess I can try it out now." He looks down at his watch, a menacing grin returning to his face as his eyes glow an intense red. Slot on. He presses the watch and an explosion of dark blue energy erupts from his body. The power swirls and coalesces into a dense orb of pure energy, humming with immense power. The energy wraps around him like a second skin, forming crackling, ethereal armor. He looks ready to end this. "All right," he says, his voice echoing with newfound power. "Let's do this." Hyrcan unleashes his trump card, Slot On. It's one of Warlord's most unique features, a system that can turn the tide of any battle. This power is a core part of the game's very world. When a player activates it, their watch glows with a brilliant light. They are temporarily infused with immense power, drawn directly from the world of Warlord itself. It manifests as a boosted form, pushing their abilities far beyond their normal limits. This transformation is different for every player. For some, it's a form of fiery demonic power. For others, a regal aura of cold authority. For Hyrcan, it's a shadowy, spectral form, crackling with pure energy. And because these forms are so unique to each person, most players have a special name for it. They call it Ultimate Mode. Now fully powered up, a predatory grin spreads across Hyrcan's face. He cracks his knuckles, the blue energy flaring around him as he taunts the beast. "Bring it on." The werewolf responds with a gut-wrenching roar, its massive jaw unhinging as it prepares to attack. Hyrcan, now moving with supernatural speed, effortlessly leaps over the monster's head. The werewolf unleashes a flurry of attacks, its claws glowing with red energy as it tries to shred him to pieces. But Hyrcan is too fast. He weaves through the devastating swipes, each one powerful enough to shatter the stone floor of the Colosseum. He lands gracefully, digging his fingers into the ground to stop his momentum, the attack missing by inches. The beast's claw crashes into the ground, sending rocks flying and carving a deep gash in the arena floor. Hyrcan immediately recognizes the overwhelming power of a true boss. Its speed and strength are on another level. He knows if it lands just 3 hits, it's game over. The werewolf gathers its power, its red aura flaring intensely as it prepares another assault. But a confident smirk appears on Hyrcan's face. He's not scared. He's thrilled. His own blue aura surges around him, matching the beast's intensity. He dodges another attack, the werewolf's claws grazing past him as it lets out a roar of frustration. He lands, a look of pure excitement on his face. This is what makes the game fun. His thought is cut short by a sudden, jarring impact. His eyes widen in shock. The ground beneath him erupts as the werewolf smashes the floor, sending him flying. He's caught completely off guard. He lands, wiping his brow with a sigh and a sheepish smile. "Right," the enraged state. "I totally forgot about that." He stands tall, undeterred, even as the monstrous shadow of the werewolf looms over him. "Hey!" Hyrcan calls out to the enraged beast. "Aren't you forgetting something?" Behind him, his skeleton warrior charges forward, its eyes glowing fiercely. The werewolf has been so focused on Hyrcan, it completely forgot his partner. The skeleton closes the distance in an instant, its blade alight with a blue aura. "Skeleton, let's do the move we practiced," Hyrcan shouts. The skeleton nods sharply. All their brutal training has led to this moment. The werewolf roars, realizing it's been tricked, but it's too late. Hyrcan and his skeleton become a blur of motion, launching themselves at the beast in a perfectly synchronized attack. They unleash a maelstrom of slashes, their blades a crisscrossing pattern of light that tears into the werewolf from both sides. With a final, devastating blow, blood erupts from the beast, and a system message confirms its defeat. The blue aura of his ultimate mode dissipates. Hyrcan takes off his mask, a satisfied look on his face. "Not bad," he says. The rewards begin to roll in. First, the reward for the original dungeon quest. The Bhima Mountain Cave quest is cleared, rewarding him with 10 gold. A decent sum, but nothing compared to what's coming. A flood of notifications fills his vision. His skeleton skill has ranked up, he's earned more gold, and obtained rare monster parts. His skeleton pumps its fist in celebration. Hyrcan smirks. The rewards from an instance dungeon are always juicy. But then comes the real prize. He's obtained the necklace of the corrupted tracker. It's a stunning dark purple crystal, and its stats are incredible, boosting his class-related abilities and all stats by a massive amount. A chronicle unique? Hyrcan is stunned. This is a higher tier than a standard unique item. It's untradeable, a piece of gear that can change the entire game for him. Hold on, he thinks, his mind racing. Corrupted tracker. Could it be? A system alert confirms his wildest hopes. 3 new titles have been registered. He looks up at the glowing windows, his heart pounding. The first is Promising Rookie, giving him a boost to intelligence and magic. That's the one I was aiming for, he thinks. It's a solid title that will help his necromancer build significantly. The second is Challenger of Heroes, a small stamina boost. It makes sense since he cleared an instant dungeon all by himself, but it's the third title that leaves him speechless. Corrupted Tracker. Corrupted Tracker? He exclaims, a bead of sweat running down his face. He knows exactly what this means. It's the introductory title for the first chapter of the game's main quest. The main quest. It's not just some side story, it's the core storyline that forms the very backbone of the Warlord universe. The rewards are so legendary that every single player dreams of getting involved. It's Warlord's flagship content, the ultimate adventure. Hyrule is overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. In his previous life, he barely managed to get into the 4th chapter. And now, he's already unlocked the very beginning. Ivy hit the jackpot. His face is a picture of pure, manic joy. He immediately shouts, "Log out!" The scene shifts to his rundown apartment building as the sun sets. Back in his dark room, Hyrule is watching a live news stream. A player from the top-ranked Hydra Guild is making a major announcement. They are officially entering the final chapter of that very sane quest. Hyrule just sits there, staring blankly at the screen, a half-empty mug in his hand. His triumphant joy vanishes, replaced by utter despair. "Jackpot, my foot," he whimpers, tears of frustration rolling down his cheeks. He collapses onto his desk, his mind reeling. Someone is already at the final chapter? If he tries to jump in now, he won't get anything. "What a waste," he groans. He sighs, feeling completely defeated. Maybe he should just give up and aim for the next main quest. But then, a thought sparks in the darkness of his mind. Wait. His eyes snap open. Maybe this is actually an opportunity. He shoots up in his chair, his expression shifting from despair to intense focus. A brilliant idea is forming. He realizes that right now, the entire world is focused on this one quest. The hype is massive. So what if a video related to that same quest got released right now? A video of him, a low-level player, soloing a corrupted boss from the questline. The views would be insane. Visions of fame and fortune dance in his head. His eyes glow with a greedy red light. This is his chance. Good thing I recorded all my gameplay, he thinks, already typing furiously on his keyboard. I'll have it edited and uploaded straight to WTube. But he knows editing is key. He can't just leave it to anyone. A sly smile spreads across his face. Then, I guess it has to be that person. He thinks back to his past life, remembering the one person who was known as the God of Editing. He pulls out his phone and sends a message. Across the city, in a messy room filled with takeout containers, a pink-haired girl named Romany slurps noodles while scrolling through her phone. She sees the message. A dungeon-clear video editing request from a level 15 player named Hyrule. She scoffs. What kind of great video is a level 15 going to make? She assumes it's just some rich newbie trying to show off, but she opens the file anyway. As she watches, she freezes. Her noodles are forgotten, her body rigid. Her eyes widen behind her glasses, her mouth slightly agape. "I found it," she whispers in awe. Her entire demeanor changes. Her eyes sparkle with inspiration. A huge, excited grin on her face. "MYMUs," she exclaims. This is Romini, the freelance video editor nicknamed Hellmouth, and she has just found her masterpiece. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building overlooking the glittering city at night, a woman in a red silk robe stands by the window, holding a tablet. "Executive," a voice calls from behind her. Her assistant rushes in. "You called for me?" he asks. She doesn't turn, simply stating, "A video related to Count Corruption just went up." "It's interesting," she says, her voice cold and even. A level 15 soloed a corrupted werewolf. The assistant looks flustered, taking the tablet she offers. That video. Our team checked it too," he says, regaining his composure. "But the werewolf's level is low, so there's no need to pay it any mind." But she cuts him off. "I like it." A single chilling thought forms in her mind. "I want that." A small, cruel smile plays on her lips. Her command is absolute. "Bring that to me." She finally turns, her gaze sharp and predatory. This is H.E. Soleon, the #1 rising star in the business world, successor to the powerful Thunder Group. and in the world of Warlord, she is known as the Queen of Thunder. Siri, Hirkan's greatest enemy, has just set her sights on him. The next morning, Hirkan wakes up, checks his phone, and his eyes go wide. "What?" he mutters, running a hand through his hair in shock. He's looking at the view count on his new video. He just uploaded it yesterday, and the numbers are already staggering. He zooms in, his eyes fixed on the subscriber and view count. He's already got over 200 subscribers. And the views. It's already at 6,000, he thinks, completely stunned. A manic grin spreads across his face. He remembers that in his past life, it took him months to get this many views. The timing was perfect. He sees a message from Romeni, his editor. "Did you check the view count?" she asks. He starts to reply, but another thought hits him. He realizes that Romeni, the legendary god of editing, reached out to him first. That's completely out of character for her. Normally, she doesn't reach out to people first, he thinks, a bit confused by her forwardness. He reads her messages. She's boasting about how great she is, but admits it's because he provided such good material. She even sends him a cheesy sticker of red roses. Harkin cringes. I kind of want to block him, he thinks, wondering if she's some kind of old-school game addict. Romeni's next message cuts through his thoughts. "So, when can you get me the next video?" she asks eagerly. Hirkan slumps back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. "I'm wondering that too," he replies. He knows he has a problem. Finding another monster like the corrupted werewolf is practically impossible. This is why people usually don't start making videos until they're at least level 50. But what can I do? He wonders, feeling the pressure. He has to keep the momentum going. He presses a button on his chair. The system begins connecting him to Warlord. He has to strike while the iron is hot. His VR helmet powers on, his eyes glowing with determination. "Connect," he commands, diving back into the game. Elsewhere, a man in magnificent red and gold armor is watching a video on his phone. It's Hirkan of Haho Mask, huh? He murmurs. His movements are impressive, he says with a smile. It's none other than the legendary warrior, Mathador Shev. He narrows his eyes, a strange feeling of familiarity washing over him. He looks oddly familiar. I wonder if I've met him before. Just then, a voice calls out, "Who looks familiar?" A stunning woman with fiery red hair and a confident stride walks up to him. This is Yell, a high-ranking member of his guild, the Red Bulls. "I'm talking about Hirkan from Haho Mask," he explains. Yell sighs, unimpressed. "Him again? It'd be stranger if he didn't look familiar. You watch him so much." Mathador chuckles sheepishly, but his expression turns serious again. But he gets incredibly animated, his eyes wide with excitement. He explains that Warlord feels so real that most first-timers are timid, but not Hirkan. And the way he trained his summon, it's on a completely different level. Yell sighs, a playful but exasperated look on her face. "I wonder what it'd be like to fight him," Mathador says dreamily, but Yell cuts him off with a firm stop. She grabs him by the arm and starts dragging him away. "Get back inside if you're just going to blabber. We're going live in 5 minutes. He flashes her a charming wink and finger guns. "I always appreciate you. You know that, right?" Yell just folds her arms, unimpressed. "If you do, then just do well on today's live stream." The scene shifts to a massive stadium where a crowd is roaring. Over 200,000 people have bought tickets. They're all here to see him. The leader of the Red Bulls. The man ranked 9th in Warlord, Mathador Shev. He stands before his guild, the crowd's adoration washing over them. A system announces that a dungeon gate is spawning and a countdown begins. As the countdown continues, Mathador and his guild prepare to enter. The numbers tick down. 2. Mathador's eyes narrow with focus. "All members," he begins. 1. He draws his weapon, his voice booming across the stadium. "Prepare for battle." Meanwhile, Hirkan has arrived at the Raiders Association in Figus Castle, hoping to find a decent quest. But after searching the quest board, his face falls. It's not here. "There are no good quests here," he groans, slamming his head onto a table in frustration. He expected the options to be limited, but not this bad. The available quests are things like weed control and finding a lost dog. "Damn you, beginner town," he curses. He realizes he'll have to put making more videos on hold for now. He sighs, feeling his plans grinding to a halt. Just then, a voice interrupts him. "I knew it. You're the one who cleared the Baima Mountain dungeon." Hirkan looks up, startled. He instantly recognizes the man. It's the elderly NPC from before. The man introduces himself as Ho-Tan. "Do you have a moment?" Ho-Tan leads him to a private room. "I heard all about it," he says. "You found a mutant in the cave of Baima Mountain." Hirkan is confused. He doesn't remember a quest like that. Then he recalls the boss. "I did see a werewolf with strange eyes." Ho-Tan nods gravely. "As I thought. There's a high chance you encountered a monster exposed to the power of the Corrupt One." Hirkan's face pales. "The Corrupt One?" Ho-Tan explains that no one knows who or what it is, but its power is causing monsters to go on rampages. That's why the Raiders Association put a bounty on. Before he can finish, Hirkan grabs his arm. "I would like to assist in capturing that lovely, evil bastard with everything I've got," Hirkan declares, his face a bizarre mix of seriousness and blushing excitement. Inside, he's screaming with joy. "It's a hidden quest." Ho-Tan tries to temper his enthusiasm. "I think it's too early for you to go against." But Hirkan cuts him off. "I'll be fine. Thank you." Ho-Tan chuckles, amused. "If that's the case, I'll give you a chance." He then gives him a new lead. "There is a person named Ahimbri at Bangsu Castle." Hirkan's eyes widen at the name. "He will be able to teach you," Ho-Tan says. "I will write you a letter of recommendation." A glowing letter materializes in front of Hirkan. He receives the quest item Teachings of Ahimbri. The objective is to find Ahimbri and show him the letter. The reward is a skill book. Hirkan can barely contain himself, a wide, trembling grin spreading across his face. "Yas!" he screams, startling everyone else in the building. He clenches his fist, his mind racing. Is this real? Did I really just get a quest to become Ahimbri's student? He knows exactly who Ahimbri is. He's one of the 7 disciples of the great mage Bokhan, an NPC that all mages dream of meeting because he provides the most rare and powerful skill books. He is a very, very important NPC. He figures he got this incredible opportunity because his promising rookie title overlapped with the main quest. He quickly starts running. If he does this well, he won't have to worry about video material ever again. He sprints out of the town, his path now clear. But he suddenly stops. "Wait." A sly grin appears on his face. "I almost forgot there was something I had to take care of first." He heads to a quiet clearing in the woods. Standing alone among the trees, he gets ready. He raises his hands, a turquoise aura flaring. "Skeleton fragment," he chants, and 2 spectral skulls fly from his hands. The skulls hit the ground and begin to form. Hirkan remembers his rewards. "I haven't taken a look at my loot from the last battle. First, I'll use the werewolf's skull," he says, holding the glowing blue item. A system window asks if he wants to use the skull to strengthen his skeleton warrior. He confirms without hesitation. The skull absorbs into his original skeleton, which lets out a happy yelp. A notification confirms the upgrade. Its toughness has increased. "Now, the necklace of the corrupted tracker," he says, holding up the powerful artifact. A purple aura radiates from it as he gives the command to equip. The necklace flashes brightly as it settles around his neck. System messages confirm the incredible stat boost. "Great," he says, feeling the surge of new power. "That's all the prep work done." His original skeleton looks at him, tilting its head in confusion. Hirkan holds up his hands again, focusing his energy. Skeleton fragment. He summons 2 more spectral skulls, launching them into the clearing. The skulls erupt in a brilliant flash of blue light. 2 new skeletons materialize, standing beside his original one, who looks on in shock. The first skeleton stares at its 2 new companions, utterly bewildered. Hirkan puts his hand on his original skeleton's shoulder. "From now on, the 3 of you will fight as a unit," he declares. "Get along with each other." But his original skeleton throws its head back and lets out a silent, horrified scream. It clearly does not want to share its master. Hirkan ignores the tantrum, already thinking ahead. His journey to find Ahimbri and his path to power has officially begun. Now on the path to find the great mage Ahimbri, Hirkan and his new 3-skeleton army begin their training. Their first opponent is a level 25 forest bear, which lets out a ferocious roar. The bear, a hulking mass of moss and fur, swings its massive paws with incredible force. Hirkan barely manages to command his skeletons while dodging the brutal attacks himself. The bear raises its claw for another strike, its red eyes locked on its target. Hirkan cries out as he narrowly avoids the swipe, putting himself in danger to draw the monster's attention. With a smug grin, he signals his skeletons. Got its attention, now, he thinks, expecting a coordinated attack. One of his skeletons leaps into the air, ready to strike. But as the skeleton descends, its eyes go wide with panic. The bear turns and effortlessly swats it out of the air, sending its bones scattering across the forest floor. Hirkan facepalms in pure frustration. You think such a predictable attack would work? He yells at the pile of bones. You need to hit its blind spot. Next, he barks, sending in the second skeleton. It flies towards the bear, sword ready. It follows the exact same failed path as the first one, leaping high into the air. And the result is exactly the same. The bear smacks it down with ease. Hirkan's face contorts in rage. Hey, he screams. I told you to come in from its blind spot. Why are you doing the exact same thing? He roars. He stomps his foot in frustration. Seriously, so frustrating. But then, his last skeleton, the original one, poses heroically, a sparkle of understanding in its glowing eyes. Hirkan is stunned into silence. Huh? That one. His original skeleton leaps into the air, but its movements are different. It's not just a simple attack. Don't tell me, Hirkan thinks, a flicker of hope in his eyes. The skeleton has a confident, almost smug look on its face. It understands. It perfectly executes the strategy. Hirkan clutches his face, a look of pure agony on his face. He screams, his voice echoing through the forest, startling a flock of birds. The two new skeletons reassemble, looking guilty and covering their faces. Hirkan glares at them. Do you guys even have brains? He snaps. Well, I guess you don't. Just put your heads back on. He tries to explain basic strategy, pointing out that monsters obviously turn towards their attacker. He even draws a diagram in the dirt. That's why you need to come in from their blind spot. What happens if you just charge in from the front? The three skeletons just stare at him with blank, tilted heads, completely confused. Hirkan gives up. Never mind, this is just pissing me off. He runs a hand through his hair, exhausted. It's great that he can summon 3 skeletons now thanks to his new necklace, but the problem is they can't work together. The 2 new skeletons are just copying what they see, which in this case was the first failed attack. He realizes they all share whatever he's taught one of them before. So when he commands them to attack, they all try to do the same thing. They don't know how to work together. Because they haven't learned how to fight as a team, they simply don't know how to do it. He groans, pulling at his hair. They cost triple the mana, but they're even worse than before. Finally, he just sighs. Whatever. I reached level 20 like I wanted. I guess I can't make fighting videos for a while. Get up, he orders his bumbling trio. We're training until we reach Bangsu Castle. He complains to himself. And here I thought I could just sit back and relax like a proper necromancer. A tired, resigned smile appears on his face. I guess I can't avoid being on the front lines. After what feels like an eternity of painful training, they finally make it through the forest. They arrive at the Raiders Association in Bangsu Castle. The place is a chaotic scene of players looking for quests and parties. Suddenly, a player comes running out of the building. He's out, someone screams, and chaos erupts. The player is instantly mobbed by a desperate crowd. Get him! What quest did you get? They shout. Hirkan, cloaked and inconspicuous, watches from a distance. They're just like hyenas, he observes. He pulls his hood down, hiding his face. I guess you can find them anywhere. He thinks about how these players don't even try to work hard, just leeching off of others' success. Just then, a slimy-looking player sidles up to him. Hey, if you have any good quests? Hirkan shoves him away with a cold. He knows he can't let anyone find out about his Ahimbri quest. He quickly makes his way through the crowd, heading for the stairs. He approaches the guard and presents the letter. I have a recommendation from Hotan. The guard inspects it. Confirmed. Please go up. The crowd below gawks in disbelief. I'm in his party. Let me up, someone yells. Hirkan glances back with a smirk. No, you're not. He walks up the stairs, leaving the chaos behind. I wonder what kind of reward Ahimbri has for me. Must be something good since it's a hidden quest. He reaches a heavy wooden door, a greedy smile on his face. He knows he needs to form a long-lasting relationship with this NPC. He knocks, he opens the door, and is immediately taken aback. Wow. The room is an absolute disaster, overflowing with teetering stacks of books and scrolls. It's so messy. A voice calls out from behind a mountain of books. "Who are you?" A man emerges. He's surprisingly handsome and well-dressed despite the chaos around him. "I don't remember having an appointment." This is the legendary mage, Ahimbri. Hirkan is shocked. Has Ahimbri always been this kind of character? He remembers him being much more dignified. He quickly recovers, takes off his mask, and presents the letter. "My name is Hirkan. I've come with Hotan's recommendation." Ahimbri looks him over. "Oh-ho, you look like a black mage trainee. You must be quite skilled for your level." Hirkan plays it cool. "I was just lucky," he says, though he's thinking, "It doesn't matter, as long as I get the reward." "I see," Ahimbri says. "Here are the promised rewards." A purple light glows in Ahimbri's hand as he materializes the skill books. 2 system windows appear. He's received the skill books for Bone Armor and Madness Helm. Hirkan holds the 2 glowing books, his eyes wide. "2? And they both look super rare," he thinks, ecstatic. He begins to thank him, but Ahimbri cuts him off. "Then our business here is done." A final window pops up. The quest has been completed. Ahimbri turns his back, already walking away. "Take care on your way back." Hirkan panics. "What? The quest ended so quickly? You have to give me the next one." "I didn't go through all this for just a couple of skills," he thinks desperately. He runs after him. "Sir," he reaches out, grabbing Ahimbri's arm. "I'll do anything, so please give me a—" Ahimbri stops and turns, a strange look on his face as he clasps Hirkan's hand. "You'll do anything?" he asks, his voice smooth. A creepy, calculating grin spreads across Ahimbri's face. "Thank you so much," he says, his grip tightening. Hirkan realizes he's fallen into a trap. A new quest window appears, Egg of the Nest. The objective is to retrieve an egg from a place called the Nest. And the reward? Nothing. He got me!" Hirkan screams internally, his face a mask of horror. He's been completely played. Meanwhile, back in the bustling town, a new player arrives. He's clad in sleek, intimidating silver armor, drawing stares from everyone. "Isn't that gear super expensive?" someone whispers. The mysterious player walks through the town with a clear purpose. His glowing green eyes scan the area until they lock onto the Raiders Association building. That's the place where Haho Mask is. An agent from the Stormhunter Guild has arrived, and he's here for Hirkan. The door to Ahimbri's study shuts, leaving Hirkan standing alone in the hallway, completely dumbfounded. A single tear of pure disbelief rolls down his cheek. So it's possible to be scammed by an NPC, he thinks, his face a perfect picture of betrayal. He clenches his fist in frustration. He thought he'd get a quest related to the main storyline. So what is this Egg of the Nest quest? And to make matters worse, there isn't even a reward. "Do I really need to do this?" he groans to himself. But before he can even process his frustration, a voice cuts through his thoughts. "Do what?" Another player leans in, his eyes wide with greed. "A quest?" Hirkan's head snaps up, his expression turning cold. Suddenly he's swarmed by a desperate mob of players grabbing at him. "This guy got a quest! Get him!" they yell. He's completely surrounded, and a look of panic flashes across his face. "Damn it, I forgot about these guys. What should he do?" His eyes narrow. "Should I just kill them?" he wonders. It would be easy. But then a calm, authoritative voice cuts through the chaos. "Move." A figure in sleek, full-plate armor appears, effortlessly shoving the mob aside. Hirkan looks up from the floor at the imposing figure standing over him. "Do you have a moment?" the armored man asks. He leans in closer, his presence overwhelming. "I would like to talk. Somewhere quiet." Hirkan is on high alert. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple. Who the hell is this guy? The man tries to help him up, but Hirkan slaps his hand away. The knight's glowing green eye seems to pierce through him. "Mr. Haho Mask," he says, his voice low. Hirkan freezes. This guy knows his alias. The knight leads him to a quiet alleyway. He turns to Hirkan. "I apologize for troubling you." He deactivates his helmet, revealing his face. "I felt we wouldn't be able to talk properly with people around us." The man has sharp features and glasses, looking more like a scholar than a knight. Hirkan is completely baffled. He quickly analyzes the situation. From the gear alone, this guy has to be a ranker, but Hirkan can't recall him from his past. Who is he, and how does he know who I am, he wonders as the man confirms his identity. You are Haho Mask, aren't you? Hirkan's mind races. In these situations, he needs to pretend he doesn't know anything. Who is this Haho Mask you've been talking about? Hirkan asks, playing dumb. The man looks confused. Hirkan continues. I followed you because you wanted to talk, but who the hell is Haho Mask? The man pushes up his glasses, looking flustered. Didn't you just get a quest? From an NPC named Ahimbri. Hirkan gets in his face, his voice dripping with aggression. Who are you, and why should I share information with you? You dragging me out here already pisses me off. Are you looking for a fight? Then put your account on the line and just kill me, he challenges. He doesn't know who this guy is, but he has a plan. All he needs to do is pretend he doesn't know. What's his next move? The armored man stares at him, silent for a long moment. He clenches his gauntleted fist. Then he surprisingly bows his head. It seems I've made a mistake. I apologize. Hirkan watches him, a faint, victorious smirk on his face. But as the man turns to leave, he grabs Hirkan's arm in a lightning-fast move. You're scared? He taunts. He lets go and walks away. I'm only letting you slide this once, he says over his shoulder, muttering, some pathetic jerk looking for a fight. The man disappears down the alley. He remains silent for a moment, processing what just happened. His partner, a female assassin, appears from the shadows. I don't think that's him, he says. One thing is certain, he's not a skilled player. He explains his reasoning. If you've played Warlord for some time, you'd know better than to carelessly reach out your arm with the Warwatch. His attempt to grab Hirkan's arm was a test, and Hirkan passed by reacting aggressively instead of protecting his watch. The assassin asks if they really need to keep watching Ahimbri, noting that the Corrupt Count quest is almost over. But the night is certain. That Egg of the Nest quest is the main quest, he insists, a determined look in his eyes. We shouldn't take unnecessary risks. The assassin sighs. Ugh. Then, on getting back in position, she vanishes into the shadows. I'll see you later. From a window above, Hirkan watches them leave. There are two of them, he thinks, realizing the scope of who he's up against. He pieces it together. They're definitely part of an organization. But if they were a regular guild, they would have tried to make a deal with him. They're not average players, testing him like that. He narrows his eyes, a cold look on his face. Just, who the hell are those guys? Hirkan leaves the town, heading into the wilderness, his mind buzzing with this new threat. He sits on a log, flanked by his two skeletons, lost in thought. One thing's for certain, though. There's something more to the nest egg quest he got. The pieces of the puzzle start to connect in his mind. They probably saw his video. They knew that Haho Mask would be the one to receive the follow-up quest from Ahimbri, and since they let him go so easily, it means they don't care who Haho Mask is. They only care about the quest itself. He leans back, sighing. I don't know what's up with the quest, but if I continue like this, I'm bound to keep running into them. This means he can't upload any videos for a while if he wants to avoid them. A crazed, frustrated smile twists his face. Why do crazy people keep ruining my life? Che Solian, his ultimate nemesis, is already too much to handle, and now he has a new, unknown group of hunters on his tail. Speaking of Sire, we see her in her luxurious room. Her secretary, Park Suji, approaches her nervously. Good work, ma'am. Sire has just finished the guild entrance exam in her personal VR pod. How was it? Suji asks, trembling. Sir takes the bottle of water from her. They were all trash. She takes a gulp, her eyes burning with frustration. How could not a single one of them be useful? Suji is terrified. Siri changes the subject. Any updates from the Haho Mask I mentioned last time? Suji looks nervous. The person who uploaded the video. They seem to have entered another guild, since they haven't responded yet. Sure crushes the towel in her hand, her knuckles white. Another guild, she seethes, her face contorting with rage. The pressure is so intense, Suji lets out a terrified squeak. Of course not. I'll look into it again. Suji scrambles away. Sierra calls after her. Come back when you know for certain. Sierra leans back, a thoughtful look on her face. Suji nervously asks, what did the president say? He hasn't said anything yet, she stammers. Sure smirks. He's not saying anything because Warlord is doing so well. She reveals that her father, the president, tried to force her into an arranged marriage when she first started playing. Now, the game's success is her shield. Suji is in awe of her. Siri gives a new command. Get a new set of applicants and report back to me by tomorrow morning. Suji's soul practically leaves her body. Tomorrow morning? That's too soon. She scrambles out of the room before her boss can get any angrier. Once she's gone, Suji mutters to herself, she has such a bad personality. Back in the game, Hirkan wades through murky water. It's been a while since I last came here. He and his 3 skeletons have arrived at the lizard swamp. He knows Ahimbri is in Bongsu Castle, so the quest location has to be somewhere in this region. And since the quest was related to finding an egg, it had to be a bird, reptile, or insect-type monster. After narrowing down the places he could go at his current level, the lizard swamp was the only logical choice. Skeleton, come here, he commands his original minion. The monsters here are high level, so I should probably use the enhancement skill I learned last time. He brings up the skill window for Madness Helm. To use it, he has to draw an engraving on the target's head and cast a spell. He begins the incantation. Helm on. A red, glowing rune appears on the skeleton's forehead. A violent surge of red energy erupts from the skeleton, swirling around it. This is sick! Hirkan exclaims, impressed. The skeleton's eyes glow a menacing red, and small horns have even sprouted from its skull. It lets out a low growl. Okay, we need to test it, so come attack me, he orders. He remembers the instructions to draw an engraving and cast a spell, but he seems to have forgotten the most important part of the skill's description. There is a chance the summon loses its sanity. Time for a test run. He orders the newly powered-up skeleton to attack him, but all he gets back is a low growl. Suddenly, the skeleton lets out a blood-curdling roar and lunges straight for its master. Hirkan's eyes widen for a split second. This thing wasn't listening at all. But his experience kicks in. He easily sidesteps the wild attack and lands a clean punch to the side of its skull. The skeleton's head flies clean off, landing in the swamp with a splash as its body crumbles. The other 2 skeletons just stand there, motionless. Hirkan is furious. He glares down at the twitching remains, his anger so intense that the other skeletons begin to tremble. He pinches the bridge of his nose, trying to figure out what just happened. Was it some kind of bug? He glances at his other skeletons, wondering if he just got scammed on a faulty skill. Just then, the swamp water starts to bubble, and a group of menacing, red-eyed lizard men crawl out from the muck. But instead of being worried, a slow, confident grin spreads across Hirkan's face. Perfect timing. He activates both of his new skills, empowering his 2 remaining skeletons with both the helm and the bone armor. A shockwave of red energy explodes from them. Jagged bone armor encases their bodies, and they let out a unified, terrifying roar. The lizardmen screech, clearly shaken by this sudden and menacing transformation. With a simple point forward, Hirkan sends his demonic warriors charging into battle. It's an absolute slaughter. The buffed skeletons tear through the lizardmen like they're made of paper. One sinks its fangs into a lizardman's neck, while another winds up for a devastating blow. The battle is over in the blink of an eye. A flood of notifications fills his vision. His skeletons have gained a massive amount of experience, leveling up twice in one go. Hirkan can't hide his glee. This is working out even better than he'd hoped. He lays out the new plan for his minions. They'll hunt monsters for a week, searching for the quest egg, and move on if they have to. With a new sense of purpose, he leads his army deeper into the swamp. But he's not alone. A pair of eyes watches him from the bushes. The watcher is a beautiful woman, with long black hair, a smirk playing on her lips. Her name is Ilya, and in her own mind, she's a top-tier beauty who deserves the world. She imagines herself on a throne, surrounded by adoring slaves who will do anything for her. Life has always been easy. A simple, troubled look is all it takes to get others to do her bidding. But her self-absorbed daydream is cut short when she trips and faceplants right into a muddy puddle. She lies there for a moment, completely stunned. She pulls her now muck-covered face from the grime, letting out a scream of pure frustration at this disgusting place. She silently complains about the slaves who brought her here to help her level up, some creep who was completely smitten with her. But he died almost immediately, leaving her stranded and alone. The monsters are too strong. The swamp is disgusting. She's looking for a new fool to trick when her eyes land on Hirkan. A wicked idea forms, and a smile spreads across her face. She's found her new slave. She lets out a piercing shriek for attention. Then the performance begins. She conjures illusions of herself to look like she's surrounded, crying out for help. Putting on her most pitiful expression, she whines about her leg being hurt by the so-called monsters. She's sure it's a flawless act. After all, who could resist a beautiful lady in such pain? He has to help her, right? But Hirkin and his skeletons walk right past her without even a second glance. Ilya is left frozen, her face a mask of disbelief and pure rage. He's just leaving? How could he ignore a top-tier beauty like her? She scrambles after him, calling out his name, but Hirkan just dismisses her as another crazy player. Her face twists into an ugly sneer. Her pride is completely shattered. She bites her lip so hard it bleeds, her eyes going white with pure fury. How dare he ignore her? Meanwhile, Hirkan is trying to focus on the hunt against another group of lizardmen. He lets out a tired sigh. This woman is so annoying. He can still hear her pathetic crying in the background. He was hoping she'd just give up and go away. But she's relentless, a constant, irritating distraction. Hirkan's patience finally snaps. He thinks of all the leechers and scammers he's dealt with, the faces of his past betrayers flashing in his mind. He decides it's faster to just deal with her. He turns and asks what she needs help with, startling her mid-act. She quickly recovers, claiming she dropped her sword in the swamp. Hirkan's reply is cold. He'll help, but she needs to get lost right after. She eagerly agrees, overjoyed that her plan seems to be working. A sinister, triumphant grin spreads across her face. She thinks she's got him right where she wants him. Hirkan walks over to the murky water and points. There it is. As she starts her fake thank yous, Hirkan cuts her off, reminding her of her promise to disappear once he gets it for her. He turns to his minions and orders them to go get it. The three skeletons awkwardly fumble with the sword in the murky water, pushing each other out of the way. Ilya continues her act, but her eyes are gleaming with malice. She thinks about a common saying in Warlord, that necromancers are nothing without their summons. With his back turned and his minions busy, she sees her opening. She draws a crystal dagger, her face twisting with evil. Her entire body flares with a red aura as she hisses, enraged that he dared to ignore her. She lunges, screaming, "Die!" But Hirkan isn't surprised at all. With a bored smirk, he turns just enough to say, "Too slow." What? Ilya is shocked. Before she can react, Hirkan grabs her by the neck. In one fluid motion, he spins and effortlessly flings her into the swamp. A huge splash of green water erupts as she lands hard. She surfaces, sputtering and absolutely furious, screaming at him. She threatens him with her non-existent bodyguards, claiming they could destroy him in an instant. Hirkan just laughs and points behind her. Confused, she turns to look, and finds herself face to face with a horde of lizardmen rising from the depths, their red eyes glowing. As she screams in terror, Hirkan calls out, telling her she needs to be a lot better at scamming if she wants to fool him. He sticks out his tongue and pulls down his eyelid, mocking her openly. He saw through her pathetic act from the very beginning. Idiot. He's had enough of being used and betrayed. His expression turns cold and serious. He has no time to waste on people like her. Turning his back on her screams, he orders his skeletons to move out. As they walk away, his original skeleton cheekily mimics Ilya's damsel in distress pose, a little heart floating above its head. Hirkan is not amused. "Stop learning weird things," he scolds. "I'll kill you." The skeleton immediately slumps over, dejected. A system message pops up. Player Ilya has died. Hirkan is pleasantly surprised to see he got points for it, even though he didn't land the final blow. Lucky him. He scoffs at her empty threats. Bodyguards? Yeah, right. He bets his life that someone like her has no bodyguards. And he's right. Her only bodyguards are her deluded fans watching his videos from afar, completely unaware of her fate. Days have passed inside the murky, treacherous lizard swamp. A player, exhausted and covered in blood, pants for breath. He's one of the many who have been hunting Hirkan. Hirkan stands over him, sword at his throat, flanked by his skeleton guards. The player gasps out a curse, vowing to avenge the honor of his precious Ms. Ilya. Hirkan just looked down, his expression one of pure, unfiltered annoyance. He decides to ask him just one thing. Why? Why go this far for her? It's not like he's getting paid. Does he honestly think she'll go out with him if he gets revenge? Why is he so obsessed with a woman he only met in a game? A creepy, blood-soaked grin spreads across the player's face. The sheer delusion of it all makes Hirkan burst out laughing. With eyes shaped like hearts, the fanboy screams his passionate confession to the world. Because I love her. Hirkan is so completely baffled by the display that he just raises his sword and puts the man out of his misery. He stares at the spot where the player disappeared, his face a mask of utter disbelief. What a joke. He can't help but think back to the woman who started this whole mess, that strange, manipulative player from before. She had tried so desperately to trick him with that pathetic damsel in distress act. So he did what he had to do. He threw her into the swamp and let the monsters handle the rest. And he never imagined that her threat about having bodyguards would actually turn out to be true. He pictures her now, crying crocodile tears to her massive online audience, painting herself as the victim. She spun a sob story about how she just asked for help, and the evil necromancer attacked her for no reason, stoking the rage of her loyal fans. And thanks to that, there you are. Ilya's enemy. Another one of her rabid fans has found him. Hirkan realized that running into these crazed fanatics had become a daily routine. He runs a hand through his hair, a frustrated grin on his face. He's already stressed about his quest, and now he has a mob of lunatics chasing him. He wonders if he should just find that woman and kill her for real this time, but decides against it. Crouching down, he loots the body of the fanboy he just killed. And the loot is incredible. Over 5,000 gold, some decent boots, and a rare item. The Necklace of Promise. Hirkan's eyes go wide. The Necklace of Promise. Isn't that a super rare item worth a small fortune in real-world money? His entire attitude shifts in an instant. Suddenly, love is a wonderful thing. He throws his arms up in mock praise. Thank you, you magnificent love-sick idiots. He's busy polishing his valuable new necklace when another fanboy spots him. As the player shouts, Hirkan just thinks to himself that he can finally afford a fancy dinner. He turns to the newcomer with a wide, welcoming grin. Yes, I'm the trash that killed Ilya. Welcome, every. His voice trails off. This time, it's not just one. A whole party emerges from the woods. Then another party, and another. There are dozens of them. As they roar for his head, Hirkan's face falls. Just how many of them are there? He can't believe it. Are there really this many people obsessed with that one woman? Sweat beads on his forehead. This is bad. He has no choice. He sends his skeletons out as a distraction and makes a run for it. The fanboys give chase, noting his skeleton summons just as they'd heard. One of them prepares to use a skill. He screams, "The power of love!" as a pink, sparkly aura surrounds him. Hirkan can only stare in disbelief. That's not even a real skill. His skeleton is instantly destroyed. He realizes he's in deep trouble. They're higher level than him, and there are far too many to fight head-on. "You're all dead once I level up," he yells, using a skill to launch himself away and retreat. "He's getting away. Chase him!" The fanboys shout, not giving up. Hirkan leans against a tree, panting, trying to catch his breath. These guys are persistent. It's hard to shake them when he's underleveled. For now, he just has to keep moving. He forces himself to run again, his lungs burning. Wait a second. He stops, looking around at his surroundings. Where is he? He's run into a part of the swamp he doesn't recognize at all. This place feels different, darker. He's been searching the area for days, but he's never seen a black swamp like this before. He thinks for a moment, putting the pieces together, and then a slow, cunning smile spreads across his face. This has to be it. Meanwhile, the fan club is still desperately searching for him. "Over there," one of them shouts, pointing. I see one of his skeletons, but as they approach, the skeleton is suddenly bathed in a pink, sparkly light, and begins dancing under a phantom disco ball. The fanboys just stop, completely bewildered by the ridiculous sight. One of them rages, furious that Hirkan would dare insult them like this on top of hurting their goddess. "I won't forgive you," he screams, charging at the dancing skeletons. But as he gets closer, a massive, shadowy creature rises from the ground behind them. He stammers in terror. What the hell is that?" A huge reptilian claw snatches him, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The other fanboys stare up in horror. That's a dragon lizard, the massive, level 40 boss monster of the lizard swamp. Hirkan watches from the shadows. He had never considered that the nest from his quest, would be the nest of the dragon lizard itself. A bead of sweat runs down his face. This is far more dangerous than he ever could have imagined. The dragon lizard is a monster with overwhelming defense, health, and attack power. It takes a party of 20 level 40 players to even have a chance of taking it down. From his past life, Hyrcan knows this boss was already defeated. It shouldn't even be here. However, he also knows that if someone with a related quest enters the area, a quest like his, Egg of the Nest, the boss monster will respawn. Respawning is the system that brings monsters back after a certain amount of time has passed. In other words, the fact that the dragon lizard is here means that this is the exact location for Ahimbri's quest. He sits behind a tree, processing the insane difficulty. So Ahimbri sent me, a level 20 player, to defeat that thing and bring back its egg? That old scammer. The sheer nerve of it makes Hyrcan clench his fist, wishing he could punch that smug mage right in the face. But then a new plan begins to form in his mind. Luckily for him, he managed to gather some very dedicated teammates to help out. The fanboys are panicking, screaming that the dragon lizard is too strong and they need to retreat. But Hyrcan sends his buffed skeletons to block their only escape route. They're trapped. One of them yells that they just need to force their way through the skeletons. But as they fight, the dragon lizard's massive tail whips around, sending players flying. While the fan club is completely distracted, fighting for their lives, Hyrcan makes his move. One of them spots him and shouts that he's running away. Hyrcan gives them a parting salute. "Thanks, teammates. I'll never forget your sacrifice. They're the perfect bait. And now, it's time for a good old-fashioned nest robbery." He dashes towards the massive, now unguarded structure. He slashes through the tough outer wall of the nest. He slips inside with a triumphant grin. But once inside, his smile vanishes. "What? The egg, it's not here. The nest is empty. This can't be right." He frantically searches the nest, his panic rising. It has to be here somewhere. Finally, his hands close around something solid. It's a large, stone-like object with a faint purple rune glowing on its surface. He holds it up, examining it closely. He found the most suspicious-looking thing he could, but it looks a lot more like a stone than an egg. Then again, there's nothing else in here that even remotely resembles an egg. A system message pops up. One of his skeletons has been destroyed. The fan club is breaking through his blockade. He knows what that means. The dragon lizard must have sensed an intruder. His time is up. Just then, the massive head of the dragon lizard appears over the edge of the nest. It lets out a furious screech, having found the thief. Hyrcan clutches the stone egg and dives for cover. He narrowly escapes the beast's attack. That was too close. Now that the dragon lizard is back, he can't risk searching the nest again. If that's the case, then he has no choice. He clutches the stone tightly. He has to take this with him and hope it's the right item. He looks at his quest log one more time. Egg of the nest. Bring back the egg. No reward. He's betting everything on this one strange stone. As the lone survivor struggles to his feet, a boot stomps down right beside him. He looks up, and his worst nightmare is standing over him. It's Hyrcan. He kneels, his face hidden in shadow, but you can almost hear the cruel smirk in his voice as he says, "Yo." He thinks to himself that Warlord is a fascinating game. The freedom it gives players allows all sorts of freaks to run wild, and right now, he knows he's one of them. Hyrcan pulls out a weapon, not to kill the guy, but to send a message. The survivor, one of Ilya's so-called bodyguards, can only look on in pure terror. With a sharp crack, Hyrcan slams the weapon into the ground just inches from the man's head, sending splinters of earth flying. He leans in close, his voice low and dangerous, and makes it clear that he's done playing games. He tells the man that, unlike them, he has a lot on the line in this game. His eyes narrow, filled with a chilling intensity. This is their one and only warning. Next time, they won't get off so easy. With his message delivered, he knocks the guy out cold and walks away. The point has been made. He moves through the swamp, a new resolve hardening in his mind. He can't have these small-time players getting in his way. If they come after him again after this warning, it'll be an all-out war. But for now, he has other business to attend to. Because Hyrcan isn't just a fighter, he's a schemer, and it's time to make some extra cash. He pulls up his menu and makes a call to another guild, feeding them a juicy lie about spotting the dragon lizard and offering to sell its location for 100,000 gold. With his scheme in motion, Hyrcan finally arrives at his true destination. He stands before the mage Ahimbri and places the strange, stone-like egg on the table. He tells the mage he brought what he asked for, his expression tense. Hirkan can only sweat, his heart pounding. He prays this is the right item. He can't bear the thought of having to search all over again. Ahimbri picks up the stone, his eyes glowing as he examines it, drawing out the suspense. A bead of sweat rolls down Hirkan's face as he waits for the verdict. Finally, Ahimbri's lips curve into a small, knowing smile. Hirkan's eyes widen in sheer, overwhelming relief. This is exactly the item I was looking for, the mage confirms. Good work. Hirkan is ecstatic, a huge, triumphant grin spreading across his face as he pumps his fist. He did it! Ahimbri adds that he was even faster than expected. The mage admits he thought it would take much longer for a player like him. Hirkan's mood sours instantly. This NPC knew how hard the quest was and sent him anyway. Hirkan grits his teeth, trying to move things along and get the next part of the quest. But Ahimbri isn't finished. He asks Hirkan if he knows what this object truly is. Hirkan's expression turns serious. He has no idea. Ahimbri explains that this thing was always found in areas with mutated monsters, which is why he gave it a temporary name, Corruption Stone. He holds it up, the name hanging in the air with immense importance. And in that single moment, it all clicks. Hirkan flashes back to the mysterious agents from the Stormhunter Guild. A cold sweat breaks out on his face. This has to be it. This stone. This is what they were after. The Corruption Stone. It's a critical item related to the main quest, pulsing with a dark, purple energy. The Stormhunters wanted to make sure it ended up in the right hands, the hands of someone who could influence the entire game's storyline. Hirkan can't believe it. He looks back at the quest he accepted. Egg of the nest. Reward, none. He genuinely thought he was being scammed. He never, ever expected this to be the main quest. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks. This changes everything. Hirkan immediately bows his head, his voice filled with a newfound respect. Ahimbri admits he knew the quest would be too much for him, but they are facing an unknown, powerful force. He needed to test Hirkan's willpower. The mage looks at him intently and asks if he's ready to fight against the coming corruption. Willpower? He has more than enough. Hirkan clenches his fist, practically vibrating with determination. Being part of the main quest, Died, is a golden opportunity. He's overcome with excitement, ready to devote his body and soul to the cause, but Ahimbri calmly cuts him off. Not right now. Hirkan freezes, completely stunned. Ahimbri explains that Hirkan has seen how strong the monsters are, and he can't give such a dangerous quest to a beginner. Hirkan panics, thinking he's too low-level to continue. But then Ahimbri says, "However..." The mage leans forward with a ridiculously sleazy expression, suggesting that if Hirkan begs to be his disciple, he might be willing to help him train. Hirkan is left utterly speechless. A moment later, Hirkan storms out of the room, absolutely fuming. But as he leaves, a series of system windows pop up. He's completed the quest, obtained the title, Ahimbri's disciple, and received a new objective, return to Ahimbri after reaching level 40. Hirkan stares at the quest window, his mind reeling. This guy, in the background, Ahimbri mockingly calls after him. Hirkan's face is bright red with rage and embarrassment. He clenches his fist, his suspicions confirmed. This guy is a total scammer. Meanwhile, back at the lizard swamp, a monstrous roar rips through the air as the dragon lizard, engulfed in flames, finally collapses. The Bangtsu Guild, the group Hirkan tricked, celebrates their hard-won victory. The atmosphere is one of pure relief and triumph as their healer tends to the wounded. The guild members are ecstatic, congratulating their captain on finally achieving something big. The captain then turns to another figure, thanking him for his help and admitting he was even stronger than they expected. Standing before them is the helper they hired, the man in sleek silver armor from the Stormhunter Guild. He calmly replies that it was no problem. He plays the part of a humble mercenary perfectly, crediting the guild for their excellent support. The guild captain is impressed, admitting he was skeptical at first, but is now glad he hired him. Without his help, they would have lost at least 5 members. As a sign of gratitude, the captain offers him an extra bag of gold. The silver-armored man looks at the bag, stating that this wasn't part of their deal. The captain tries to explain it's a bonus, but he's cut off. His eyes narrow, a cold aura surrounding him. He does not like to violate the rules. The captain is taken aback, confused. He thought the helper was just in it for the money. He can't figure out why a high-level ranker would even bother with a low-level raid like this. Just who is this person? The silver-armored man turns to leave, announcing that he will now be taking every item from the nest, just as they promised. The guild members are puzzled. There shouldn't be anything valuable in there, but he ignores them, a confident look on his face as he heads for his real prize. He thinks to himself how lucky he is. He never thought he'd get an opportunity to find the corruption stone. He'd heard the dragon lizard respawn and put the pieces together. The Haho mask must have failed. The boss was still alive, which meant the quest item was still in the nest for the taking. He smirks. After all, defeating a boss monster isn't something a player can do with good controls alone. He's sure Hirkan failed. Now, he just needs to take the corruption stone and stop Haho Mask from ever completing the main quest. He confidently strides into the massive nest, expecting to find the precious item waiting for him. He stops. His eyes scan the area and find nothing. A single bead of sweat drips down his face as a horrifying realization dawns. It feels like a switch has been flipped in his mind. The nest is completely, utterly empty. He's been outplayed. Back in the real world, An Jae-hyun takes off his VR headset. He sits in the dark, his hands clasped together. He looks at his phone, his expression unreadable. Finally, he whispers to himself. It's time. He thinks about all the miserable days he spent struggling to get by, both in his past life and now. He kept telling himself to just hold on a little longer, that things would get better, but that ends now. He clenches his fist, a new determination in his eyes. "I'll do it," he declares. "I'll order beef." For someone as broke as him, this is the ultimate celebration. He's been saving every penny, but now that he's on the main quest, he deserves a reward. He dances around his tiny room, ecstatic. Plus, he has the extra cash from duping the Bongsu Guild. He happily logs into his bank account, ready to cash in. A huge deposit hits his account. His new balance is over 1.4 million won. For the first time in a long, long time, he feels rich. "Yeah," he cheers. "Now it's time to go get some beef." But then a notification pops up. DEBT repayment. A massive chunk of his money vanishes. Before he can react, another one. Utility bills. The financial assault continues. And another. Rent. He stares at the screen, his fortune gone in an instant. His final balance is a pathetic 8056 won. He lets out a scream of pure agony. "Stake my ass! Now I can't afford any food at all." He collapses onto the floor, utterly defeated. He works so hard, so why is he still so broke? Just then, his phone buzzes. It's a message from Romeni, his video editor, asking if he's alive and if he's quitting YouTube. He'd completely forgotten to update her on his situation. He picks up his phone and starts to type a reply, explaining that he can't make videos because some fanatics are after him. His fingers hover over the screen. But then he stops. A thought flashes through his mind, sharp and clear. Wait a minute. Does he really need to be this wary of his enemies when he's about to starve to death in the real world? What did he even do wrong? He's just an innocent gamer trying to enjoy the game. A fire ignites in his eyes. He stands, his despair burning away into furious resolve. "I don't care anymore. I'm doing my own thing." The scene cuts to a dark, chilling graveyard. Gnarled trees loom over cracked tombstones. Hirkan, back in his Haho mask, steps into a new, dangerous zone. A system message confirms it. He has entered the forest of the dead, and all around him, undead skeletons with glowing blue eyes begin to rise from their graves. This is his new path. With all caution thrown to the wind, Hirkan steps into his new hunting ground. A system message confirms his arrival. He has entered the forest of the dead. He stands tall, flanked by his two skeleton warriors. The dreary, gnarled trees of the graveyard create an eerie backdrop. It's spooky, no matter how many times he comes here. But this place is perfect. It's the best spot for him to grind experience points right now. A confident smirk plays on his lips. And with its spooky atmosphere, it's a great way to attract attention for his videos. He's thinking about his comeback and his empty wallet. "All right, we're hunting now," he announces to his skeletal crew. "But first, we have another teammate." From the shadows, a new figure emerges, a skeleton clad in a mage's robe, its eyes glowing blue. From now on, magic will be part of their strategy. This is his new skeleton mage, a gift from that old scammer Ahimbri. As its mastery increases, it'll learn more advanced spells. It's a complete game changer for his solo party. But there's a catch. It's a great skill, but it drains a ton of mana, a problem, since he's already running low. He sighs, pushing the worry aside for now. What they're hunting today is that a skeletal hand, glowing with a faint red aura, bursts from the ground. Hyken and his minions watch as it pulls itself from the earth. The new monster, a discolored skeleton, rises to its feet, shaking off the dirt. It's a level 33 skeleton, a standard mob in this area. The enemy skeleton lets out a silent, menacing scream, ready for battle. But Hirkan's own skeletons just stand there, utterly confused. They look at the new skeleton, then back at him, as if trying to figure out if this is another new friend. He turns to his motionless crew. "What are you guys doing? Go hunt it down," he orders. His lead skeleton flinches, finally snapping out of its confusion and letting out a battle cry. The enemy skeleton roars back. Hirkan knows that once they start fighting, they'll learn that undead monsters have a very specific weakness. But his skeletons are still just hiding behind tombstones, peeking out at the enemy. He facepalms. "What are you guys doing?" "Seriously, stop wasting time," he groans, his patience wearing thin. "We've got so much to do. Hurry up and fight," he yells. Finally, his skeleton crew charges forward, ready to attack. One of his skeletons brings its weapon down in a powerful slash, striking the enemy right in the skull. But the attack does nothing. The enemy skeleton just stands there, a chunk of its head missing, but otherwise completely unharmed. With a dark aura, the damage instantly regenerates. The enemy is back to normal, as if it was never hit at all. His skeleton looks on in shock. "That's right," Hirkan says. "Normal attacks won't work, which is why I have this." He summons a new weapon, a rare mage's hammer that boosts his strength. It materializes in his hand, glowing with blue energy. He leaps into the air and brings the hammer down in a devastating overhead swing, smashing the enemy skeleton with overwhelming force. A bright flash of light signals a critical hit. The enemy skeleton crumbles into a pile of bones. Hirkan stands over the remains, commenting with a satisfied smirk, "Wow, a home run." He turns back to his minions. "You see that?" He points at the pile of bones. "You need to hammer its head and—" He trails off as he sees his skeletons are still just staring blankly. "What are you guys doing?" He takes a deep breath and lays out the plan. Today's goal is to hunt down 100 skeletons in 100 minutes. It's a time attack video. He leans in, his voice dropping to a sinister whisper. "And if we don't succeed, I'm leaving you here." A wicked grin spreads across his face. That threat is all it takes. His skeletons, wide-eyed with terror and sweating phantom tears, finally spring into action. The hunt begins in earnest. Skulls fly as his minions start efficiently destroying the undead. A series of notifications pop up. Skeletons slain. Level up. Hirkan stands amidst the chaos, his minions now working like a well-oiled machine. This is great. He thought it'd take them longer to get used to a new weapon, but they're doing better than expected. This video will definitely be a success. He makes a mental note to contact his editor, Romani. Suddenly, the ground trembles. A massive, armored foot slams down, crushing a skeleton beneath it. A new, far more intimidating figure appears. It's a huge, heavily armored skeleton with glowing red eyes. A level 35 skeleton warrior. Hirkan recognizes it instantly, a rare monster that spawns randomly. And also, his hungry mind immediately makes a connection. The horns on its helmet transform into a bull's skull and then into the head of a plump, juicy cow. All thoughts of strategy are replaced by his rumbling stomach. He roars, pointing at the monster. His loyal skeletons charge forward without hesitation. As his minions fight, Hirkan is lost in a delicious daydream. Should he get a steak? Or just grill it? Beef bulgogi sounds good too. His daydream is shattered by a massive shockwave. The skeleton warrior unleashes a devastating spinning attack, sending his minions flying. The attack carves a huge gouge in the earth, a whirlwind of red and black energy. Hirkan barely dodges, his heart pounding. That was so close. He almost died before he could even do anything. He looks at the monster's weapon arm. It's glowing, signaling another attack. Thank God he targeted its arm first. He's already planned his counter. Now, all he has to do is... The warrior raises its massive blade for another strike. Hirkan charges forward, his hammer glowing. He slides under the swing and unleashes a powerful uppercut, shouting, "Pelvis Crusher!" A sickening crack rings out as the hammer shatters the warrior's hip, sending it stumbling. He lands and checks on his minions, who give him a synchronized salute. Everyone good? He looks back at the staggering boss. That was easier than he thought. But the warrior isn't finished. It begins to glow even brighter. Hyrcan clicks his tongue in annoyance, so impatient. He smirks. He's still got one more trick up his sleeve. The skeleton warrior turns its attention to a new threat. It's the skeleton mage, gathering a massive ball of fire in its hands. Its eyes glow with purple energy as it channels the powerful spell. With a final push, the skeleton mage unleashes a massive fireball. The explosion engulfs the skeleton warrior completely, incinerating it in a storm of flames. The notifications roll in. Skeleton warrior slain. Experience points gained. Hyrcan lets out a sigh of relief. Looking at the fiery aftermath, he thinks he should get at least 10,000 views on this video. The victory only makes him hungrier. He thinks he'll grill his beef, but just as he's celebrating, urgent warnings flash before his eyes. The field boss has detected the death of its underling. It has found intruders. The field boss is awakening. A massive, golden magic circle erupts from the ground beneath him. Golden energy swirls and coalesces, forming a massive, ornate throne. A colossal figure begins to rise from it, wearing a magnificent golden crown. Hyrcan can only stare. What? His face is a mask of pure, dumbfounded shock. The boss lets out a terrifying roar. Its nameplate appears. Golden Skeleton, level 40, Boss Monster. It's the boss monster of the Forest of the Dead, and the game's very first mage-class boss. Hyrcan knows this monster. It's a powerful boss, infamously known as the Newbie Killer. A horrible realization hits him. The condition for it to appear was defeating a lot of skeletons. He was so focused on his video, he wasn't even thinking about that. He's sweating, his mind racing. He can't guarantee he can beat it, but if he does, it'll be the jackpot. A glimmer of hope appears. He already knows how to fight it. If he fully buffs his skeletons, he just might be able to win. He begins to cast his spell, ready to summon his army for the fight of his life. His body glows with power as he prepares his buff skills. But then, a new system message appears, shattering his hopes. The summoning has been undone due to lack of mana. His face goes pale. He clutches his head, the grim reality setting in. After summoning all 4 minions and having his mage cast so many spells, of course he'd have no mana left. The golden skeleton towers over him, radiating an overwhelming power. This is a fight he isn't equipped for, leaving him with no choice. But then, a wicked grin spreads across his face. He glances at his watch, a feature most players ignore, and decides it's time for a proper warm-up. Slot on. A wave of dark blue energy erupts from him, his eyes glowing with the same intense light. This isn't a necromancer's skill, this is something else entirely. He stares down the golden skeleton, his aura clashing with its golden light. Let's go! He lunges forward, a blur of dark energy, as the boss raises its hands to cast a spell. Golden magic circles materialize around the boss, crackling with raw, untamed power. It clasps its hands together, unleashing its first devastating attack. A barrage of golden beams shoots out, tearing through the ground with explosive force. Hyrcan is sent flying, narrowly dodging the deadly projectiles with incredible speed. He lands with a grim smile. A single hit would kill him, and the boss is throwing so many at once. Now he remembers why they call it the Newbie Killer. He knows he has no chance of winning if he lets it keep casting spells like that. The boss continues its assault, filling the air with a deadly light show. If that's the case, then he just has to stop it from using them. He erupts with blue energy, launching himself straight at the boss's hands. He smashes his fist into the boss's hand, shattering the bone and causing the magic circle to flicker and die. The boss roars in frustration as its spell fizzles out. His gambit worked. His theory was right. The hands are directly connected to the spells. A confident smirk appears on his face. Now he just needs to destroy all of its hands. The golden skeleton's jaw hangs open, a low, angry growl rumbling in its chest. A system window appears. The field boss is gazing at him, studying his movements. Hyrcan is confused for a second. The system confirms it. The boss has seen through his strategy and is now gauging his skill level. Its hands begin to move in strange, intricate new patterns. It's changing its tactics. Instead of golden light, a sinister purple energy now crackles around the boss, preparing a different kind of spell. Hyrule is caught completely off guard, stammering, "What the hell is going on?" A brilliant flash of purple light erupts from the boss. A massive beam of purple energy tears through the battlefield, kicking up a huge cloud of dust as Hyrule is caught in the blast. He grimaces, his face contorted in pain from the impact. "What the hell is this?" he yells, as the beam homes in on him relentlessly. "Damn it, it's catching up to me." He desperately tries to outrun the beam, but it's too fast, tearing up the ground right at his heels. The attack finally connects, sending him flying through the air. He crashes hard to the ground, the dark energy still swirling violently around him. "What's with this?" he gasps, struggling to get back to his feet. "Crazy pattern I can't recall?" He stares at the massive crater. This is new. This wasn't in the game during his past life. He gets to his feet, trying to make sense of what just happened. Am I remembering wrong? Did the golden skeleton always have these hidden patterns? Or was there a balance patch he missed, like the one they did for the Minotaurs? He lets out a long, tired sigh, a weary smile on his face. He doesn't know. He can't remember. After all, it's been years since he last hunted one of these things. He grips his weapon tighter, his frustration growing. He has no skeleton summons, and he can't fully remember its attack patterns. So, how am I supposed to beat that? He wonders, as the boss begins to channel another massive purple spell. He watches the energy gather, feeling completely hopeless. "I guess I'll just try everything I can." He charges back into the storm of purple beams, dodging and weaving with unbelievable agility. He tells himself that he can dodge its attacks as long as he knows the trajectory, but the problem is, there's absolutely no time for him to attack back. He's completely pinned down. He desperately scans for a blind spot, any opening he can possibly find. But in his frantic search, he makes a critical mistake. He sees an opening, but it's a trap. He grunts as one of the boss's bony appendages strikes him hard across the chest. The boss seizes the opportunity, grabbing him by the head and lifting him into the air. It opens its massive jaw, ready to devour him whole and end the fight. Hyrule hangs there, helpless, and lets out a bitter laugh. "Damn it!" But just as he's about to be eaten, the boss stops to charge another golden spell. At this point, it feels like the fight is just a game of pure luck. But, a confident, almost insane smile spreads across his face. He also has a hidden card up his sleeve. He activates a curse skill. A demonic skeleton erupts from him and latches onto the boss, instantly weakening its stats by 13%. The boss stumbles, its spell weakening, and Hyrule drops free to the ground. He lands, his body now wreathed in blue flame. The boss just gave him the one thing he needed, an attack opportunity. He looks up at the boss, his eyes blazing with power. "Thank you," he roars, channeling all of his remaining energy into his fist and punching the ground. A massive shockwave of blue energy rips through the battlefield, rushing straight towards the boss. The golden skeleton crumbles, its magnificent body breaking apart under the immense force of the blow. Hyrule stands amidst the floating debris, a triumphant grin on his face. Boss defeated. The boss's massive body collapses into a pile of golden rubble. A system window confirms his incredible victory. You have slain the golden skeleton. The rewards flood in. A huge chunk of experience, a fortune in gold, and the title Skeleton Destroyer. And to top it all off, a level up. He lets out a laugh, a sound mixed with pure relief and utter exhaustion. "That was a close one," he says, patting his chest. He knows if the fight had gone on for just 10 more minutes, he would have failed. He deactivates his power-up, the blue energy fading away. He immediately calls up his status window, eager to see his progress. He's now level 36. All his stats have gone up, but his mana is still dangerously low at just 41. Level 36 already. He's ecstatic, pumping his fist and celebrating the huge leap in power. But his joy is short-lived. A bead of sweat runs down his face as he looks at his stats again. He knows it'll be dangerous if he continues this way. His mana is only at 101. It's a dangerously low number for a necromancer. It's not a low number considering he invested the bare minimum points into it, but it's still not nearly enough. Until now, he was somehow getting by with his titles and fast leveling, but now that he has more skills to use, his small mana pool is like a small cup trying to hold an entire ocean. He invested everything in strength for his skeleton warriors, but what's the point if he doesn't have enough mana to even summon them? He slumps to the ground in despair. He's already obtained all the mana-boosting titles he can at this stage, and he's far too broke to afford better gear. Yeah. Then, a serene smile appears on his face. He's decided to just stop worrying about it. He leaps up, full of renewed, if reckless, energy. For now, he'll send the video to Romani, get to level 40, and tonight he's having beef ramen. The scene cuts to the final shot of his incredible video, Hirkan standing victoriously as the words, "Boss defeated," flash across the screen. The video pauses. Romani, his editor, leans back in her chair with a heavy sigh. She's just finished watching the raw, unedited footage. She slams her fist down hard on her desk. Insane, she screams, shaking her chair in pure, unadulterated disbelief. She's absolutely losing her mind. He defeated a boss monster at a higher level than him without taking a single hit, and he managed to pull off that kind of stunt on the spot without any practice. He is so talented. She flops back into her chair, a look of pure adoration on her face. The raw video is already so good, there's not much for her to even edit. Her fingers hover over the keyboard as she thinks. What should she title it? The man who dominates skeletons, the man who can do it all by himself. Her fingers start typing rapidly, a plan forming in her mind. Okay, I'm going with this, she declares, a brilliant idea striking her. The title appears in a flash of light, Emperor of Solo Play. After his legendary boss fight, Hirkan makes his way to the Raiders Association in Bangsu Castle. It's time to cash in. He finds Ahimbri buried in a mountain of books and announces that he's returned stronger, just as the mage asked. Ahimbri stares at Hirkan's tattered gear and asks what in the world happened to him. Hirkan just laughs maniacally, telling him it's his fault before demanding his reward. Ahimbri snaps his fingers with a sly smile, and a holographic window appears before him, displaying the promised reward. A glowing skill book materializes in Hirkan's hands. The system confirms it. He's completed the quest and obtained the skill book. Osteology. Hirkan's eyes go wide. Osteology? He can't believe it. This is a super rare necromancer skill that you can't even find in the markets. It boosts all skeleton stats, reduces their mana cost, and even lets him summon one more. This single skill solves his biggest problem. He clutches the book, overcome with gratitude. But Ahimbri isn't done yet. There's another reward. Ahimbri presents him with a ring pulsing with dark energy. It's the Corrupted Tracker's Ring, crafted from the very stone Hirkan brought back. It's a chronicle unique item that boosts his stats and is part of a set. Hirkan is completely speechless. The Corrupted Tracker's Ring. He's practically drooling. This is the rare ring, given only to the first players who complete the main questline. He lunges for it, screaming his thanks. This is a jackpot beyond his wildest dreams. But Ahimbri pulls it back with a mischievous look, saying he's having second thoughts about just handing it over. He turns and starts to walk away, leaving Hirkan completely bewildered. Then, the great mage breaks into a full sprint, laughing and taunting, "Catch me if you can!" Hirkan just smiles wryly. He activates his slot on mode, his body erupting in blue flames as he chases the mage through the library, growling that he's dead once he catches him. He finally tackles the mage, pinning his hand to the floor to retrieve his prize. He stands up, panting, wondering what's wrong with that crazy old man. He would have killed him already if he wasn't an important NPC. But at least he was able to get the ring and the next quest out of him. He recalls Ahimbri's final words, delivered while pinned to the floor. An agent named Miji has gone missing, and he needs to investigate Suryu Castle. Hirkan grits his teeth, deciding to let the old man off just this once. He knows Suryu Castle is a high-level area, so he'll need to get stronger on the way there. Just then, a message notification pops up. It's from his editor, Romani, telling him she has urgent news about the golden skeleton video she just uploaded. She tells him he needs to check it out right now. He pulls up the video. Romani's title is bombastic, Emperor of Solo Play, and the view count is absolutely staggering. 235 million views. The comments section is a waterfall of pure praise. People are calling it stunning, legendary, and saying the 20-minute video went by in an instant. And with the views come the donations. People are sending him money, begging him to keep uploading more videos. The money is pouring in from all over the world. in every currency imaginable. His total earnings from the video are displayed in huge, bold numbers, 100 million won. He stares at his watch, completely and utterly stunned. He's so shocked, he stumbles backward. He falls hard to the ground, his mind reeling from the sheer amount of money he just made. He sits there, counting the zeros over and over. 1, 2, 3, 8 zeros. That's 100 million won. A slow, blissful smile spreads across his face. Tomahawk, ribeye, filet mignon. The names of every expensive delicacy imaginable flash through his mind as he weeps tears of pure joy. He can finally eat whatever he wants. He's practically drooling. What kind of jackpot is this? He knew the video would get good reactions, but he never expected this. He wonders if someone famous posted it somewhere to make it go so viral, but he shakes his head trying to focus. He needs to log out and, just then, another notification dings. It's a huge one, a donation of 1 million. One with a public comment attached. The message is from the scouting manager of the Thunder Hunters Guild. They've seen his videos and want to officially recruit him. The friendly mood vanishes in an instant. The Thunder Hunters? Isn't that where she is? A vein pops on his forehead as the image of his nemesis, Che Solyoyon, appears in his mind. His blood runs cold. They were so persistent in his previous life. A painful flashback hits him, Siri, in her officer's uniform, coldly telling him to join her team, and him, just as coldly, refusing. He remembers screaming at them that he would never join them. And even now, after all this time, they're doing the exact same thing. He clenches his fist in pure rage. He wouldn't join the Thunder Hunters even if his life depended on it. He stops, a bead of sweat running down his face as a strange sense of déjà vu washes over him. The memory is triggering his trauma, and he slumps down, completely exhausted. So annoying. A flashback to his past life shows him venting to his old guildmates, complaining about how persistent Sire was being. One of his old friends, the one who would later betray him, tells him how lucky he is, that the Thunder Hunters are one of the best guilds out there. Another adds that with her rich family, a 6-figure salary is guaranteed. Hirkan just listens, confused by their excitement. His closest friend, Dong-su, puts an arm around him, telling him it's because he's so good at the game that he's the star of all their raid videos. Honestly, you're too good for us, Dong-su says, but Hirkan cuts him off, annoyed by the comment. He declares that he doesn't care about the salary. He's not joining the Thunder Hunters. He believes their own guild will become the strongest and the money will follow. He says he'd rather keep playing with his current friends. As he speaks, Dong-su looks down, a dark shadow crossing his face. But then he looks up with a strange, unsettling smile. It was a smile Hirkan didn't understand at the time. Back in the present, Hirkan clutches his head. Now that he thinks about it, everything went wrong after that conversation. The memory of Dong-su stabbing him in the back flashes through his mind, the trauma still fresh, still agonizing. He slaps his own face hard, trying to snap himself out of the painful memory. That's right. Now's not the time to be getting distracted by money. He has to stay focused. He has so much more work to do. It's far too early to be satisfied with his progress. He clenches his fists, a determined look in his eyes. He will use all of this money to get stronger. With his resolve hardened, he summons his skeletons once more. They appear before him, ready and waiting for their orders. He points at them accusingly, reminding them that he did everything in the Golden Skeleton raid while they were useless. He announces that their training starts now. They need to practice moving more efficiently so they don't repeat what happened last time. He glares at them, asking if they can do it. He's haunted by the memory of his old guildmates and their lazy attitudes, their excuses echoing in his mind. But his skeletons are different. They give him a synchronized thumbs up, ready and willing to work. That's right. This time, things are different. A genuine, determined smile graces his face. Let's go. He stands with his loyal army, ready to take on the next challenge and become the strongest. All right, he says, turning to his crew. Our next destination is Suryu Castle. His skeletons shiver in fear as he announces they'll be training on the way there. The training is simple. They'll be running all the way there. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he holds up a club. If any of them fall behind, they'll be beaten. His skeletons let out a collective scream of terror. And so, they set off, with Hirkan chasing his terrified minions across the landscape, laughing all the way. Meanwhile, in a dark, opulent chamber, Sea-Ray, the guildmaster of the Thunder Hunters, sits lost in thought, her expression cold and calculating. Her subordinate, Hatch, approaches her. He asks what she's thinking about. She's sitting atop a mountain of slain Hydra heads, a gruesome testament to her guild's immense power. Hatch pulls down his hood, reminding her that it's almost time for the meeting. She gracefully hops down from her throne of corpses. Hatch asks about their progress on the corrupted Count quest, but she coldly replies that they have nothing. Her eyes flash with anger. She can't believe another guild beat them to the main quest line. It's humiliating. Hatch suggests they might get a clue at the upcoming meeting with the top 30 guilds, but she scoffs at the idea, calling them all losers. He sighs at her cold-heartedness and advises her to be careful. But she's already walking away, her mind on other things, as she strides toward the light, ready to make her next move. Hykan is now the undisputed emperor of solo play. His epic fight against the Golden Skeleton has absolutely exploded online. The video was a massive runaway hit, and because of it, he became a millionaire overnight. Hykan stares at the number on his screen, 100 million won. He's in total shock, completely unable to process what's happening. He was this close to completely losing himself in a fantasy of endless feasts, tears of pure joy streaming down his face at the thought of finally being able to eat whatever he wanted. He was on the verge of losing all control, but thanks to the very person responsible for all his past suffering, he was brutally snapped back to reality. That public recruitment offer from the Thunder Hunters reignited the burning flames of his revenge. And in that very moment, he resolved to walk the path of a hungry beast. And the very first thing he did, he logged out, packed a bag full of cash, and went straight to the loan shark who had been haunting him. The man looks absolutely stunned as Hykan calmly announces that he's brought all the debt, principal and interest, in cold, hard cash. Hykan sits surrounded by stacks of money, a triumphant smirk on his face. They're good now, right? He had finally paid off his debt. Next up on the list, Volf was buying every rare skill book he could find. He immediately reinvested his entire fortune back into his character. And now, with all his new power, he's back to being completely broke. He weeps dramatically as his bank balance drops to zero, his skeletons looking on in utter confusion. He sighs, looking up at the sky in despair. He thought he was prepared for this, but seeing his bank balance at zero again really hurts. He decides to forget about it for now and focus on learning the new skills he just bought. He opens one of the new skill books. His hand glows, and the knowledge floods into him as the system confirms he's obtained the skill, skin grafting. Skin grafting is a passive skill that permanently increases his defense by attaching monster remains to his skin. It's a huge buff, though the material will need to be replaced if it takes too much damage. He decides to try it out right away, choosing to use the Skeleton Warrior's horns to strengthen himself. A ghostly image of the Skeleton Warrior's helmet forms around his head and fuses with him, permanently increasing his defense by 5. He examines his hand, feeling the new power crackling within him. He's also acquired a new weapon, a glowing blue mace, to go with his new skills. He gives it a test swing, the weapon leaving a brilliant trail of light in the air. He looks over at his skeleton crew with a cocky grin. This is working out even better than he expected. He moves on to the next skill book. He learns the Curse of Sloth. This curse slows a target's movements, with the cost and duration depending on the strength of the enemy. It slows them down, huh? His lead skeleton tilts its head in confusion, wondering what the new skill does. Hykan tests it out, enveloping one of his skeletons in a purple, slowing aura. This could be incredibly useful in combat. And now, for the last and most important skill, he places his hand on the final book. He obtains the skill, Summon Golem, as a brilliant light shines from his body. This was the hardest skill to get, and the one he wanted most of all. The ground begins to tremble violently beneath his feet. Rocks and earth lift from the ground, swirling around as they gather in front of him. His skeletons watch in awe. He's finally summoned one. The rocks coalesce into a massive, hulking figure. A golem. Hykan is overjoyed, hugging his skeleton mage. A necromancer is nothing without a golem. Look at its size. It's more reliable than any tanker in the game. And on top of that, golem copy mode. The golem's single eye glows with a bright blue light. A bolt of lightning connects Hykan to the golem, synchronizing their bodies and minds. He explains that with this mode, he can perfectly synchronize his movements with the golem's, and by combining the golem's raw strength with his own refined movements, it can be a ridiculously effective combination. He throws a punch, but nothing happens. He frantically taps his watch, wondering why it isn't working as his skeletons cover their mouths, trying to stifle their laughter. Is it a bug? His face flushes with embarrassment. The golem raises its arm with agonizing, painful slowness. It takes a single, lumbering, and incredibly slow step forward. Don't tell me this is as fast as it can possibly move. He facepalms and bursts into laughter, a sound mixed with pure despair and utter amusement. What is he going to do? This garbage, pay-to-win game. He screams at the sky, utterly defeated by his ridiculously slow new minion. Meanwhile, in a grand, dimly lit hall, a voice announces that everyone has arrived. It's time for the meeting to begin. The camera pans over a long table where the holographic avatars of several powerful guild leaders are seated. The host, Nergal, leader of the Ares Guild, thanks everyone for attending on such short notice. A familiar face leans back in his chair. It's Mathador Shev, leader of the Red Bulls, casually greeting the other familiar faces. Another leader, Berg of the Big Smile Guild, grunts in acknowledgement, and at the head of the table sits a silent, imposing figure, Thunderlord Siri, the leader of the Thunder Hunters Guild. Berg immediately complains that only 4 of the 24 invited guilds even bothered to show up. Mathador just laughs, saying more showed up than he expected. He reminds them that these are the top 30 guilds they're talking about. The fact that any of them showed up at all is a huge surprise. Nergal agrees. This is definitely unusual. Normally, the top 30 guilds of Warlord are in fierce, cutthroat competition with one another. It's incredibly rare for them to have a meeting like this. He gets straight to the point. The Hydra Guild has learned the identity of the Corrupt Count and are planning their final raid a month from now. Mathador whistles. That's crazy. None of the other guilds were even close. He slams his fist on the table, realizing that, if this is true, the Hydra Guild has done something unprecedented. Berg explodes in anger, shouting that it's over if they let them get the Corrupt Count. They'll end up hogging all the future main quests, and all the sponsorships, ads, and content. Cerise's voice cuts through his rant, sharp and cold as ice. Shut up! A dark, menacing aura surrounds her. If he's scared, he should shut up and stay down, and not piss her off. Berg powers up, his hand crackling with energy, ready to fight the Thunder Lady right here and now. Mathador quickly intervenes, calming them both down and reminding them that they're not here to fight each other. That would only be doing the Hydra Guild a favor. And that is why Nergal is proposing an anti-Hydra alliance. He lays out the simple terms. The 4 guilds present today will promise not to fight each other until the end of the Corrupt Count questline, and they will share any and all information they find about it. He asks if anyone is opposed to this. The leaders murmur amongst themselves. Berg grumbles that he's not a fan of scheming, but sees no other choice. Mathador agrees. They're all done for if they don't stop Hydra now. Siri remains silent, her face completely unreadable, before finally giving a subtle, almost imperceptible nod. With that, the meeting is concluded. Back in her private quarters, the real Shea Solion steps into the shower. The hot water streams down over her tired body. She's clearly frustrated by the day's events. She lets the water run over her face, lost in thought. So humiliating. They can't even defeat the Chapter 1 boss themselves, and now have to team up with other guilds just to keep up. But there's nothing she can do about it right now. She turns off the water with a sigh. She knows that if they let Hydra get to the Corrupt Count before them, they're completely finished. She concludes that now is the time to lay low and wait for the next opportunity to strike. She steps out of the shower, drying herself with a towel as she picks up her phone. She makes a call, ordering every guild member to keep a close eye on Hydra and report back any strange movements. Her eyes flash with a terrifying obsession. The Corrupt Count will be theirs, no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, Hirkan has finally arrived at the Raiders Association in Suryu Castle. He presents his quest to the NPC, who looks at it and says something that makes Hirkan's jaw drop. The NPC calmly repeats himself, telling him to go to Boboru Forest. That's where Agent Miji went missing, and he needs to search the area for any traces of him. Hirkan stammers, completely bewildered. Boboru Forest is filled with level 70 monsters. Horrifying images of demonic creatures flash in his mind. It's a ridiculously dangerous area. He'd die immediately if he went there right now. The NPC is completely unmoved. He tells him that's why he's asking him, the pupil of the great mage Ahimbri. If he declines, oh hi, he will lose his status as the corrupt tracker. Herkin's face drains of all color. He's being blackmailed into a suicide mission. As the clock tower chimes, the sheer absurdity of the situation sinks in. He's been backed into an impossible corner. He slumps onto a bench in the town square, head in his hands. He was blackmailed, forced into a quest designed for players leagues above his own level. Throwing his head back, he groans in pure frustration. What is even happening right now? The objective is simple enough: find a missing agent named Miji who was tracking corrupt stones. But the details are devastating. The reward is a decent 500 gold, but the penalty for failing within 30 days is catastrophic. He loses the corrupt tracker title. Without that title, the main quest is over for him. It's a complete dead end. How could the difficulty spike this high, this suddenly? Wiping a bead of sweat from his brow, he realizes the truth. His own success has come back to haunt him. He thinks back on all the high-level field bosses he's barely managed to defeat, quests he should have never been able to clear. By pushing the limits, he's tricked the system into thinking he's ready for level 60 content. And now, it's sending him on a suicide mission into a level 70 zone. He's trapped. He can't abandon the main quest, but walking into that forest means certain death. His mind races, thinking of the Hydra Guild. They're obsessed with this quest line, and they're already struggling. Even the top 30 guilds are stuck. And that's when it hits him. A brilliant, devious idea begins to form. His eyes narrow with a sudden, manic clarity. He wonders, what happens to my quest if someone else defeats the corrupt count first? A quiet, knowing laugh escapes his lips. He doesn't have to go to the Bobaru forest at all. A wild grin spreads across his face. If he can't clear the quest himself, he'll just have to make someone else clear the entire chapter for him. Meanwhile, far from the city, two figures watch a formidable castle from a distance. One of them sighs. Nothing special happening today either. His cloaked companion whispers that their mission is almost over, complaining that staring at this gloomy castle all day has been mind-numbing. This is Natal, the 8th in command of the powerful Hydra Guild, a master of surveillance and strategy. Natal is already dreaming of the rewards. Once they take down the corrupt count, the Hydra Guild will skyrocket in the rankings. His partner warns him not to get ahead of himself. Their job, he stresses, is just to watch the castle in secret. Nothing more. Natal scoffs, saying real professionals know how to stay cool. But before he can finish his sentence, a voice rings out from the trees. "Found you, Natal of Hydra." A player bursts from the foliage, stunning them both. It's Kim's, rank 3 of the rival Red Bulls Guild. He gives them a casual, friendly wave as if they're old friends. Natal is speechless. What is a Red Bulls member doing all the way out here? Kim's just smiles brightly, claiming he's on his way to hunt the high-level boss on the mountain, and playfully suggests they must be here for the same reason. The two Hydra agents exchange a panicked look. They can't reveal their true mission, so they have no choice but to awkwardly agree. Kim's then leans in conspiratorially, asking if Natal isn't feeling well and needs a moment alone. Natal explodes, yelling that he's perfectly fine, but Kim's just shrugs. With a laugh, Kim's announces he'll be on his way then, telling Natal not to hold it in. As he sprints off, Natal can only scream for him to come back. Kim's glances back with a triumphant smirk. The distraction was a success. He taps his wrist, sending off the intel he just gathered. He smiles to himself. The anonymous tip he received about the Hydra Guild's second-in-command being here was legit after all. Back at the Red Bull's temporary base, Guildmaster Mathador Shev and his partner stare at a holographic map. "Impossible," she mutters. The tip had come from a completely anonymous source, marked only with question marks. The red-haired woman admits she was sure it was a prank, but they sent Kim's just in case. Shev is baffled. Why would anyone give them such critical information for free? His partner guesses it might be a disgruntled member of the Hydra Guild. Shev shakes his head. "We can't afford to be picky." He reminds her that the Hydra Guild is closing in, and they need to make a move now, or they'll lose everything. Over the comms, Kim's offers to pick a fight with the Hydra agents to buy them some time. Shev immediately shuts him down, ordering him to retreat. He suspects that if this is truly the corrupt Count's castle, then Hydra's main forces must be nearby. They can't risk losing a top player right now. Kim's just laughs, teasing that his boss is just trying to flatter him. He agrees to fall back, leaping away into the forest to follow his orders. But before he can get far, a massive explosion of blue energy erupts from the ground right where he was standing. At headquarters, Shev and his partner hear the blast through their speakers and shout Kim's name in alarm. Kim's dodges the blast, a look of shocked amusement on his face. It seems they weren't the only ones who got that anonymous tip. a dazzling figure descends from the sky. Kims recognizes her instantly, muttering, "The Princess of the Thunder Hunters." It's the Thunder Princess Hahui. Clad in brilliant armor, she points her weapon at Kims and makes her demand, "Tell me everything you know, or I'll take you down right here." Meanwhile, deep in another part of the woods, Hirkan's golem is locked in a fierce battle with a monstrous red-eyed bear. The bear swipes with a massive claw, sending dirt and rock flying. The golem stands its ground, its stone body cracking slightly but refusing to budge an inch. It retaliates instantly, a pulse of blue light flaring from its core as it winds up a punch. Perched on a branch high above, Hirkan calmly watches his army corner the level 50 field boss. The bear roars in frustration. While the battle rages below, Hirkan checks his messages. He's searching for replies to the emails he sent out, but finds nothing. He wonders why it's so quiet. He sent the critical information to all the top guilds. Someone should have taken the bait by now. He reminds himself this is the only way. To solve his impossible quest, he has to force the entire chapter to its conclusion. He needs someone, anyone, to defeat the main boss and forcibly clear his Find Miji mission. In Warlord, the main story is broken up into chapters, and the current one, Chapter 1, is all about taking down the Corrupt Count. The moment the Corrupt Count is defeated, the chapter ends for everyone, which means all related quests, including Hirkan's impossible mission, will be automatically completed. He knows he could never defeat the Count himself within the 30-day time limit. His time is better spent preparing for the next chapter anyway, so he doesn't care who does it, he just needs someone to end this chapter. That's why he leaked the Count's location to every top guild he could think of. So why isn't anyone responding? Just then, a notification pops up. The Hydra Guild has started an official livestream. Hirkan leans forward, intrigued. Down below, his golem finishes its work, its heavy footsteps crunching on the forest floor. Hirkan drops down onto the beast's back, delivering the final blow. "Shut up," he says flatly. "Be quiet. I need to watch a live stream." His army stands guard as the defeated bear groans at his feet. Hirkan settles onto a large tree root, pulls up the broadcast window, and gets ready to watch his plan unfold. An armored Hydra Guild representative begins the broadcast, proudly announcing that they were the first to uncover the Corrupt Count's location and are planning a raid. He leans toward the camera, preparing to announce the date. Hirkan stares at his screen, his eyes wide with desperate hope, whispering, "Please, let it be within this month." The announcement lands. 3 days from now. The words hang in the air as Hirkan's skeletal army stands silent and still behind him. A slow, relieved smirk spreads across Hirkan's face. 3 days. It's even faster than he'd hoped. His plan is working perfectly. A quiet, almost hysterical laugh of pure relief escapes him. His golem and skeletons wait patiently, their master's problem now seemingly solved. 3 days is quick, he thinks. It means his anonymous tip sent the top guilds into a panic, forcing them to move up their schedules. He leans back against the tree, feeling confident. With the Hydra Guild on the case, a top-tier guild packed with high-level players, he has nothing to worry about. He allows himself a genuine smile. In 3 days, his biggest obstacle will be gone. His new life, the one he fought so hard for, can finally begin. But that peace is shattered in an instant. On screen, a figure in golden armor is thrown to the ground, a spray of red marking his defeat. A notification flashes across the broadcast. Raid failed. The entire Hydra Guild has been wiped out. Hirkan's eyes snap open, his own reflection staring back from the dark screen. Total defeat? The Hydra Guild? It doesn't make any sense. He slams his phone down on his desk, the sharp crack echoing in his room. Are you kidding me? Jumping to his feet, he paces in fury. They had a whole hour before the raid. They should have had a plan, not just rushed in to get themselves slaughtered. He collapses to the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling. Had he overestimated them? He needs a new plan. A new guinea pig. Suddenly, his phone lights up with another notification. A new live stream, this time from the Red Bulls Guild. Hirkan sits up instantly. The Red Bulls. That means Mathadorshev is involved. He feels a flicker of hope. Maybe the legendary warrior can succeed where Hydra failed. Outside the Corrupt Count's castle, the lingering signs of Hydra's defeat fade away. As the great doors swing shut, the Red Bulls Guild marches forward. Mathadorshev addresses his troops, his voice ringing out. He reminds them they all just witnessed a powerful enemy wipe out one of the strongest guilds in the game. He tells them plainly that their own chances of success are low. They don't have enough supplies, not for a boss of this magnitude. But then, Shev slams the point of his massive sword into the ground, cracking the stone beneath it. A confident grin spreads across his face. Despite all that, he declares, the Red Bulls will still take on the challenge. A thunderous roar erupts from his guild members, their spirits ignited by their leader's unwavering resolve. Back in his room, Hirkan watches, muttering to himself. Even for the Red Bulls, this seems rushed, desperate. Are they just going to charge right in? Shev holds up a hand, silencing the crowd. He announces that they won't be going in alone. They have a partner joining the raid. A pair of pristine white boots step into the frame. And there she is, the Thunder Queen, Saray, Hirkan's ultimate enemy, standing beside Mathador Shev, radiating a cold, dangerous power. Hirkan's face drains of all color. He can only whisper one word. What? The camera focuses on Saray, her form glowing with magical energy. The woman who orchestrated his downfall in his past life, Shea Selion, is working with the Red Bulls. A wave of sickness and dread washes over him. We flash back to the night before. Beneath a dark sky, the flags of two rival guilds snap in the wind. Mathador Shev greets his guest with a wry smile, admitting that this meeting is highly unexpected. He never imagined the infamous Thunder Queen would request a meeting with him. Saray sits across from him, poised and calm. Shev jokes, asking if she's here to declare war. Saray offers a cold smile in return. For now, she replies, we are still allies. Shev's smile fades. He points out that one of his men had a rather rough encounter with her guild earlier today. Nearby, Kim's just smirks. Sirda simply waves it off as a simple greeting, while one of her guildmates playfully sticks her tongue out at Shev. She claps her hands lightly, ready to cut to the chase. Shall we get down to business? Leaning forward, her expression sharpens. I heard you received some interesting information about the corrupt count. Shev tries to play dumb, but Suri cuts him off before he can finish. I don't have time for games. With a knowing look, she explains that she's already confirmed it. Several top guilds all received a tip about the count's location at the same time. She points out the obvious. When a guild like the Red Bulls, who were stuck, suddenly springs into action, it's clear someone gave them the answer. Shev bursts out laughing, dropping the act. He admits she's right, though they have no idea who their mysterious benefactor is. Suri's expression turns deadly serious. She asks him a simple question. Does he really think the Hydra Guild will succeed in their raid? Shev hesitates, but Suri answers for him with absolute certainty. They will fail. She explains that Hydra rushed in, greedy for the fame of the first kill. But the corrupt count is the first major boss. It was never going to be that easy. They should have waited, gathered information, and let others test the waters. Shev stares at her, his eyes narrowing. He knows she didn't come all this way just to gossip. What are you really after? He asks. Sirad gives him a smile that is both charming and utterly terrifying. In a flash of light, she drives her glowing sword into the table between them, a clear and undeniable demand for his attention. As Shev's men tense up, ready for a fight, she ignores them completely. Work with me, she says to Shev, to defeat the corrupt count. She looks him directly in the eye, her ambition burning bright. And I, she promises, will be the one to get the first kill. Shev watches her leave, a slow realization dawning on him. She meant every word. He adjusts his helmet, a grin forming. He'd always heard stories about her power, but assumed they were exaggerated. But as a surge of light erupts around her, he understands. She has the skill to back up every single one of her claims. Back on the battlefield, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. The corrupt count, wreathed in dark red energy, sneers at the players before him, calling them lowly scum. He vows to crush their will completely, unleashing a massive wave of grotesque, screaming monsters. The allied guilds clash with the horde, their members shouting to hold the line. Even through his helmet, Mathador Shev's grimace is clear. Their forces are already being pushed to their limit. Suri curses under her breath. The mobs are endless, making it impossible to get a clear shot at the boss. Shev knows what has to be done. He slams his sword down and charges, a blinding wave of red energy exploding from his body. Thunder Queen, he yells. I'll open a path. Go now. He unleashes a massive vertical slash of energy, tearing a hole right through the center of the monster wave. Suri doesn't hesitate. A flash of white and blue, she dashes through the opening, ignoring the beasts closing in behind her. Enraged, the corrupt count screams, "How dare you!" as she breaks through his defenses. She expertly darts past his shadowy tendrils, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Airborne and ready to strike, she brings her blade down for the killing blow. But at the last possible second, the Count twists away, dodging the fatal attack. A dark tendril whips out, slamming into Surrey and sending her flying backward through the air. "Sari!" Chev shouts in alarm, fearing their one chance is lost. Blood trickles from her lip, but her eyes are blazing with fierce determination. A terrifying wave of golden energy engulfs her sword. As she spins, she unleashes massive slashes that carve deep gouges into the very stone of the castle floor. Her blue eyes narrow, focusing all her power into a single point. She brings the golden blade down with immense force. Weakened and distracted, the Count can't dodge this time. The sword strikes true. Matador Chev lets out a low whistle of amazement. He thinks to himself, "She really is scarier than I thought." The system message flashes for all to see. The corrupt Count has been defeated. Back in his room, Hirkan stares at the screen. Che Solyoyon defeated the corrupt Count. His face becomes a mask of dark, simmering fury. He forces the rage down, telling himself it doesn't matter who did it. The chapter is over. His quest is cleared. That's all that matters. But as he turns from the screen, a shadow falls over his face. He curses her under his breath. "Enjoy this moment, Siri. It won't last." His fist clenches, the leather of his chair groaning under the pressure, because the real winner of this game, has to be him. On screen, two figures stare out, two rivals on a collision course, both utterly certain of their own victory. Having navigated the chaos he created, Hirkan finally arrives at his next destination, the treacherous and imposing Bolkaz Mountains. He lands firmly on a jagged cliff edge, a determined shadow against the bright sky. As he runs forward with his skeletons trailing behind, he can't help but think that somewhere along the line, he became a gamer, fueled purely by rage. His dream is simple: become the absolute strongest in Warlord and take brutal revenge on everyone who betrayed him. A cynical smile touches his lips, but he has to wonder why things can never just be easy. He's immediately confronted by a pack of savage, red-eyed monsters, level 60 wild boars. He's charged right into another impossible fight. But let's rewind a few hours. Hirkan's boot touches down on a dirt road. He announces to his army, "We've finally arrived." He stands before a massive, glowing red barrier, a block field, marking the entrance to the Bolkaz Mountains. He knows a block field means the area is locked, waiting for a specific in-game condition to be met before anyone can pass. He reaches out, his fingers brushing against the wall of red energy as it hums with power. But Hirkan just smiles, because he knows the secret to breaking the seal. The Bolkaz Mountains are the main stage for Chapter 2 of the main quest, and this barrier only unlocks flow once Chapter 1 is cleared. As if on cue, the red energy dissipates, granting him and his skeletons passage. The system immediately rewards him with a new title, first to set foot in the Bolkaz Mountains, granting him a massive stat boost. He grins, knowing no one else beat him here. He turns to his grinning skeletons. "All right," he says, "time to move out." From this moment on, Hirkan's solo performance in Chapter 2 officially begins. He bursts into the mountain woods, only to be greeted by a massive pack of level 60 wild boars. These things are known for being incredibly aggressive and traveling in huge groups, making them a nightmare for any solo player. Hirkan quickly checks his own status. He's only level 41. He wasn't expecting monsters this strong right at the entrance. The boars snort and stamp the ground, their red eyes locked on him. Hirkan forces a tense smile, trying to keep his cool. And so, the fight begins. The first boar charges, tusks aimed right for him. He curses his luck for running into these things so soon, but he can't back down. He knows the other guilds will figure out the block field is down any minute. He has no time to waste. He steels himself. He has to fight, no matter what. Hirkan leaps back, activating a skill that bathes his entire army in a dark crimson energy. "Skeletons, helm, on!" he shouts. The lead boar roars, completely unfazed by the glowing minions. It swings its massive head, connecting with a skeleton and shattering it into pieces instantly. Hirkan winces as the notification confirms it. Destroyed in a single hit. The power gap is enormous. But his grin returns. That skeleton was just bait. With the boars distracted, he activates the sloth curse, wrapping them in a purple aura that slows them to a crawl. He informs the stunned monsters they won't be moving for about 5 seconds. A huge window of opportunity. Hyrcan draws his sword, his eyes glowing red with focus. He lunges, ready to make them pay for breaking his minion. But as he charges, he spots a small yellow object on the ground. Hey? His foot hits it and he goes flying, slipping dramatically on a banana peel. He crashes face first into the dirt, the offending peel landing comically on the back of his head. A muffled cry of pure rage and disbelief escapes him. What just happened? Perched on a branch above, a grotesque monkey in armor holds another banana, laughing its head off. It's a level 50 armor monkey, infamous for mocking players. Hyrcan pushes himself up, his face a mask of fury. He snarls at the monkey to get down here, but a red notification flashes in his vision. The sloth curse has worn off. The boars are charging again. The nearest one is already on top of him. He curses, realizing the curse wore off way too soon. But before the boar can strike, a brilliant beam of blue energy slices through the air, hitting the monster square in the jaw. Lying on the ground, stunned, Hyrcan watches as a barrage of glowing blue spears rains down from the sky, piercing the entire pack. The energy explodes, completely annihilating the level 60 wild boars in a single, devastating attack. Hyrcan looks up, sweat beading on his forehead, completely astonished. Who could take out that entire pack in one move? A stern figure steps out from the trees. "Are you hurt?" he asks. Hyrcan instantly recognizes the man. The leather armor, the mustache, it's Mong, the legendary NPC he was searching for. Meanwhile, back in Suryu City, the clock tower looms over the bustling streets. Two players are gossiping about someone they just saw, remarking on his incredible gear. They recognize the legendary White Mamba set, an impossibly expensive armor worn only by the absolute elite. We see the man they're talking about, Mikkel. As he adjusts his glasses, his cloaked partner watches him. He mutters that he doesn't recognize the face of this particular high ranker. The cloaked figure speaks, her voice low. "Did you identify the informant who leaked the corrupt count's location?" Mikkel sighs. "No. Even the guilds who received the tip have no idea who sent it." She agrees. It's unheard of. For someone to give away such crucial information for free makes them almost impossible to trace. Mikkel asks about the Haho mask, but she dismisses the idea. He was last seen in a video grinding a simple field boss. Mikkel considers it. A newbie who just started the main quest couldn't be behind a disruption of this scale. He's not a suspect. The cloaked figure changes the subject, mentioning that another guild sent a helpers to deal with the chaos. She tells Mikkel she'll handle the helper herself. His job remains the same: find the mysterious culprit who threw the game into disarray. Mikkel clenches his fist in agreement. He vows that whoever disrupted the world's balance will pay the price. His eyes glow with a green light from behind his glasses as he promises that the culprit will be punished, without fail. Back in the Bulkas Mountains, Meng has led Hyrcan to a small cabin to recover from the ambush. Hyrcan confirms with an eager smile, "Yes, that's right. I'm Ahimbri's disciple." He's thrilled. Meng is a key NPC for Chapter 2, and finding him this early is a massive stroke of luck. Meng sips from a mug, commenting that Hyrcan was lucky he was out on patrol. Once a legendary swordsman, Meng was demoted after an unfortunate incident and now serves as the lonely ranger of these mountains. Hyrcan knows just how important this meeting is. But then Meng looks at him and says flatly, "Go back." Hyrcan is taken aback. Meng explains that this place is far too dangerous, filled with monsters no one at his level should face. He urges him to return the way he came before he gets seriously hurt. Hyrcan slams his hand on the table, his expression sharp. He drops the bombshell. The corrupt count is dead. He tells Meng there's no point playing dumb. He already knows this is the trigger to begin Chapter 2. He presses on, explaining that even with the count gone, corrupted monsters are still appearing. He claims he tracked the source of the corruption here, to these mountains, and asks if Meng knows who could be behind it. Meng's expression hardens. The ranger leans in, admitting he has his suspicions but no proof. "Can you gather that evidence for me?" he asks. Hyrcan beams as a quest reward window pops up. 2 high-grade titles and a permanent +114 to all stats. He can barely contain his excitement. 2 high-grade titles. This is what a main quest reward should be. He eagerly asks where to start. Meng gives him his first task: investigate the monsters nearby, eliminate 50 of them in exchange for 500 gold and, more importantly, Meng's trust. Hyrcan smiles, looking out at the mountains. A monster extermination quest is perfect. He needed to grind his level up anyway. He stretches, relieved that his disastrous mandatory quest is a thing of the past and everything is back on track. He decides to avoid the level 60 boars for now and focus on easier mobs to level up safely. He turns to leave, but then he pauses, a dark look crossing his face. Looking up into the trees, he sees the armor monkey, still laughing down at him. He decides that, first, that little pest needs to be taught a lesson. High in the Bolkas Mountains, sunlight filters through the dense forest canopy, illuminating the stage for Hirkan's next struggle. The fight starts abruptly. Hirkan is sent flying through the air with a shout of surprise. He lands hard on the forest floor as an armor monkey leaps away, laughing maniacally. The creature had clearly set a trap. Grinning wildly, the monkey throws down another banana peel. It seems determined to ruin Hirkan's day. But as the monkey gloats, its attention is drawn to a new figure approaching from the shadows. The monkey grins, thinking this newcomer will be just as easy to fool. The dazed monkey looks up, only to see Hirkan's figure looming over it, blocking out the light. Hirkan leans down, his face twisted into a terrifying grin, and whispers, "Hey, you're dead now." He lunges, his eyes glowing blue as he brings his sword down in a powerful overhead slash. The monkey shrieks and leaps from side to side, narrowly dodging the deadly blade. The agile monkey uses the confusion to dart off into the trees, bounding from branch to make its escape. Hirkan stands on the ground below, wiping sweat from his brow, annoyed that he missed. He curses under his breath. This thing is seriously annoying. It's too fast, and the dense forest keeps getting in his way. He refuses to let it go, sprinting forward and leaping high into the air. Hirkan focuses his magic, channeling it into his blade. He unleashes another powerful slice of blue energy, forcing the monkey into a desperate dodge. The monkey scrambles out of the way, its eyes wide with fear. This player is relentless. Its face registers pure terror. As the monkey leaps into the air, expecting another wide sword swing, its path is suddenly blocked by something huge and heavy. It's still laughing, thinking it successfully baited another attack. But down below, Hirkan just points his sword upwards. The swing was just a distraction. A massive, blue glowing golem appears directly above the monkey, its fist coming down as it activates copy mode, perfectly mimicking Hirkan's power. The resulting explosion of energy obliterates the monkey completely. Hirkan stands on a nearby branch, watching calmly. Mission accomplished. As the defeated monkey dissolves into light, a notification appears. Hirkan has earned the title, the first to hunt down an armor monkey. He smiles, holding a glowing item drop. Perfect, he thinks. Now to hunt the rest of them. Meanwhile, far away, a swarm of media has descended upon a lavish castle. Matador, Shev, and Suri stand at the top of a grand staircase, bathed in the blinding light of camera flashes. Reporters shout their congratulations for being the first to defeat the final boss of Chapter 1. One reporter pushes a microphone towards Suri, asking the Thunder Queen for a statement. She smiles gracefully for the cameras, humbly claiming they were just lucky and promising to continue working hard. But the moment the smile drops, her true intensity shows. Her expression is fierce, driven by a relentless ambition. Later, walking through the palace halls, a guild member praises her, saying she basically defeated the Count single-handedly. Suri just brushes it off, again crediting luck. She admits they couldn't have done it without the Red Bulls holding the line, but her mind is already on her next move. Her fierce blue eyes stare ahead. To achieve absolute victory in this game, her thoughts turn to that mysterious solo player Hirkan, standing amidst a swirl of blue energy. She needs his unique skills. Suri instructs her subordinate to contact a mid-tier player named Hatch. The guild member questions why they'd need a loser like him, but Suri's look silences him. She states simply that there's something specific she needs Hatch to hunt down for them. Back in the Bolkas Mountains, Hirkan inspects his short sword as it shatters into pieces. The system confirms its durability has hit 0. He sighs. He finally wiped out the pack of annoying monkeys, but it came at a cost. He knew this gear was reaching its limit. It's time for an upgrade. There's just one problem. Hirkan is completely broke again. He has no choice. It's time to farm for gems, specifically the highly valuable monster gems. These gems have a very low drop rate, but are crucial for crafting powerful gear. And Hirkan knows that the specific gem dropped by the armor monkey is perfect for what he has in mind. His skeleton army stands ready as Hirkan shouts, "It's time to start the hunt!" He lets out a maniacal laugh, fired up by the promise of new gear. He swears they will hunt down every last armor monkey on this mountain. 9 hours later, Hirkan stands over a mountain of defeated monkeys, his face a mask of pure, mind-numbing exhaustion. The gem still hasn't dropped. He stares at the pile of digital carcasses, wondering why the rare item just won't appear. Sinking to the ground, he tries to convince himself, just one more, it'll drop from the next one. His mind is starting to crack from the tedious grind. Suddenly, a large armored boot steps into his view. A voice calls out, "Hey!" Hirkan looks up annoyed. A towering player clad in expensive red and black armor identifies him instantly. "You must be ManhwaApex." Hirkan is immediately on guard. Who is this guy? He stares back, his eyes hidden and cautious beneath his mask. He recognizes the gear immediately. A full set of fire lizard armor. It's an extremely rare, high-level set. And the sword he's carrying is the legendary orc hero's sword. This gear means the player is at least level 70, far stronger than almost anyone else right now. A dreadful thought crosses Hirkan's mind. Could this guy be connected to that shadowy group trying to maintain the world's balance? He flashes back to the image of Mikkel and his mysterious cloaked partner. The red-armored player stares down at him. "My name is Quixote," the player announces. He dramatically pulls back his cloak. "And I challenge you, ManhwaApex, to an official duel." Hirkan is completely stunned. Quixote explains that he heard ManhwaApex was getting popular on WTube. He proudly states that if he beats the famous ManhwaApex, he'll get popular too. He's just a shameless clout chaser. Hirkan internally scoffs. Just another attention-seeking loser. He waves him away, visibly annoyed. "I'm busy," he says. "Get lost." Quixote immediately starts to protest. Hirkan clutches his head in frustration. As if the terrible drop rate wasn't bad enough, now he has to deal with this idiot. But then Quixote throws down the ultimate bait. "I'll pay you 5,000 gold to fight me!" Hirkan, who was just fuming about being bothered, whips around, his eyes literally sparkling with gold signs, a massive, greedy smile plastered across his face. "Welcome, my dear customer," he exclaims warmly. His financial problems have just been solved. He loves this guy. His name is Don Quixote. And with a dramatic flair that matches his expensive armor, he introduces himself to the world. He strikes a fiery pose, proclaiming himself the hero of justice. In reality, Hero of Justice is just a cheesy guild tag that nobody really pays attention to, because in the world of Warlord, there is already an emperor of solo play, and his name is ManhwaApex. Quixote had always imagined himself as a beloved hero, constantly being thanked by grateful players he'd saved. He thought he was destined to be the center of attention, surrounded by adoring fans. That's what was supposed to happen. He lifts his hand, ready to greet his public, but ever since ManhwaApex showed up, Quixote has been completely invisible. When he tries to introduce himself, players just talk over him, buzzing about how exciting ManhwaApex is to watch. People literally shove past him, rushing to see the new video ManhwaApex just uploaded. Quixote slams his fist into the ground, enraged that his spotlight has been so thoroughly stolen. He glares at ManhwaApex's icon from afar, cursing the necromancer for overshadowing him, especially since they both started playing around the same time. He just can't understand it. ManhwaApex is a lower level and wears mediocre gear, while he, Quixote, is decked out in the best equipment money can buy. Quixote stands up, realizing his fit of rage has carried him deep into the mountains. He laughs nervously, wondering where he even is, and then he sees him, ManhwaApex himself, arguing with his own skeletons. This is his chance. He's stunned to see him hunting here, in an area that should have been locked until the main quest was cleared. Quixote's eyes narrow with a brilliant, ambitious idea. If he can defeat ManhwaApex and upload a video of the fight, he could steal all of that fame for himself and finally become the hero he was always meant to be. And that is exactly why he challenged Hirkan to a duel. Stripped down to his boots and underwear, Quixote flexes. 5,000 gold if you win, he repeats. Hirkan just stares. "What are you doing?" Quixote proudly explains that he took off his armor to make it a fair fight, so Hirkan can't claim he only won because of his gear. Hirkan is speechless. This idiot somehow knew his weapon was broken. Quixote stands tall, declaring this a pure one-on-one fight, a battle of true skill. "Use everything you've got," he challenges. Hirkan just rolls his eyes. It's hard to take a guy in his underwear seriously, but Quixote is dead serious. He charges instantly, screaming, "Here I come!" Hirkan dodges a heavy punch, criticizing him for attacking while he was still talking. The two trade lightning-fast blows, Hirkan relying on his raw physical stats, knowing his necromancer skills would be unfair in a fistfight. Quixote lands a solid punch. "Stop dodging and fight back properly," he demands. Hirkan dodges again. "I will," he retorts, "if you make me feel like it. At least put your pants back on." Quixote groans in annoyance and clenches his fist, activating a warrior skill. "Booster!" he screams as his fist erupts in red-hot energy. Hirkan is shocked by the sheer power radiating from the attack. The area explodes behind Hirkan. He scrambles back, recognizing the skill. Booster. A warrior ability that grants a burst of extreme acceleration. He realizes that Quixote might look like an idiot, but he's a much higher level, and far, far faster. Hirkan admits to himself that if he fights this guy head-on, he will absolutely lose. If that's the case, a dark resolve flashes in his eyes. Quixote grins, assuming Haho Mask is finally getting serious. "Bring everything you've got," he shouts. "I'll overcome it all." He charges again, confident that he's about to prove to the world who the stronger player really is. "Booster!" he yells, his flaming fist rocketing towards Hirkan's face. But Hirkan ducks instantly, using his broken sword to scoop up a handful of dirt from the forest floor. The dirt flies right into Quixote's face, making him choke and sputter. He stumbles back, completely blinded and confused by the cheap tactic. Hirkan thinks to himself that if he can't win with strength, he'll just have to win with skill and a little bit of cunning. He closes the distance and delivers a vicious elbow uppercut. The blow sends Quixote reeling back, blood trickling from his mouth. Hirkan follows up with a powerful high kick, slamming Quixote hard against a tree. Quixote staggers to his feet. "You coward," he sputters. "How is that skill?" Hirkan just smiles darkly. Who cares about being a coward when your life is on the line? He tells Quixote that he lost because he was more concerned with looking cool than actually winning. With that, Hirkan crushes the armor monkey hide in his hand. He casts a unique skill he developed himself, skin stitching. He's merging the properties of the monkey hide with his own body, full clothed, to gain a temporary buff, enhancing himself with the creature's speed and dexterity. Quixote stares in shock as a dark aura of magic swirls around Hirkan. He knows with absolute certainty that if Hirkan hits him now, it's over. Wreathed in crackling purple energy, Hirkan looms over him. "You started this fight," he says, his voice low and dangerous, "so you better be ready for what comes next." Quixote throws his hands up in a panic. "Wait!" Tears streaming down his face, he screams, "I surrender!" Hirkan's attack freezes midair, a devastating ball of purple energy swirling around his fist. The energy slowly dissipates as Quixote pants for breath on the ground. Hirkan stands over him, the intense aura fading as his opponent curls into a ball. Quixote shudders. "That was so scary, I almost forgot this was a game." He looks up nervously. "Does this mean you win?" Hirkan's eyes are still glowing. "Give me my 5,000 gold, he warns Quixote not to try anything funny. Quixote just nods, relieved. "So cool," he mutters. His expression shifts from pure terror to wide-eyed admiration. "You're so strong and wonderful," he shouts. Hirkan just holds out his hand for the money, completely bewildered by the sudden praise. Quixote, his tears of fear now tears of joy, happily hands over the 5,000 gold. But then he does something truly shocking. He pulls out his ridiculously rare orc hero's sword and offers it to Hirkan. Hirkan stares at the legendary weapon, practically drooling. He instantly calculates its worth. Plus 66, strength and stamina, 9% ignore defense, this thing would sell for at least 15,000 gold at auction, and he's just giving it to him? Hirkan clears his throat. "Why are you giving me this?" Quixote smiles proudly. "Consider it a token of my gratitude." He explains that he'd been so obsessed with popularity that he forgot what was truly important, getting stronger. Hirkan reminded him of that. He holds out his hand for a handshake. "You are worthy of becoming my brother," he declares. Hirkan is speechless. That's why he's giving him the sword? He closes his eyes. Quixote may be a complete idiot, but that was a surprisingly cool gesture. But he quickly snaps out of it, lightly punching Quixote in the chest. "Forget the brotherhood," he says. "Get lost." He turns to his army. "Fibbies," he commands. "Get him." The skeletons immediately swarm Quixote. "Don Quixote!" he screams dramatically as he's dragged away into the woods. Later, tied to a tree, he puffs his cheeks out indignantly. "Don Quixote will return," he vows. "Once I am truly worthy of being your brother. I await the day we meet again, brother." Hirkan and his skeletons just watch the display. "Crazy son of a gun," Hyrcan mutters. He smirks. Despite all the chaos, it seems like Quixote is actually having fun playing this game. Something Hyrcan himself had long forgotten how to do, but he quickly focuses on the prize, giving the orc hero's sword a proud spin. A genuinely rare weapon. Now he doesn't have to hunt those annoying monkeys anymore. He holds the sword, feeling its power. This is more than enough for his next quest. But then he pauses, his foot hovering in the air. He starts to waver. Maybe, just 100 more monkeys. He can just feel it. That rare gem is about to drop. His own skeletons grab him by the robes and start dragging him away as he screams that he can feel it, begging them to let him go back. A gambling addiction is a terrible thing. But in the end, Hyrcan now possesses the legendary orc hero's sword, a weapon of devastating power, and a huge payday whenever he decides to sell it. Hyrcan stands before Mang the Ranger, looking over the 3 completed quest cards and the glimmering piles of gold. He can finally feel the power and the money flowing his way again. Mang confirms that his investigation was a huge success. He lists off the staggering number of monsters Hyrcan hunted down: 750 armor monkeys, over 100 tooth wolves, and 76 poison lizards. "You've done great work," he says. While Mang is satisfied, a serious expression crosses his face. The easy part is over. The real challenge is about to begin. Hyrcan, however, is still lost in his own world, a smug look on his face as he lightly pinches his cheek, giddy over the mountain of gold he just earned. He quickly apologizes, admitting he was a bit distracted trying to figure out how to spend his newfound fortune. But Mang demands his full attention. He slams his hand on the map between them, snapping Hyrcan back to reality. He warns him that the next mission is going to be especially dangerous. Pointing to a spot high on the mountain peak, Mang reveals that a new, powerful threat has appeared, a massive bear warrior. This is the next stage of the main quest, and it revolves around these mysterious and fearsome creatures. The bear warriors are enormous, standing nearly 4 meters tall and clad in heavy armor, making them incredibly tough opponents. Mang explains that the real goal isn't just to kill one. Hyrcan needs to figure out where they're getting their weapons, a crucial clue that will lead them to the mastermind behind all the trouble. Hyrcan quickly processes the mission, defeat the monster, and bring back one of its weapons as proof. He gives a simple nod of understanding. Mang looks genuinely concerned, asking if he can really handle this alone. Even seasoned rangers struggle against these beasts. He suggests Hyrcan find a party. Hyrcan just smirks, radiating pure confidence. He tells the ranger not to worry. He already knows exactly how to deal with these things. Out in the forest, Hyrcan checks his map again as he heads towards the bear warrior's territory. He's getting close. Surrounded by his loyal skeletons, he decides it's time for a little break and a little flexing. He pulls out his device, that same smug smirk on his face, feeling the thrill of having money to burn. The auction house window opens, displaying pages of high-end items, rare weapons, and expensive skill books. He knows exactly what he needs. He calculates his options. For his current level, the best possible gear is the Skeleton Snake set. He starts buying, first snapping up the glowing blue boots. He follows up with the gloves and the rest of the set, watching as the shimmering energy of new gear envelops him. Fully equipped, his defense, mana, and strength have all skyrocketed. The set cost him a staggering 37,000 gold, but he's finally geared up. Hyrcan lets out a small, satisfied laugh. So, this is what money tastes like. He decides to spend the rest on new skills, buying 5 different high-level spellbooks for another 17,000 gold. He throws his head back in pure, unadulterated joy. He gives his new armor a confident pat. Even though he's under-leveled for the bear warrior, all this new power should be just enough to pull it off. Suddenly, his 4 skeletons gather around him, their blue eyes shining with an exaggerated, pleading look. They're reminding him that they need gear too. Hyrcan snaps back to reality. He completely forgot about his minions. He quickly searches the auction house for skeleton armor, but it's too late. His excited expression melts into horror as he stares at the notification. INSU sufficient, balance. He spent every last coin. He laughs nervously, trying to explain to his gear-obsessed skeletons that he's completely broke. Their reaction is immediate. The innocent pleading vanishes, replaced by a cold, aggressive stance. They point their swords at him, their entire attitude shifting. Hyrcan frantically tries to apologize, but before he can finish, a wild boar charges out of the woods. He sees the monster and knows this is his only way out. He tells his skeletons they'll get more money after this hunt. They charge in, their only thought on the potential gold drop. The boar is taken down in a flash of light. Hyrcan sighs in relief. Thanking his lucky stars, a monster showed up at the perfect time. After a few more hunts, one of the skeletons stares blankly at the screen, a slight blush on its cheeks. The last wild boar has tears in its eyes, begging for its life. The skeleton doesn't care. It brings its sword down with a heavy smash, its eyes cold and single-minded. Hyrcan scolds them to stop wasting time and just finish the kill, promising he'll get them geared up on the way. One of the skeletons fires a powerful energy bolt, blowing another monster to pieces. The hunt is fast and brutal. Hyrcan is startled by the noise, looking up in confusion just as a powerful voice interrupts the moment. A pair of heavy, armored boots steps into view. "Who are you?" the voice booms, "hunting in this area without permission?" Hyrcan instantly recognizes the tone. This is Apollo Guild territory. He's already annoyed, knowing exactly where this is going. 3 heavily built men step forward, looking for a fight. Hyrcan dismisses them with a single thought: just another group of loudmouthed losers. The man in the middle introduces his crew as the Great Trio of the Apollo Guild. Hyrcan just smiles back, a wide, slightly unhinged grin that promises nothing but pain. He activates his slot-on ability and rushes forward, slamming his enormous sword into the trio and sending them flying. He sighs in disgust, looking down at one of the downed members. Just a bunch of annoying punks trying to pick a fight. He wonders why he keeps attracting these kinds of people, joking that he might need to see a shaman to fix his luck. He decides the whole interruption was a waste of time and tells his skeletons it's time to go, leaving the beaten guild members in the dust. The leader, Wang Zhang, pushes himself up, angrily tracking Hyrcan's movements. He curses him, vowing to make him regret laying a hand on their guild. We cut to a lavish guild hall. A man draped in gold jewelry and a tiger-skin pauldron looks up in shock. "What?" he asks. "Someone attacked my underlings," he growls, "even after they announced my name." He's furious that anyone would dare disrespect his authority. Sitting on a throne, the guildmaster receives confirmation from a kneeling subordinate. Yes, it was Ha-Ho Mask. The guildmaster slides a heavy gold ingot across the table, his order cold and clear. "Bring Ha-Ho Mask to me, no matter the cost." The subordinate bows, promising to make Ha-Ho Mask pay. At that moment, Hyrcan looks up, sensing a dark, heavy aura closing in. He knows he's just stepped into some serious trouble. Finally, he and his skeletons arrive at their destination, a ridge overlooking a treacherous hunting ground. This is Bear Warrior territory. "All right," Hyrcan says, turning to his skeletons. "Ready to go?" But they're completely distracted, showing off the minor gear upgrades he bought them, flexing and posing in a bizarre display of skeleton pride. Hyrcan snaps. "Hey, stop messing around!" He reminds them what they're here for, a level 70 bear warrior with 3 different fighting phases. They need to be serious. He motivates them, explaining that if they succeed, they'll shoot past the top 30 guilds in main quest progression. He narrows his eyes, making it clear. He expects 0 mistakes. He closes his eyes, centering himself. "Just stick to the plan," he says. "Execute what we practiced." Just as he finishes, he senses a massive presence behind them. He lets out a nervous laugh. Speak of the devil, or, in this case, the bear. A colossal, level 70 bear warrior steps forward, its eyes blazing red. Clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive blade, it radiates a power far beyond anything they've faced before. Hyrcan's expression turns grim. He touches his wrist, preparing to unleash his secret weapon. "Here we go," he whispers. Hyrcan's body is enveloped in crackling blue light as he enters his physical enhancement mode, ready to face the beast head-on. Now a powerful close combat fighter, he looks up at the bear warrior with a confident smile. He's taking this main quest all by himself. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Bolkas Mountains, a mage in blue and gold robes searches the woods. He rushed here as soon as he saw Ha-Ho Mask's latest video, hoping to find him. He waits, looking tired and troubled. He grumbles to himself about being stuck out in the middle of nowhere, sent to track down some rookie. His orders were simple: find Ha-Ho Mask and bring him back, by force if necessary. Are they asking me to commit a crime? He wonders. Suddenly, a level 65 king wild boar attacks him from behind. The mage turns, shocked, letting out a gasp of surprise. He retaliates instantly, engulfing the massive boar in a blast of fire. He manages to fight it off, but the sudden encounter leaves him exhausted. Looking completely drained, he laments how badly he wants to quit this mission. This is Ballista Hatch of the Thunder Hunters Guild. Rank 5, Mage of Warlord, and he's been sent to hunt down Hyrcan. He makes one last desperate plea to the empty forest. "Haho Mask, just show yourself already." The biggest players in the game are finally closing in. The bear warrior bares its massive teeth, ready to crush the tiny figure standing in its way. Hyrcan remembers this fight from his past life. Before he came back in time, his entire high-level guild wiped 6 times before they barely managed a victory. This is no joke. The stakes are too high. If he fails here, someone else could steal the lead in the main quest, ruining all his plans for this chapter. He recalls the strategy he learned from the future, the key to damaging this beast. The bear is covered in near impenetrable armor. The only way to hurt it is to target the tiny seams in the plating, stripping off the equipment piece by piece. He tells himself he can do this. Relying on his newly purchased skills, he dodges the bear's massive swing and launches himself into the air. He gives his skeletons a quick command to follow his signal, a tight smile on his face. This is a huge risk. Energy spikes around his legs. This is his new skill, muscle modification, designed to give him a massive boost in speed and power. "Let's go," he shouts, activating the skill. He shoots forward at a terrifying speed, but something is wrong. He's moving way too fast, soaring right over the boss's head. He tries to fight the uncontrollable momentum, panicking as he realizes he can't stop. He curses the game's broken mechanics. As he flies past, the bear warrior casually swats one of his unfortunate skeletons on the ground below. With a loud crash, the skeleton shatters. Hyrcan screams in anger, furious that a poorly balanced skill just cost him a valuable minion. He finally lands, still crackling with blue energy. The skill might be powerful, but he realizes it's completely useless for precise, close-range combat. He can't give up on the physical approach yet. He tries again, this time charging along the ground. He uses the explosive acceleration, rocketing upward with his sword ready, but the speed is still too much. The moment he yells, "Attack!" he zips right past the bear's head and lands awkwardly on its massive, furry shoulder. Hyrcan is perched on the monster's back, completely confused. The bear warrior seems equally baffled by the tiny player now sitting on it. Hyrcan lets out a nervous laugh, commenting that the fur is surprisingly soft, but inside, he is screaming about this terrible skill. The bear warrior roars and shakes him off, sending him flying like a pebble. He crashes hard into the ground, the blue light fading from his legs. He sighs. The muscle reinforcement is just too strong to control. He looks back at the bear warrior. At least he managed to graze its arm during the chaos. The hit was minimal, but it was enough to tear off a single piece of shoulder armor. Hyrcan takes a deep breath. Stripping the armor is good, but if his physical skills are this unreliable, he's in serious trouble. The now enraged bear warrior swings its massive shield at him. He rolls out of the way just in time, groaning from the effort. Since direct combat is a bust, Hyrcan switches back to what he knows best. It's time to try out another one of his new skills. He summons a giant skull engulfed in purple flames, activating the necromancer skill, Bone Bomb. The skull explodes, sending a massive shockwave of necrotic energy across the battlefield. The bear warrior takes the hit head-on, but simply roars through the attack, barely affected. Hyrcan clutches his head. This monster is too tough for direct damage. He needs to switch to debuffs and strategy. He quickly spends his mana to repair the skeleton warrior that was just destroyed, bringing it back into the fight. He resolves to stop playing the hero and fight like a proper necromancer. He stands tall, surrounded by his reinforced skeleton army. As he prepares, his skeletons are busy pointing at him, clearly in disbelief at his disastrous physical attempt. He shouts at them that it was a mistake, and he's doing it properly this time. "Golem, get to work," he yells, summoning his rocky friend. The massive golem erupts from the ground, ready to block the furious monster. The bear warrior swings its huge weapon, but the golem raises its arm, perfectly intercepting the blow. The weapon connects with a massive impact, but the golem holds firm, absorbing the damage. Hyrcan smiles. Aha, he's got the monster trapped. He sends a pulse of energy toward his golem. He activates another new skill, Hardening. It locks the golem's body in place, temporarily trapping the bear warrior's weapon. With the bear distracted and pinned, he orders his skeletons to attack its now exposed side. That sword won't be moving for a while. The skeletons leap into the air, zeroing in on the monster's unarmored flank. The plan works flawlessly. The unarmored flesh is defenseless against their relentless assault. The bear warrior roars in genuine pain as deep wounds appear on its side. Hyrcan grins. "Don't get so worked up already." He reminds himself that the boss still has one big move left. He can't get careless even if the strategy is working. The air around the bear warrior explodes in red energy as it lets out an enraged battle cry. It stands straighter, shedding the last of its damaged armor. It's glowing. Higher Khan knows it's preparing for its next phase. He's barking orders at his skeleton archer, telling the idiot to shoot the moment he dodges, cursing that it's trying to get him killed. The bear warrior lets out a thunderous roar, instantly healing 50% of its health. All of Hirkan's hard work is erased in a single moment. Hirkan stares in fury at the massive, roaring creature. His careful, calculated strategy is now useless. He decides to abandon the delicate approach. It's time to embrace the true power of a necromancer, brute force and overwhelming numbers. He summons a huge, grotesque skull, crackling with corrosive purple energy. His skeletons line up, ready to fire all at once. Hirkan laughs maniacally as he unleashes a relentless barrage of magic, determined to overwhelm the towering beast. A few moments later, a hooded skeleton stands proudly amidst a field of flowers, signaling the end of the brutal fight. The dust settles. Hirkan stands over the massive, slumped body of the defeated bear warrior. He's done it. He's gained a huge amount of experience and over 100,000 gold. He closes his eyes, satisfied. He's completed Meng's trial. This was the monster his entire guild failed to beat 6 times. He clenches his fist as the blue light fades. This time, he soloed it completely. His decision to become the solo king, to rely on his future knowledge and unique strategies, was the right one. He stands tall, looking invincible in his full necromancer gear, having secured his lead in the main quest. "Good job," he tells his skeletons. Now, back to Meng. The bear warrior extermination is complete, but his skeletons are whispering amongst themselves that he fought like a coward. Hirkan explodes, shouting that if they'd done it their proper way, they'd have wiped 6 times too. Meanwhile, at a bustling tavern in the Bolka's mountains, Ballista Hatch, the Thunder Hunter mage, sits alone, hunched over his drink while other players laugh around him. He lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. He grips his hair in a panic. He's completely doomed. He can't find Haho Mask anywhere. He's been searching for days, but the viral videos have brought massive crowds, making it impossible. He knows if he goes back empty-handed, Sirei will kill him. He rests his head on the table, muttering how unreasonable it is to ask one person to search an entire mountain range. He stares at the table, cursing his life and his guild for this miserable, hopeless mission. Suddenly, his communicator flashes. An incoming call from Sirei. Hatch leaps out of his chair in pure terror, knocking over a mug. The other players stare as he screams her name. He panics, stammering his greeting, but a calm voice cuts him off, congratulating him on his hard work. "It's Sirei." She sounds surprisingly sympathetic, telling him she might have given him too much to handle. Hatch is overwhelmed, tears welling in his eyes at the sheer relief of not being scolded. Siri smiles sweetly but then dashes his hopes. She's sending someone to help him. Hatch weakly asks if he can just come back. Suddenly, a tremendous crash shakes the entire tavern. "Huh?" he cries out. The wall of the tavern explodes inward in a flash of white light, showering him with debris. Siri's voice comes through the communicator, sharp and demanding. "Work with Hahi and find him. Properly." 2 patrons gasp as a figure steps through the gaping hole in the wall, calling Hatch an idiot. It's the Thunder Princess Hahi. She stands dramatically in the rubble, enraged. "Because of you," she shouts, "I got dragged all the way out here too." Hirkan looks down from a high ridge. Since he started Chapter 2, the base camp in the Bolka's mountains has completely transformed, with a proper village now built below. He knows this means other players are finally catching on. The main quest is here, and he can't afford to slow down. He needs to get back to Meng and deliver his proof before the major guilds close the gap. Using his enhanced physical abilities, he moves like a blur through the forest, determined to maintain his lead. He skids to a halt, hearing movement ahead. A group of heavily built players is rushing toward him. He's already annoyed by the interruption. He recognizes their gear. They're from the Apollo Guild, the same ones he beat up earlier. He braces himself for a revenge fight. "Just attack all at once so we can get this over with," he groans. But then, one of the men collapses at his feet, screaming in pain. The rest of the group falls one by one, screaming for help. Hirkan stops, genuinely confused. He hasn't even attacked them. As he's trying to figure out what's happening, a sharp, unseen attack whistles past his head. Another man is hit by a massive burst of blue energy and wiped out instantly. Hirkan dodges, blood splattering across his face. He stumbled into someone else's fight. He finally sees the attackers, a pair of players in Thunder Hunter robes. The smaller one, Hahi, scoffs at the fallen players for begging for their lives. And just like that, Hahi and Hatch are standing face to face with Hirkan. He immediately recognizes the uniform and the powerful auras of the Thunder Hunters Guild. These two are high-ranking threats. He puts his guard up, silently activating a protective barrier around himself. Hahi, the infamous Mad Dog, stares him down. "Are you Haho Mask?" she asks bluntly. This is Hahi, the Thunder Hunter's Rank 2 warrior. Her sword is drawn, her eyes glowing with an unstable energy. Her reputation as the Thunder Princess, or Mad Dog, is well earned. She's fiercely loyal to Ciri and dangerously unpredictable. With her is the Thunder Hunter's Rank 3 mage Hatch. Despite his nervous demeanor, he's a genius mage who, once locked on a target, never lets go. Hirkan inwardly rages. These two were a massive pain in his past life. He can't believe he's run into them now. He knows they're here to recruit him for Ciri. A direct fight against these two top players would be suicide. Hatch repeats the question, "Are you Haho Mask?" Harkan immediately puts on an act, his face a mask of ridiculous innocence. "Who's that?" he asks with exaggerated confusion. His plan is simple, pretend to be an ignorant newbie. Since no one knows his real face or name, they have no proof. But Hahi isn't buying it for a second. She closes the distance, her eyes narrowed. "Liar," she says. She points out that Haho Mask's videos have over 20 million views. Anyone hunting in this area would know who he is. "Your hood is the same style," she accuses. "Are you him?" Hirkan is shocked by her directness. Hatch jumps between them, desperate to de-escalate. "Haho Mask isn't the problem right now." He screams right in her face. "The problem is you idiot. You just destroyed an inn and killed a bunch of random players." Hatch is in a full-blown panic, listing off all the collateral damage. He yells that everyone knows their guild name and they can't afford this kind of bad press. He orders Hahi to apologize to Hirkan before she ruins their reputation even further. Hirkan just watches, stunned that two of the most famous players are acting like this. Hahi reluctantly turns to Hirkan, her face twisted in a snarl. "Are you happy now?" she spits out. Hatch pushes her away, apologizing profusely to Hirkan and begging him to excuse them. Hirkan, still thoroughly confused, quickly agrees. He walks away, breathing a sigh of relief. He actually managed to avoid a fight with two of the game's strongest players. But before he can relax, he senses danger and turns sharply. Hahi has fired a brutal red energy beam right at his back, narrowly missing him. The blast leaves a massive crater in the ground. Hatch screams, grabbing Hahi. "Why did you attack an innocent player?" She just shrugs. "I thought he'd dodge it." Hirkan looks on in disbelief, spitting blood from the shockwave. She deliberately attacked an unsuspecting player. He stares at the two of them. These people are genuinely insane. His demeanor shifts instantly. He calmly puts on a pair of glasses and announces in a cold, authoritative tone, "I am filing a formal complaint against the Thunder Hunters Guild." Hatch freezes in terror. A complaint could ruin them. Hirkan threatens to make a viral post, labeling them as an evil guild that attacks newbies for fun. That's all it takes. Hatch immediately offers compensation. He shoves a heavy bag of gold into Hirkan's hand. Hirkan examines the 1,000 gold payment. "I'll let it slide this time," he says, accepting the money. Hatch thanks him profusely, just happy to avoid a PR nightmare. Hahi, still furious, yells for Hatch to hurry up. Exhausted, he chases after her as Hirkan watches the chaotic duo retreat. Hirkan removes his glasses, annoyed by the whole ordeal. He knows he has to keep a low profile for now. He just needs to wait a little longer before he's strong enough to deal with his enemies properly. A determined glint appears in his eye as he watches them leave. Hatch and Hahi continue to argue as they walk away, with Hatch lecturing her about the importance of their guild's reputation. Hahi just defends herself, asking why the guy didn't dodge. Hatch throws his hands up in exasperation. "Are you blaming the victim for not expecting your random attack?" Silently, Hahi focuses on Hirkan's retreating back, clenching her fist. "That guy," she tells Hatch, "he didn't look scared or hurt. He just looked annoyed." We see a flashback to Hirkan's cold, unimpressed glare. Hahi agrees that he's suspicious, but Hatch just begs her to stop causing more trouble. Back at the camp, Hirkan hands Mang the heavy damaged armor piece from the bear warrior. Mong examines it, agreeing it's strange. He thanks Hirkan, saying his success has prevented more casualties. Hirkan is barely listening, nervously chewing his lip, worried about the other guilds catching up. He urges Mong to hurry. Mong presents him with a beautifully crafted wooden chest. He opens it, telling Hirkan to choose one reward. Hirkan is stunned by what's inside. The chest is filled with tightly bound scrolls. Mong explains they are maps to monster dungeons he discovered over the years. Hirkan's eyes go wide. He understands the incredible value of what he's seeing. These are treasure maps. He leans over the chest, his eyes filled with greed. These maps pinpoint every high-reward dungeon he needs to secure his lead. But he knows a reward this good always comes with a price. Mong tells him he has one more favor to ask. Hirkan scoffs inwardly. Of course he does. Mong explains that armored monsters have been spotted beyond the mountains and asks Hirkan to investigate. Hirkan quickly agrees, fumbling his words in his haste. He asks for the location. Mong tells him it's the Parung forest. Hirkan's face twists into a grimace of absolute horror. He stammers that it's no problem, but his reaction says otherwise. He closes his eyes, letting out a heavy, defeated sigh. Outside, he slumps over in despair. Parung Forest is a level 90 area. He needs to level up, and fast. The thought of the grind is incredibly annoying. He pulls himself together. The best place to level up right now is Sura Canyon, home to level 75 monsters. He's confident that after the Bear Warrior, he can handle it. He leaps into the air, ready to start the grind. But as he lands, he senses a powerful presence and looks around anxiously. Standing casually nearby is Matador Shev, the guildmaster of the Red Bulls. The best leveling spot in the game is already occupied. Meanwhile, across the server, Ballista Hatch is making a frantic video call to Sirei, tears streaming down his face, begging her to let him stop working with the savage Hahi. Sirei just sits back, clearly enjoying the sight of her top agents suffering. She calmly thanks them for their efforts. Hatch, still crying, points out that the Red Bulls have already taken over Sura Canyon. Maybe they should focus on the main quest, instead of wasting time on Haho Mask. Suri looks thoughtful. She agrees. There's no point trying to recruit someone who clearly doesn't want to be found. She makes her decision. The hunt for Haho Mask is over. The Thunder Hunters will now focus all their efforts on the main questline. Hatch and Hahi instantly stop crying and cheer in relief. Alone in her guild hall, Suri confirms her decision. She sighs, content with the outcome. She knows the paths of the strongest players are bound to cross eventually. She doesn't need to hunt him down. He'll come to her. Back in Sura Canyon, Hirkan is already furious, staring down Matador Shev. "Let's see how much longer you can run from me," he shouts. His skeletons are already collecting monster drops, ready to grind. Hirkan has found his next target, both for leveling up and for disrupting his rivals. Deep in Sura Canyon, Hirkan and his skeletons are locked in a fierce battle with a demonic, level 75 demon goat. A flash of blue energy from Hirkan's magic pierces straight through the creature's head. And with a final slash from a skeleton sword, the high-level monster collapses, exploding into loot. Success. A cascade of notifications confirms 2 level-ups in a row. Hirkan hits level 62, pumping every new point into strength to prepare for his next destination. He figures with a bit more grinding, he can head straight for the level 90 Parung Forest. But his moment of satisfaction is cut short by a sound from behind. It's a mob. A swarm of players with adoring smiles are rushing toward him, shouting his name, Haho Mask. They close in fast, their voices echoing in the canyon, yelling, "It's really him!" Behind his mask, Hirkan's face is a picture of pure dread. This isn't just a few fans, it's a horde. Internally, he's screaming for them to get lost as he shoves past his own skeletons and makes a run for it. Switching to physical mode, he leaves his bewildered minions in the dust. He curses under his breath. His fame has reached a point where getting caught by the crowd is as good as a death sentence. And this is why his life is suddenly so difficult. His Bear Warrior solo video has gone viral, hitting over 3 million views and more than 1 million likes. His editor, Romeni, is absolutely thrilled, beaming as she watches the numbers climb. But for Hirkan, this fame is a curse. He can't even hunt properly without being constantly swarmed. Everywhere he goes, players pack in around him, yelling his name and desperately trying to get his attention. He tells his skeletons the plan has changed. They're heading for the deepest part of Sura Canyon, where the high-level monsters should scare everyone off. but as he arrives, he sees someone is already there. He and his minions weave through the canyon's rocky terrain, desperately trying to shake the mob following them, and he runs straight into Matador Chev. The guild master of the Red Bulls grins, sunglasses perched on his head, and gives him a cheerful greeting. Hirkan freezes. He's trapped. Of all people, why is the leader of the Red Bulls here, in the one place he needed to go? Chev recognizes him instantly. "Hey, it's the rookie from the starting village," he laughs, clearly not taking Hirkan's awkward departure from their last meeting personally. He's genuinely impressed. "Wow, you're leveling fast," he says. "A few months ago you were a newbie, and now you're already in Sura Canyon." Hirkan forces himself to speak, trying to sound casual. "What's a top ranker like you doing in a place like this?" Chev looks surprised by the question. "You haven't heard? As of yesterday, the Red Bulls have claimed this entire canyon." Hirkan's mind reels. They must be setting up a base for the main quest. It confirms his fears. The major guilds are all closing in on his location. Chev adds with a friendly smile, "Actually, I was kind of hoping I might run into Haho Mask." Hirkan immediately plays dumb. But Chev just pulls up the viral video, explaining he heard the famous player was spotted around here and that he's a huge fan. He leans in closer, as if sharing a secret. "So, aren't you curious about that super rookie too?" Hirkan throws his hands up in denial. "Haho Mask? Never heard of him," he says, trying to push past the enthusiastic guild master. Finally, he manages to break away, leaping through the rocky landscape to make his escape. He lands, cursing his luck. It feels like everyone is after him, from obsessive fans to his biggest rivals. He pictures his two main enemies, C-Ray and Chev, laughing at his predicament. He's being squeezed from both sides, and the whole situation is just absurd. He slumps to the ground beside his skeletons. At this rate, he can't level up or even continue the main quest, and there are no other good hunting spots nearby. Then, an idea strikes. He remembers the map he got from Mong. He pulls out the scroll, confirming it. There's a hidden dungeon marked somewhere in this area. This is it. This is his way out. A smile spreads across his face, his energy renewed. This secret knowledge is exactly the advantage he needed. He knows rare dungeons are never easy to find. They're often hidden in dangerous places, like behind this massive, roaring waterfall. It's a huge gamble, but the biggest risks always bring the biggest rewards. Without another thought, he and his skeletons take the plunge, diving into the deep, churning water below. He holds his breath. The interface shows he only has 20 seconds of air. He has to trust the map and find the entrance before time runs out. He swims desperately as the timer ticks down. Can he possibly make it? There, a cluster of glowing, massive crystals marks the hidden entrance to the cave. Only 5 seconds left. He pushes his body to the absolute limit, straining to reach it. With just 1 second to spare, he breaks through the crystal barrier. He surfaces, coughing up water. He made it. He finds himself in a massive cave filled with glowing blue crystals. 2 rare titles pop up on his screen: Discoverer of Hidden Secrets and Dungeon Explorer. The place is breathtaking. He grins. The plan worked perfectly. If the normal hunting grounds are too crowded, he'll just hunt where no one else can even go. He and his skeletons venture deeper into the cave, expecting to find monsters worthy of such a secret place. He advances cautiously through the vast, echoing cavern. Suddenly, a bolt of white energy shoots past him, forcing him to a halt. He looks up, his eyes widening in genuine surprise. Because standing in front of him is a simple, low-level green slime with cartoonishly large eyes. Hirkan just tilts his head, completely baffled. The slime bounces cheerfully as Hirkan's skeletons just stare at the seemingly harmless creature. Hirkan throws his hands up in exasperation. "Are you kidding me?" he shouts to no one. He nearly drowned just to fight a low-level slime? But then the slime changes color and a small flame flickers within its body. Fire? And then it clicks. This isn't just any dungeon. It's filled with elemental monsters, some of the rarest and most valuable types in Warlord. Their drops are essential for crafting powerful elemental gear. In other words, he's just stumbled upon an absolute gold mine. He pulls out his knife, a greedy glint in his eyes. Every single drop here is worth a fortune. He bursts out laughing. "All right, boys," he tells his skeletons, "let's go make some money." The slime lets out a sharp shriek as the skeletons charge forward. They close in on the bouncing, seemingly helpless creature. But just as they're about to strike, Hirkan senses something is very wrong. In a blinding burst of fire, the tiny slime erupts, transforming into a ferocious level 70 salamander. A salamander, Hirkan shouts as the creature opens its mouth to launch an attack. A massive fireball scorches the air, and Hirkan barely manages to leap out of the way in time. His clothes are smoking from the near miss. This thing isn't playing around. It opened with one of its strongest attacks. He realizes he can't afford to mess around. He needs to take this seriously and end it quickly. It's time for an upgrade. Hirkan begins casting, enchanting his skeletons with dark energy and summoning bone armor and madness helms. Then he pulls out his trump card, the black orc skull he spent a fortune on, preparing for a special summoning. Dark magic swirls around one of his skeletons, reshaping its very essence. In its place stands a skeleton knight, clad in dark red and gold armor and radiating a terrifying purple aura. This is no temporary buff, it's a permanent, high-tier evolution. Even the ferocious salamander seems to recoil in shock at the sight of this powerful new threat. With a command from Hirkan, the skeleton knight charges forward, its powerful sword crackling with dark energy. The salamander is completely overwhelmed, torn apart by a flurry of impossibly fast purple energy strikes. Hirkan watches, a perfectly satisfied smirk on his face. The investment definitely paid off. With his new powerhouse leading the charge, he gives the order to clear the rest of the dungeon. He has finally secured a private hunting ground and, with it, a massive advantage over his rivals. Deep in a hidden dungeon, Haho Mask is surrounded by terrifying fire salamanders, monsters that most players wouldn't dare face alone. He's outnumbered, with no backup in sight. But as he looks up at the massive, three-headed creatures, a confident smirk spreads across his face. The salamanders let out a unified, earth-shaking roar, fire gathering in their mouths as they prepare to unleash a wave of destruction. Haho Mask's eyes narrow under his hood, his expression firm and ready. This is exactly what he came for. He doesn't charge in himself. Instead, he summons his ace, the newly evolved Skeleton Knight, ordering it to meet the monsters head-on. The Skeleton Knight becomes a blur of purple energy, its blades slicing through the salamanders with incredible speed and power. With each kill, flames extinguish and experience points flow to Haho Mask. He stands back, relaxed, watching his minions do all the work. The Skeleton Knight strikes a victorious pose over a defeated monster, its power so immense that even the other skeletons gather around, looking on in awe. Haho Mask lets out a laugh of pure joy. This is the life high-level monsters, and his Skeleton Knight handling it all automatically. He'd successfully transformed a basic minion into this unstoppable warrior, and now he was reaping the rewards. The rare materials these creatures drop are worth a fortune, more than covering the cost of the upgrade. His plan? Keep grinding until all his skeletons are this powerful. With a determined pump of his fist, he urges his army forward. They'll clear this entire dungeon, boss and all, then head straight for the Purung Forest. But his easy grind only lasts for an hour. He rubs his forehead, a sudden shift in the air putting him on edge. It was all going a little too smoothly. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of dark purple energy erupts from the ground. A system message appears. An instant's dungeon has been discovered. The throne room. Haho Mask clenches his fists in frustration. An instant's dungeon is a one-shot deal. Once you enter, you can't leave, and he has no idea what's waiting for him inside. The stakes are massive. If he fails, he'll be locked out of the game for 2 full days, more than enough time for his rivals to leave him in the dust. He looks at his skeleton crew. He's stuck. There are no other good hunting spots nearby. With a heavy sigh, he realizes he has no choice. He has to take the risk. He raises his hand, reaching toward the swirling purple portal, committing himself to the gamble. A grin spreads across his face, fueled by the dark energy of his power. At this point, all he can do is trust his luck and his knowledge of the future. The system confirms his entry. He is now inside the high-risk, high-reward throne room. The dungeon is a massive, ruined temple lined with silent, imposing statues of knights. His small army of skeletons looks tiny marching through the enormous hall. He observes the sheer number of statues, guessing it must have been an abandoned temple for some powerful order. But as he looks closer, an unsettling feeling washes over him. Every single statue is covered in deep, fresh blade marks, as if a fierce battle just took place. His eyes widen. He pulls his hood down, his focus sharpening on the end of the hall as he senses a dangerous presence. And there it is. A ruined throne sits beneath a column of pale green light, and standing before it is a massive figure in dark armor, radiating a terrifying energy. The light intensifies as the armored figure begins to move, its immense power becoming clear. Haho Mask's face floods with shock and dread. He recognizes this monster, and a gasp of disbelief escapes his lips. He snaps out of his paralysis, screaming at his minions, "Get in formation! Now!" But before they can react, the dark armor moves like a phantom, a green blade flashing toward them. With a sickening crack, 2 of his skeleton warriors are shattered into dust. They're completely useless against this thing. Haho Mask grits his teeth, his face clouded with regret. "How could this enemy be here?" he whispers, cursing his luck. The armored foe steps forward, its body glowing a malicious green. Its title appears, The Spirit Knight, Level 80. He knows this monster. It's one of the toughest in the game, equipped with a top-tier battle AI that learns and adapts to every move. His breath catches as a memory flashes through his mind. He's fought this thing before, in his past life. Back then, he was the same level, but he had his entire guild with him, the guild he led before he was betrayed. He remembers the Spirit Knight standing over the bodies of his fallen comrades. They were completely wiped out. He had no choice but to retreat. But now, seeing it again, Haho Mask knows he can't let that happen a second time. Rage and determination burn in his eyes. Retreat isn't an option this time. He has to win. Ignoring the painful memory, he instantly summons a fresh wave of skeleton warriors, their bones radiating a cold, icy light. He decides they're going all out from the start. He, the Skeleton Knight, and the new minions rush the Spirit Knight all at once. The Spirit Knight's massive, ghostly sword gleams, ready to counter the assault. With a single swing, it shatters another wave of skeletons effortlessly. His usual swarm tactic is pointless. Haho Mask barely dodges the follow-up strike. This thing isn't just strong, it's terrifyingly fast and precise. His Skeleton Knight rushes in to intercept, their blades clashing and sending shockwaves of blue and green light across the hall. But the Spirit Knight ignores the attack, delivering a brutal blow to the chest of Haho Mask's strongest minion. The Skeleton Knight staggers, its armor cracking under the force. The Spirit Knight follows up, stabbing its sword straight through the minion's ribs. Just as his knight begins to glow with impending death, one of the smaller skeletons spots a massive counterattack heading for Haho Mask. Haho Mask sees it too and screams at the small skeleton to get out of the way, knowing it can't survive. But fueled by loyalty, the small skeleton charges directly into the green magic, unleashing its own power in a desperate attempt to protect its master. The green energy explodes, utterly annihilating the brave warrior and scattering its bones across the floor. Haho Mask leaps back, watching his minion disappear. He realizes the stab his knight landed wasn't even a critical hit. This thing has no heart. The Spirit Knight is completely unfazed, its glowing green core pulsing with energy as it prepares its next attack. His mind races. His skeletons are useless. His golem won't do much better. His strategy has failed. At this rate, he's going to lose. Suddenly, a phantom voice echoes in his mind, sharp and condescending. He pauses, tilting his head slightly. It's the voice of an NPC from a past quest. The voice is mocking him, reminding him of a time he charged recklessly at a monster 4 times his size. In the memory, Haho Mask just shrugs, trying to justify his recklessness. He grins and gives a thumbs up, saying, "I only charged because I thought, if I don't beat this monster, I don't get dinner." The NPC just stares back with a look of pure disbelief. The memory snaps him back to reality. He snarls, cursing himself for overthinking. He's not the type of player who wins with strategy. He's a fighter. He charges the Spirit Knight with raw, desperate power. If he can't get a critical hit, he'll just keep hitting it until its health bar hits 0. And it works. He's dealing damage, and a look of manic confidence returns to his eyes. He just has to keep up the relentless assault. But the Spirit Knight's AI adapts instantly, matching his ferocious speed. Its green energy sword lashes out at a blinding pace. A crushing blow lands, sending Haho Mask staggering backward, spitting blood. He stops, gathering his strength and glaring up at the creature. He straightens up, wiping the blood from his lip. "That was a fake-out," he yells. "A sacrifice to get close." While the Spirit Knight was focused on him, his damaged Skeleton Knight had moved in, stabbing its glowing sword deep into the monster's body. Haho Mask's body begins to radiate a powerful, dark blue glow as he settles into a combat stance. Now he's ready. He locks eyes with the Spirit Knight, fueled by simple, primal hunger. "If I don't beat you," he declares, "I don't get dinner tonight." Meanwhile, far from the intense underwater battle, we're back in the desert town of Sura Canyon. Matador Chev and his Red Bulls Guild are enjoying their easy domination of the area. Chev confirms that with the area under their control, their supply routes are stable, allowing them to power level without any interruptions. His partner mentions the possibility of Haho Mask showing up, and Chev stops, intrigued by the thought. She admits she doesn't understand his obsession, pointing out that Haho Mask just hunts low-level monsters by himself. Chev smiles, disagreeing completely. He explains that while those monsters might be low-level for an elite team, for a solo player, they're incredibly dangerous. In a game where you can actually feel pain, he says, only two types of people fight monsters stronger than them: the crazy and the natural-born warriors. Haho Mask is clearly both. And finally, we cut back to the regular skeletons, sitting quietly on the sidelines, having been completely useless this entire chapter. Haho Mask and his skeleton knight charge the massive Spirit Knight, the necromancer shouting that this is non-negotiable. If they lose, nobody eats tonight. But the Spirit Knight is unfazed, countering instantly by gathering immense fire energy in its hand. It unleashes a massive wave of golden flame, forcing Haho Mask and his knight to scramble back to avoid the devastating blast. A laugh, mixed with frustration and excitement, escapes Haho Mask's lips. This thing is ridiculously tough, but even after taking a hard hit, he's thrilled by the challenge. He takes a quick breath, pushing through the pain to prepare for his next move. Then, with a slow exhale, he gathers his focus and leaps back into the fight. He and his knight charge back in, dodging the Spirit Knight's massive energy sword as the monster's magic makes the very floor crackle and explode beneath them. The explosion sends massive chunks of rock flying as the Spirit Knight lunges, its fiery attack threatening to obliterate everything. Huge slabs of stone rain down from the ceiling. Haho Mask narrowly dodges a sweeping fire strike, his only goal now to keep the monster occupied. He grimaces, ducking under a falling piece of the ceiling. The monster is trying to bury him. To restrict his movement, he screams at his skeleton knight to take the hit, using his best minion as a shield while he dodges another energy blast. The knight swings its massive sword, barely blocking a devastating attack aimed right for Haho Mask's head. In that brief opening, Haho Mask rushes in, landing a sharp physical strike on the monster's leg. The intense exchange continues. The skeleton knight intercepts the heavy blows while Haho Mask keeps hammering away with his own attacks. He grins. His reckless, high-damage strategy is actually working. If he can just keep stacking damage like this, he can win. The thought of victory fuels his determination, pushing him to focus even harder. But the Spirit Knight instantly powers up, its armor radiating an even more intense, crackling flame. It moves so fast, it becomes a streak of fire, completely overwhelming the skeleton knight. Haho Mask dodges the fiery swing, but he can barely see through the heat and chaos. He curses under his breath. The monster's AI has already adapted, powering up its defense and speed once again. The sheer force of the flames begins to push him back. He takes a solid hit, letting out a grunt of pain as the fire washes over him, blinding him for a moment. Every attack now carries significantly more force. He knows he can't survive many more direct hits. He's getting desperate. "Stop!" he yells, telling himself he's done playing defense. He needs a high-risk, all-or-nothing move right now. He points to one of his standard skeleton minions, ordering it to rush the target, knowing full well he's sending it to its doom. As the small skeleton charges forward, it's instantly incinerated by the Spirit Knight's fiery sword. The explosion rocks the temple floor, providing the briefest of distractions. Haho Mask winces, blood splattering his face. He's bleeding. He curses himself for focusing so much on his minions that he forgot to protect himself. He narrowly avoids another blazing strike, yelling at himself to stop thinking and just fight the only way he knows how. Recklessly, he uses an emergency spell, summoning a burst of dark energy to keep the Spirit Knight momentarily off balance. His skeleton knight is severely damaged, its body scorched by fire as Haho Mask struggles to contain the monster. He glances at his strongest minion, a system message confirming it has taken excessive damage. The Spirit Knight exploits the opening, striking the weakened knight with immense force. The skeleton knight manages one last desperate blow before the system confirms its imminent destruction. Exhausted and wounded, Haho Mask falls to his knees. He glares through the shields, calling the Spirit Knight a real piece of work for pushing him this far. Ignoring the pain, he rises and hurls the basic skeleton skulls he carries, activating his bone bomb skill. The bombs hit their mark, exploding in a wave of purple fire and causing the monster to shudder violently. Ha-Ho Mask is completely engulfed in the heat of his own attack, putting himself at massive risk just to land damage. His face is strained with effort, his eyes locked on the target. Just a little more. He throws another massive wave of bone bombs, aiming directly at the Spirit Knight's glowing core. The explosions consume the monster, shaking the entire hall with a massive purple blast. His expression is grimly determined as he forces the last of his energy into one final shot. With a wild look in his eyes, he shouts his final command. He asks the monster if it knew about the weakness of elemental creatures. Ha-Ho Mask chuckles grimly. Their weakness is that they take almost no damage from magic. He wasn't stupid enough to use a magic attack like Bone Bomb without a plan. He reveals his secret. He infused the attack with physical material. Skeleton fragments mixed right into the spell. He executes his special skill. Skeleton fragment activates, turning the magic bombs into hundreds of sharp, physical projectiles that pierce straight through the Spirit Knight's defenses. He watches the killing blow land, whispering a cold farewell. The Spirit Knight's body explodes into a cloud of blue light, its essence fading away. Ha-Ho Mask stands over the fading energy, completely exhausted, but alive. He won. The system rewards flood his screen, massive amounts of gold, a new title, rare armor, and enough experience for a much-needed level up. He lets out a slow breath, the intense high of the battle finally wearing off. He remembers the devastating scene from his past life, his guildmates arguing, terrified, after they failed to defeat this same monster, even with their entire party. Back in the present, he looks down at the pile of broken skeleton bones, including his loyal knight, who is already beginning to repair itself. He looks closely at the battle marks on its armor. He wonders, was the monster easier this time, or had he just become strong enough to take it on alone? He gently pats the few surviving skeletons, offering them rare praise for holding up during the brutal fight. But then he notices the exit hasn't unlocked, even though the boss is dead. He worries for a second. Is there another, even harder boss coming? His eyes widen as he realizes his mistake, staring at the far end of the hall. Instead of another monster, a radiant white portal opens, revealing a golden treasure chest. It's a random reward room. He throws his head back and lets out an overjoyed scream. The luck he was counting on had finally come through. He rushes forward, his eyes shining with greed. A rare weapon? A pile of gold? A hidden skill book? He reaches the chest and pulls out a massive, dusty book bound in thick leather. He reads the title, Research Records on Ancient Power. His excitement vanishes. It's just a lore book for the main quest, completely useless for grinding or revenge. He flies into a rage, screaming that this is complete garbage and throwing a childish tantrum. He wanted a cool weapon, not some useless book. As his temper cools, he notices something. A subtle, new feeling. Something is different about his minions. He's now standing at the edge of the Perung forest, having successfully exited the dungeon after his fit. Ha-Ho Mask takes a deep breath. His level is good enough now. It's time to start the next part of the main quest. He calls his skeletons to attention, yelling at them to move out. But when they appear, they're fully equipped with matching armor, weapons, and accessories. They strike ridiculous poses, showing off their new gear. Ha-Ho Mask just stares, completely dumbfounded. He realizes the lore book wasn't the reward. It was the key. The true reward was an insanely broken hidden skill that lets him equip his summons with actual player gear. The skill is revealed, armament. This skill changes everything. Ha-Ho Mask grins. He can now permanently strengthen his entire army just by buying them better gear. The downside? It's going to cost him a fortune. But for him, money is no object. He points at his newly armored army. You'd better earn your keep from now on. He claps his hands together, giving them one last warning. If they slack off, he'll abandon them in the forest. Just as he's about to enter the forest, he stops dead. A massive, muscular player in ridiculous rogue gear is standing there praising his amazing gear setup. The man steps closer, revealing his face. You're just like the rumors said. He grins, putting on dark sunglasses and introducing himself and his friends. We live by romance, he declares. His two equally buff and dramatic allies pop out, striking poses as flowers bloom around them. And we die by romance. With a final dramatic flair, they announce themselves as the Romantic Rogue RZ family. Mask just stares, his face a mask of pure exhaustion. Only weirdos play this game, he thinks to himself. And just like that, Hyrcan, the legendary solo player, is 3 seconds away from quitting the entire game, defeated not by a monster, but by sheer overwhelming cringe. Mask is speed-walking deep into the Purung forest, his newly armored skeleton army marching in perfect sync behind him. But he can't shake his new fans. The captain of the RZ family is struggling to keep up, still trying to convince Mask to join their ridiculous group. Under his mask, Mask's face is turning red with pure, unadulterated fury. He is reaching his absolute limit. The entire trio is jogging beside him now, smiling and telling him to slow down, as if they're all old friends. And finally, Mask snaps. "Get lost!" he screams, his voice cracking with frustration. But the RZ captain just keeps on talking, completely unfazed. He strikes a new, dramatic pose with a rose in his mouth, asking one last time. Mask just throws his head back and laughs in disbelief. "You seriously expect me to party up with a bunch of weirdos like you?" The captain completely misreads the situation, taking his outburst as a sign of interest. He decides it's time for a proper introduction. He gathers his crew, announcing that they are the RZ family, and they're here in the forest to power level all the way to 100. He admits the monsters here are a bit too strong for them right now, flashing back to a memory of them running for their lives from massive ogres. That's why they were looking for party members, but for some reason nobody wanted to team up with them. Mask stares back, his face completely deadpan. "Wow," he says, "I can't imagine why." The captain rushes forward again, grabbing Mask's arm and begging him to join their romantic quest. Mask yanks his arm away, throwing another fit and shouting at the guy to get away from him. The scene cuts away for a moment, showing Mask's skeleton knight calmly enjoying a cup of tea. When we return, Mask is standing over the defeated RZ family. He glares down at them, making it crystal clear he doesn't care about their romance and will never ever work with a team. He turns and walks away, his face twisted in rage, issuing one final threat. If they follow him again, they'll regret it. The RZ family lies on the ground, watching as Mask and his impressive new army stride off into the dense forest. The captain sighs. Rejected again. One of his members asks if they should just give up on this entire area. The captain thinks about the Toon family, another party that had rejected them earlier, calling them creepy. Suddenly, a message flashes across their screens. It's the Toon family, and they're asking for help. The RZ family looks up, completely shocked by the sudden request from the very same people who had mocked them. Meanwhile, Mask is deep in the forest. A huge ogre-like black gore lets out a dying scream. "All at once!" he commands, and his newly equipped army moves like a highly trained strike force. He ducks and weaves through the chaos with incredible speed, landing perfectly aimed physical blows. A massive, glowing blue strike lands square in the chest of a black gore. The monster is instantly vaporized. Mask catches his breath, satisfied with the kill. He looks over the battlefield, littered with the bodies of 55 defeated monsters. After fighting the level 80 Spirit Knight, he thinks to himself, "These things feel way too easy and predictable." He smiles. Even if the fights are simple, he's leveling up faster than ever, and that's all that matters. He pulls up his quest log. The next step from the NPC Mawang is to find traces of armored monsters in the forest. He lets out a frustrated sigh. He hasn't found a single one yet, which means he's made zero progress on the main quest. A knot of panic tightens in his chest. He can't afford to waste time. He knows his rivals, Sirei and Matador Chev, are catching up fast. For a split second, he considers asking the RZ family for help, but immediately dismisses the idea with theatrical horror. He would rather die than work with those guys. Just then, a huge explosion rips through the trees in the distance. Mask is instantly alert. He sees smoke and fire. Someone is in a huge battle, and whatever they're fighting, it's giving them a lot of trouble. His eyes narrow as he instantly recognizes the source of the chaos. A wicked grin spreads across his face. That's it. Those explosions, they must be coming from the armored monsters he's been looking for. Meanwhile, the RZ captain is trying to hold his own, taking a solid hit from a massive armored ogre and grunting in pain. Another RZ member stares at the incoming horde, sweat pouring down his face. The RZ family is facing a huge wave of menacing, dark-armored ogres, all charging relentlessly toward them. The captain realizes this is bad. The monsters are heavily armored, and they formed a disciplined battle line. This isn't a random encounter. Monsters aren't supposed to be this coordinated. He looks past the horde. He knows something has to be controlling them from the back. And there it is, a huge, dark figure sitting further back. An armored commander monster, clearly leading the attack. The RZ captain curses himself. A monster smart enough to command an army is far beyond what his small party can handle. The RZ member in the green shirt quickly throws up a defensive spell, a massive wall of fire erupting between them and the horde. The wall of flames forces the ogres to a halt, buying them a precious few seconds. The other two members rush to their injured captain, asking if he's okay. The captain looks past them. The Toon family is already wiped out. He knows his own team won't last much longer. One of his men suggests they run while they still can. The captain agrees they can't win, but he decides they should at least try to save the people who asked for their help. He yells out, begging for someone to help the few surviving members of the Toon family. He reaches out to a fleeing player, but the man just screams for him to get away, completely rejecting his help. The injured captain politely asks another player for help, only to be told to get lost. The three members of the RZ family retreat, dramatically hugging each other and crying big, fat tears of rejection. The RZ captain pauses, his jaw clenched as he stares into the flames. "Use all your power to make an escape route for them," he tells his men. They're stunned by his willingness to sacrifice himself. He explains that he knows exactly how it feels to be abandoned when you need help the most. His two comrades are deeply moved, understanding his need to uphold their romantic code of honor. The captain charges forward alone, shouting that he'll hold the horde off while they help the others escape. He dashes into the flames, determined to hold the line. He manages to land a clean hit on one of the ogres, a flash of red energy erupting from the blow. The captain grins, believing his sacrifice is working. But the massive armored ogre is barely scratched. It slams its enormous fist right into the captain's body. He collapses, coughing up blood, realizing the raw power of the monster. He whispers a curse, knowing he's failed. The ogre commander steps over him, raising its massive boot to crush him. The captain closes his eyes, bracing for death. But just then, a brilliant blue flame appears, and a cold voice tells him to stop trying to act cool. The skeleton knight, covered in glowing blue energy, appears and intercepts the monster's crushing stomp. Ha-Ho Mask appears behind his minion, his eyes glowing. "I'm only saying this once so you don't misunderstand," he says to the fallen captain. He clarifies with a menacing glare, "I'm not here to help you. I'm here so you don't steal my monsters." The captain is dumbfounded. Ha-Ho Mask ignores him completely and yells a swift, cold command to his troops. "Get them," he orders. His armored army charges into the fray without a moment's hesitation. A rain of dark energy descends upon the armored ogres, tearing through the formation that the RZ family couldn't even dent. The RZ captain stares, absolutely speechless. How can a necromancer's summons move like that? This level of coordinated, powerful combat is beyond anything a normal necromancer should be capable of. Ha-Ho Mask looks back, his eyes glowing intensely under his mask as he enjoys the chaos. The captain can only wonder who this person really is. The monsters roar in pain as Ha-Ho Mask's powerful minions butcher them one by one. It's an absolute slaughter. The fight that the RZ family struggled with is over in seconds. System messages confirm the kills. Ha-Ho Mask stands tall and relaxed. "All right," he says, now that the small fry are out of the way. He points his sword at the massive armored commander, the monster the RZ family was too afraid to even approach. He taunts it. "I heard you lost your underlings. Don't worry, you'll be joining them soon." The commander lets out a furious growl. But before he engages, he orders his skeletons to move the captain aside. He's in the way. The captain is left speechless, utterly humiliated by the casual power of the man who just saved his life. With its army wiped out, the massive Helm Ogre lets out a furious roar that shakes the entire forest. The ground is littered with the bodies of its fallen soldiers, a brutal testament to the power of the lone figure standing before it. ManhwaApex and his own small army look on calmly as the survivors of the other parties watch from a safe distance. He points his sword at the enraged monster, his voice dripping with cold confidence. "Hey you!" A cruel grin is hidden behind his mask. "You are sad about your underlings being gone," he taunts. "Don't worry, you'll be joining them soon enough." The Helm Ogre just growls, its red eyes burning with pure hatred. The ground trembles as the beast takes a heavy step forward, its armored boot crushing the earth beneath it. ManhwaApex stands his ground, a calm, almost bored expression on his face. He's completely unfazed. The Helm Ogre looms over him, a towering wall of muscle and steel. A system message identifies it as a level 80 boss monster. Watching from the sidelines, the injured RZ family members look on in terror. "That was scary," one of them says. "Can even ManhwaApex handle this?" They're convinced this is a stretch even for him. One of the RZ members turns to the last survivor of the Toon family. "Look closely at its eyes." The young man's eyes widen in horror. "They're marbling black and red," he explains. "That means it's a corrupt monster tied directly to the main quest line. And that is very bad news. Because corrupt monsters are a terrifying 3 times stronger than their normal counterparts. The onlookers are now certain this is a losing fight. The Helm Ogre throws a massive punch, its fist glowing with power as it hurtles towards ManhwaApex. But ManhwaApex effortlessly blocks the devastating blow with his sword. A shockwave of red energy blasts through the area, but he doesn't even budge. He calmly pushes the monster's fist back. "This one's pretty sturdy," he comments, "at least better than its underlings." The onlookers panic, shouting out a warning. "No, ManhwaApex," one of them yells. "You shouldn't get too close." The Helm Ogre growls again, gathering a swirling vortex of dark purple energy around itself. A watcher screams, "It's coming!" as the monster unleashes a devastating energy blast, its red eyes glowing with killing intent. The Toon family member grits his teeth, convinced it's over. "Not even ManhwaApex can handle an attack that powerful," he mutters. But ManhwaApex just smirks, his voice calm and steady. "All right, here we go." He leaps into the air, his body engulfed in a swirling torrent of brilliant blue energy. As he channels his power, a confident, almost crazed grin spreads across his face. He looks down at the monster. "Why don't you try stopping this?" The energy converges at the tip of his sword, forming a blindingly bright flash of light. He unleashes his attack, a massive beam of pure blue energy that completely dwarfs the monster's dark power, blasting it head-on. ManhwaApex lands gracefully as the light fades, his long black cloak billowing behind him. The Helm Ogre stands frozen for a second before a massive gaping hole appears in its chest. It collapses, defeated in a single overwhelming blow as the other players stare in utter disbelief. The RZ and Toon family members are completely silent, struggling to process what they just saw. One of them manages a confused, "Huh?" A single thought echoes in their minds. "He won?" A system window pops into ManhwaApex's view, confirming it. He has defeated the Helm Ogre. More rewards flood in gold, a huge amount of experience, and even a level up. He casually dusts himself off. That was easy. Now then, he's also obtained a key item, a Helm Ogre's helmet fragment. The quest is now complete. All he has to do is report back and continue the main storyline. He looks over at the group of players he just saved, a thoughtful look on his face. But before that, he thinks, I need to figure out how to split the drops. He considers the loot. Since it was a rare monster, he knows the drops will be worth a fortune. He recalls the unspoken rule of the game. The first person to attack gets to decide how the loot is split. The other players look on nervously, unsure what to expect. ManhwaApex's face twists in annoyance. But didn't I do everything? He thinks, frustrated at the idea of having to share. He sighs, grumbling to himself that this is why he wanted to wait until they were all dead before stepping in. But then a memory flashes in his mind. He remembers watching from the shadows as the RZ captain made his heroic last stand, declaring that they knew what it felt like to be abandoned. That selfless act had struck a chord with him, stirring something he thought was long gone. Back in the present, he puts a hand to his face, sighing heavily. He admits to himself that his body started moving on its own after hearing the captain's words. Just then, one of the RZ members calls out his name. The entire RZ family bows deeply, thanking him for his help. Because of him, they survived. Haho Mask thinks to himself that at least they're grateful. However, he adds, his cynicism kicking back in. The RZ captain gets a serious look on his face. I don't think we can let you go like this, he says, his tone suddenly grave. Haho Mask's expression hardens. I knew it, he thinks, his worst suspicions seemingly confirmed. He mutters that he supposes nothing matters in the face of money. But then he hears a commotion. The RZ family members are pushing and shoving each other, arguing over who gets to take a picture with him. First come, first served, one of them shouts. Haho Mask is completely bewildered. What are you? He starts to ask. The captain cheerfully explains they're trying to take selfies with him. Confused, Haho Mask asks, don't you want to split the drops? The captain looks genuinely puzzled. Split the drops? He turns to the Toon family member and asks if he needs any of them. The young man is just as confused. He starts to say, of course, they're worth a fortune, but gets cut off. The RZ captain grabs him with a menacing grin. Surely you're not going to be shameless enough to walk away with the drops when Haho Mask saved all of us, right? The young man quickly backtracks, stammering that, of course not, Haho Mask should take everything. The captain beams, giving Haho Mask a thumbs up. You heard him. You should take them all, he declares, adding with a flourish, romantically. Haho Mask stares at them, his expression a mixture of confusion and exhaustion. What in the world is romance to these guys, he wonders. I really don't get them. He lets them take their pictures, and after a while, he and his skeletons depart. As he and his minions run through the forest, the RZ family catches up one last time. Haho Mask, the captain asks, why don't you join our family? He admits that with their skills, they probably won't be much help, but he promises they'll be there for him whenever he needs it. Haho Mask reflects on the offer. He thinks to himself that even though they're idiots, he's sure the game would be fun to play with them. But if I were to do that, he continues internally, an image of him laughing and goofing around with the RZ family flashes in his mind. I'll never become the best version of me. A determined smile touches his lips. That's right. Someone like me should be going against the top 30 guilds. His true ambition is revealed. Him standing alone on a mountain of defeated enemies, facing down the most powerful guild leaders in the game, including Sir Ray and Matador Chev. With his resolve hardened, he pats one of his skeleton minions. All right, guys, let's speed up. He breaks into a full sprint, a determined grin on his face. Let's finish this quest and get to the next one. The scene shifts. Elsewhere, a giant armored bear monster roars in agony as it's struck down. It's the Thunder Hunters Guild, standing over the massive beast's corpse, led by their queen, Suri. Her followers cheer. She did it! Harvest team, group up. Sir stands victorious, though a small cut marks her cheek. This is too easy, she thinks to herself. One of her bubbly followers runs up to her, calling her Thunder Queen. Sir calls out for two of her officers, Hahi and Hatch. Her followers shower her with praise, but she cuts them off. What's the matter? Hatch steps forward, looking serious. We have two new pieces of information to report, he begins. First, two of the top 30 guilds have started a war. The Triple Wing Guild and the Big Smile Guild. It started when an officer from Big Smile picked a fight with a Triple Wing member during a raid. Since then, the two guilds have been pouring enormous resources into the conflict, with the Big Smile Guild taking the heaviest losses. Sirei scoffs. A war during such an important part of the main quest? How foolish. She closes her eyes, a small smile playing on her lips. I hope one of them goes down after this. Then she asks, and the second piece of news? Hatch gets a nervous look on his face. Well, he reports that Haho Mask has defeated the Helm Ogre. Suri's eyes widen slightly. Hatch adds that for some reason, Haho Mask always seems to be one step ahead of them. A slow, calculating smile spreads across Suri's face. Her underlings are shocked. They expected her to be angry. But Sirei is simply amused. I guess we need to speed things up as well, she says. Her expression turns sharp and determined. Get the next quest from Ma Wung. The Thunder Hunters Guild will take over the second chapter of the main quest line. Meanwhile, Haho Mask arrives at Bangsu Castle to turn in his quest. But instead of Ma Wung, he's greeted by a man with glasses and a goatee, laughing maniacally. Long time no see, my apprentice. Haho Mask's face turns pale with horror. Why am I back with this guy, he thinks. It's his eccentric and annoying teacher, Ahimbri. Ahimbri explains that Mawum told him Haho Mask had carried out his missions well. As a reward, he was told to give him this. He holds up a dazzling golden ring. This is the Secret Order's ring. A stats window reveals its incredible power, a unique item that grants a massive boost to all stats. Haho Mask grits his teeth, sweating. Everything's been going so well until now. He knows there's a catch. He flashes back to his conversation with Mawum. With a greedy grin, he had eagerly said, "Perfect. I'll join the Secret Order then." Mawum had warned him to think it over, saying members should be prepared to put their lives on the line. Haho Mask had cut him off. Of course. With a crazed expression, he declared he wasn't afraid to fight evil, but his internal thought was much more selfish. If I join, I get the ring with all the stat increases. Why wouldn't I want to join? Mawum, seeing right through him, had sighed. I understand, if that's what you think. Haho Mask had celebrated internally, thinking the ring was his. But then Mawum told him to go find his teacher again. Haho Mask's smile froze on his face. Back in the present, he remembers yelling, "What? What for?" Mawum had calmly explained that his teacher was also a member of the Secret Order and would be the one to give him the emblem. Haho Mask glares at Ahimbri, his face filled with dread. But that guy isn't just going to give it to me for free. He imagines Ahimbri with a sinister grin, holding the ring just out of reach. Now say, "Please give it to me, teacher." Ahimbri looks at him expectantly. Haho Mask slams his hands on the table. He leans forward, his voice strained. "If you really think that that's going to work on me every time," he then immediately flips into a perfect handstand on the table, "then you'd be correct. Please give it to me, teacher." Ahimbri bursts out laughing. Haho Mask thinks to himself, it's too good of a reward to refuse. He snatches the ring, his face beat red with humiliation. "Darn it! Darn it all!" Ahimbri, covering his face to hide his laughter, says, "Now that you're part of the Secret Order, I'll give you your next mission." Ahimbri's expression turns serious. "What you need right now is a mission that'll make you stronger." He holds up a glowing blue cube. "That's why you'll be heading to the war zone next." A holographic map appears, and Haho Mask's eyes widen in shock. The war zone? The final image shows a glimpse of this new area, a brutal, chaotic battlefield under a blood-red sky, filled with countless players and monsters locked in a massive, unending war. Haho Mask steps into the lawless zone, feeling the weight of history under his feet. This place is a massive turning point in the game's story, and he whispers to himself that this is where he was always meant to be. He looks up at the towering gates of Terbe Castle, confirming his arrival. This is the war zone, a terrifying but rewarding battlefield he was never able to clear in his past life. This is a place where the normal rules are suspended, and only strength matters. The event itself is a massive defense quest. Endless waves of monsters pour in from beyond the walls, turning the entire zone into a chaotic, overwhelming battlefield. But for the players, high risk means high rewards. The objective is simple. Stop the monsters. The more you defeat, the greater your fortune. Haho Mask remembers wanting to come here years ago, but his old guild was never interested in these kinds of grind-heavy events. Now, he's back, all alone, and a smirk spreads across his face. He's genuinely excited to get started. But first, he needs to prepare. He watches the other players milling about as he checks his inventory. Across the area, a female player with short green hair and a wide straw hat is focused on her own screen. She turns to a hidden ally. "I think I found him," she says. Haho Mask. Haho Mask doesn't notice the eyes on him as he reviews his supplies, wondering if he brought enough potions for the grueling battle ahead. But our story jumps away from the battlefield for a moment to a dark, luxurious room where a player lies beaten and bleeding on the floor. Another figure collapses nearby, clearly having just lost a serious fight. In the center of the room, a massive, powerful tiger snarls over one of the defeated men, who shrinks back in pure terror. The player grovels, pleading desperately for mercy. The figure looming over them stays silent for a moment. He looks down at his defeated subordinates, his voice dripping with disgust. "You fools," he growls, angry they couldn't even handle a single rookie player. This is Apollo, the guildmaster of the Apollo Guild, a man whose presence fills the entire screen in his bulky gold armor. He roars in anger, demanding to know why they returned empty-handed. The sheer sound of his rage seems to shake the air, his powerful body radiating dominance. The defeated player scrambles to correct himself, stammering that he didn't mean to insult the guildmaster. He explains that they almost had their target, but members of the Thunder Hunters Guild suddenly showed up, interfering with their plans. He couldn't fight back against one of the strongest guilds in the game. A second defeated player points out that the Thunder Hunters are trying to recruit Ha-Ho Mask, which means they're protecting him. He curses Ha-Ho Mask, calling him a sneaky manipulator. Apollo regains his composure, letting out a sinister laugh. He figures Ha-Ho Mask must be acting arrogant because he thinks the top guilds have his back. Apollo decides he'll use that very belief against him. A virtual call suddenly connects. We cut to a far more refined setting. A handsome man in expensive clothes, Heavy Bean of the Big Smile Guild, answers the call, wondering what Apollo could possibly want. Heavy Bean, clearly annoyed, thinks about what the fat idiot is demanding now before asking what the problem is. Apollo immediately jumps in, saying he needs a favor. He wants Heavy Bean to teach Ha-Ho Mask a lesson. Heavy Bean raises an eyebrow, recognizing the name of the rising rookie. He asks why Apollo cares so much. Apollo's face tightens with resentment. That Ha-Ho Mask, he seethes. Apollo rants about how Ha-Ho Mask not only attacked his guild members, but also refused to apologize for it. But the true reason for his rage comes out. Ha-Ho Mask dared to humiliate him, to make him look like a fool. Apollo's face is red with pure, wounded pride. Heavy Bean nods slowly. So, this is just about Apollo's pride. He suddenly adopts a stern, cold look. He dismisses the matter, saying Apollo's personal grudge isn't their problem. The Big Smile Guild can't get involved in something so petty, it would damage their reputation. Apollo's voice drops. Realizing he's being refused, he decides to escalate. He threatens Heavy Bean directly. If he won't help, Apollo will immediately stop sponsoring the Big Smile Guild, cutting off their massive stream of real-world money. He reminds Heavy Bean that it was his money that allowed the Big Smile Guild to become one of the top 30 guilds in the first place. Heavy Bean stares down, his teeth clenched in fury. The blackmail is working. Apollo presses his advantage, saying if Heavy Bean can't grant this small favor, he has no reason to continue funding them. Driven by anger and fear, Heavy Bean slams his fist on the table, yelling Apollo's name in frustrated rage. But instantly, he forces a broad, fake smile onto his face. He tells Apollo that he was right all along, and that Ha-Ho Mask truly is the worst. He agrees to teach him a lesson right away. Heavy Bean offers a quick, false thank you and promises to contact him as soon as the deed is done, ending the call instantly. The moment the screen closes, Heavy Bean snaps, grabbing his head in frustration and sending food flying from the table. He screams that rejecting the demand would cost them too much, but attacking Ha-Ho Mask openly will ruin their guild's carefully crafted image. He cries out that he's just one person trying to manage a guild. Suddenly, a calm voice breaks through his distress. "Do you need some help?" Heavy Bean looks up, surprised by the sudden presence of a woman standing nearby. It's Cho Wurung, a reserve affiliate of the guild. She asks if all he needs is for Ha-Ho Mask to be eliminated. She has a confident, dangerous look in her eyes. Heavy Bean thinks it over. If he uses a reserve member, someone not officially part of the core guild, he can maintain their public image. He gives her a skeptical look. "Can you really handle it?" Cho Wurong bows deeply. "Leave it to me," she says, reminding him that she owes him her life and is determined to repay him. Her eyes glow red with intensity as she declares she will eliminate Ha-Ho Mask, no matter what. Below, Ha-Ho Mask is completely unaware that a deadly contract has just been signed against him. Back at Turba Castle, an NPC soldier bangs a gong, announcing that all participants must report to the castle gate immediately. A large crowd of players gathers in front of the enormous doors, ready for the main event to begin. The sound of grinding metal signals that the massive gate is beginning to open. Captain Bagel, the man in charge, shouts to grab everyone's attention. He announces that the gates are opening, warning the players to be ready. Ha-Ho Mask observes the NPC, a slight smile on his face. Bagel explains that outside is a lawless zone overrun by monsters. He warns them that the gates will only reopen after 44 hours, exactly 6 days. Their rewards will be determined by how many monsters they defeat. He reinforces the strict time limit. Once they step out, there is no going back. Bagel then reveals a second, more specific objective, flashing a blue system screen in front of several players. He's giving them all a special, highly important mission. The mission is displayed: defeat the blue giant, a powerful mutant monster. The reward, a unique skill book. Haho Mask stares at the notification, his eyes wide in shock. He mutters in disbelief, his gaze fixed on the reward. He can't believe it. A unique skill book as a reward for a side quest in this event? A unique skill book grants you a unique rank skill, something he'd only seen a couple of times even in his past life. Why is such a valuable item being given out so freely? Haho Mask tilts his head, processing the sheer value of this opportunity. He thinks this reward is honestly a bit too much for this type of event. Meanwhile, other players who received the same quest look at the reward with glowing, greedy red eyes. They all want that book. A player in the crowd whispers that he has to get that item, which means getting rid of any competition. And they all know who the strongest player among them is. This sudden realization shifts the entire event. Everyone is now looking at Haho Mask, who walks calmly, fully aware of the eyes on his back. He knows the challenge isn't whether he can beat the blue giant. He can. The real challenge is the competition. He stomps his foot, gathering blue energy, deciding what he needs to do. Bagel shouts for the gates to open, just as Haho Mask blasts forward with incredible speed. He realizes he just needs to beat everyone else to the punch. Haho Mask rushes past several players, who yell out in surprise as he zooms by. The players look angry and confused, realizing he must have figured out they were planning to jump him. One player says they need to chase him, but another stops them. The player thinks for a moment. I have a better idea. He turns to Cho Wurong, who is standing with her mercenary group, and suggests they team up to catch Haho Mask together. Her ally immediately steps forward, dismissing them as newbies. He asks who they think they are to tell a Big Smile affiliate what to do. He tells them the Big Smile group will handle Haho Mask themselves. Cho Wurong herself gets close to the player, her masked face radiating cold dismissal. The player who offered the team-up is struck in the head with the flat of a sword, sending him flying. Cho Wurong stands tall, her sword raised, looking completely ruthless. The player crashes into the ground. Cho Wurong's ally feigns innocence, asking why everyone is so on edge. He laughs, then admits the tension must be because of the unique skill book. Cho Wurong, however, simply says she doesn't care about the book. She only needs to kill Haho Mask. The player who was struck gets back up, wiping blood from his face, and changes his approach completely. He kneels before Cho Wurong, offering a new deal. If she listens to his advice, he'll give her the unique skill book. He suggests that, with her current skill level, she probably won't be able to get it anyway. Cho Wurong pauses, looking at the stunned faces of her new temporary allies. Up above the main gate, Haho Mask watches the players gathering below, noticing how quickly they've started to form groups. He sits down on a giant rock, annoyed. Did they really team up, just to kill me, he thinks? So many annoying people in this world. He sighs. He was already planning to be busy hunting monsters for money, and now he has to deal with an ambush. What a pain. He smiles slyly behind his mask. This gives him a new opportunity. This leaves me no choice, he says to himself, but to use that tactic. Down below, Cho Wurong and her hastily formed mercenary group are ready. She calculates that with these numbers, Haho Mask won't stand a chance. She stares out at the empty wasteland, her mind focused on her ultimate goal. She imagines herself succeeding, with Heavybean finally making her an official member of the Big Smile Guild. She pictures the fame and glory, surrounded by worshipful fans cheering her name. She smiles to herself, thinking about what will happen when she achieves her goal. Suddenly, a subordinate interrupts her daydream, offering her a cup of tea. She snaps back to reality. Ah, thanks. But she keeps imagining the future, seeing herself sitting on a throne, surrounded by servants, showing off her expensive items. She thinks about all the expensive furniture she'll buy, maybe starting with a fancy chair. Her subordinate tries to get her attention again, looking concerned. Her fantasy is brutally interrupted as her subordinate shouts her name, this time with genuine panic. She snaps her focus back to the battlefield and sees a massive wave of savage monsters charging directly toward them. She quickly barks orders to get information, but her ally yells back that something feels very wrong. An unbelievable number of demonic beasts are stampeding towards them, far more than a normal first wave. They are completely overwhelmed. Cho Woo-rung grips her sword, her face tight with worry. They won't be able to hold their formation against this tsunami of enemies. What is happening? She glances upward and spots a silhouette sitting on a giant rock. With dawning horror, she realizes who it is. Haho Mask looks down at the scrambling players below. "Did you really think you could group up against me?" he asks mockingly, pulling out a pair of drumsticks. With a wide, maniacal grin, he raises the drumsticks high and screams a terrifying message down at them. "Then go get messed up," he shouts, letting out a burst of insane laughter as he starts aggressively beating a war drum. Cho Woo-rung stares up, her eyes wide with shock. She can't believe what he's just done. She realizes he didn't just rush out. He intentionally used the drum as a lure, pulling an impossibly large mob of high-level monsters right toward the very spot where her assassination squad was waiting. The monsters crash over the rocks, surrounding the horrified players, and the great battlefield quest begins not with a roar of ambition, but with a massive disaster designed entirely by Haho Mask. The assassination squad is instantly shattered. A player screams in panic as the massive, unexpected wave of monsters slams right into their formation. Giant monsters, a brutish ogre, and a savage werewolf tear into the mercenaries. Their ambush quickly turns into a bloodbath as their carefully crafted plan crumbles to dust. The surviving mercenaries cry out to their leader, Cho Woo-rung, telling her they can't hold the line any longer. There are simply too many monsters. But Cho Woo-rung stands firm in the chaos, her expression tight with frustration. She refuses to give the order to retreat. Their entire plan is ruined. They were supposed to catch Haho Mask while he was distracted, making it a quick, clean kill. But instead, they walked right into his trap. They were the ones who got ambushed. A desperate new strategy forms in her mind. Her eyes narrow as she realizes what she has to do. She orders the remaining mercenaries to hold out for as long as they can, explaining that the monster wave will die down once the ringleader is taken care of. Her men look confused. She confirms her decision. She will handle Haho Mask herself. The thought of confronting the legendary solo player makes her heart pound with a strange mix of fear and ambition. While these minor players act as monster bait, keeping the wave occupied, she will slip away and take out Haho Mask on her own. She rushes out, sword held high, leaving the dying mercenaries behind. Up on the rock where he first beat the war drum, Haho Mask sits calmly with his skeleton minions, completely relaxed. He mockingly critiques the fighting below, saying, "Their performance has no soul." He glances up, noticing Cho Woo-rung rushing toward him. She closes the distance in a flash, her sword screaming through the air, driven by sheer desperate focus. She skids to a halt right in front of him and challenges him directly, demanding a one-on-one duel. Haho Mask tilts his head, a sarcastic smile spreading across his face. He figures she thought he would come running just because she asked. He realizes instantly that she's the leader of this failed ambush. He shifts his weight, getting comfortable, deciding to play along for a moment to gather information. He casually unsheathes his sword. "Do I know you?" he asks, admitting he can't remember her face from his past life. He says he just finds her intense desire to kill him, odd, positioning her as a simple rogue player. Cho Woo-rung is cautious, reminding herself not to reveal her connection to the Big Smile Guild. She lies, claiming she just wants to get rid of a rival for the unique skill book. Haho Mask nods slowly, pretending to accept her story. Then, just as she lunges, he laughs loudly. "Yeah, right." He parries her strike with a loud clang, telling her that her face clearly shows she couldn't care less about the skill book. Cho Woo-rung pushes back, her face hidden. "Who knows what my motives are?" she retorts, continuing her rapid assault. The two exchange a fierce flurry of blows, the sound of metal echoing as Haho Mask easily deflects her high-speed attacks. Despite his defensive focus, Haho Mask is impressed. This player's movements show genuine skill. He decides to test her further. "How do you feel about this?" he asks before leaping back, and instantly casts a necromancer skill, Bone Bomb. A compact ball of dark purple energy forms in her palm. The bomb explodes in a massive wave of dark magic. He presses her again, demanding to know who she's really working for. Cho Woo-rung, visibly sweating, maintains her secretive facade, throwing his own words back at him. "Who knows, right? If you're so curious," she tells him sharply, "figure it out for yourself." Then, she focuses her power, preparing to use her most secret technique. Cho Woo-rung screams the activation word for her hidden skill. "Slot on!" Massive waves of bright green energy surge from her body, amplifying her speed and combat power exponentially. Mask stares, genuinely stunned. She has slot on too, he says out loud, realizing she's going all out. The dilemma is immediate. If he kills her, he can't find out where she got the rare skill. But if he holds back while she's powered up, she's too dangerous to leave alive. Mask curses silently. What a pain. He decides he has to fight seriously, adopting a low stance. With fierce determination, he challenges her to bring it on. Cho Woo-rung, glowing with power, smiles ferociously. From here on, she declares, I'm getting serious. Behind her, Mask's skeleton army steps forward, ready for orders. She notices his minions, startled by the sight of the heavily armed skeletons. What are those things? She asks, pointing in shock. Mask casually explains they're his skeletons, but tells her not to worry. He told them not to interfere. She lowers her head, confused. Why would you tell your own summons not to fight? Mask smirks behind his mask. He reminds her that she was the one who challenged him to a one-on-one duel. He points out that he has no reason to rely on summons, watching as her eyes widen in surprise at his unexpected honor. Internally, he calls her more naive than he first thought. He pushes the advantage, calling her an idiot whose blind adherence to the rules is exactly why she's going to lose. He charges forward, his own slot-on ability masked by his innate power, announcing his attack. Farewell! Cho Woo-rung screams, unleashing a flurry of green-powered dagger strikes at blinding speed. Mask meets the attack with his large sword, the sheer power of the clash shaking the air. He deflects the blow, commenting that her current power isn't actually that different from before. He quickly notices her next move, realizing she's about to accelerate. With a grunt of effort, Mask absorbs a quick blow to his side, blood splattering from the wound. He tightens his expression, realizing her speed is still increasing rapidly. Jo Woo-rung stares down, revealing her eyes. I haven't reached my full potential yet, she declares. She pushes the power of slot on even higher, charging at him with impossible physical speed. Mask grits his teeth, taking damage as he's forced to meet her new velocity. He walks up to her defeated form and calls her cute. He stands over her, demanding she curse herself for daring to challenge Heavybean's rival, knowing the insult will sting the most. She tries to lash out with a desperate kick, but he simply catches her ankle with the flat of his blade. She flails in the air, confused and utterly defeated. Cho Woo-rung stares up, her eyes wide with shock, still trying to process the humiliating loss. Mask smiles a cold, knowing smile. He repeats the name she cursed. Lord Heavybean, huh? He points his massive sword directly at her face. You're with Big Smile, aren't you? She stares up, her eyes wide with panic and fear. Her cover is completely blown, and the shock rattles her to the core. A minute later, Cho Woo-rung is securely tied to a massive wooden pole. Mask squats down next to her, still casual. He asks her directly why Big Smile is targeting him, pointing out that he hasn't been involved with them in this lifetime. She is silent, just saying, "Who knows?" She forces a dark grin, saying he won't get any answers out of her. He ignores her bravado, looking her straight in the eye and calling her out by name. You're Cho Woo-rung, aren't you? He rattles off her full identity, naming her as Cho Woo-rung, Heavybean's subordinate in the Big Smile Guild. Her panic is absolute. She frantically denies it, but he simply confirms her identity again. She stares at him, demanding to know how in the world he figured that out, her humiliation growing with every word. Mask smiles a chilling grin. He explains that before he regressed, she was Heavybean's most famous subordinate. He adds that while he never fought her back then, he has his ways of knowing things now. He continues his interrogation, pressing her to confess why Big Smile is targeting him. Defeated, she shouts that she doesn't know. Humiliated and desperate, Cho Woo-rung screams at him to just kill her now and end her shame. Mask looks down at her and refuses. He says it would be a waste to just let someone with her unique skill set die. He points out that killing her would only let her resurrect in 2 days and catch up. He'd rather leave her tied up here to suffer while the monster waves pass by. His system screen flashes. The blue giant has officially spawned. He stands up and tells his skeleton army they're leaving. He gives her a final grave threat. If she tries to escape, he will find her and truly kill her next time, taking her out of the event completely. Cho Woo-rung is left straining against the ropes, her mind racing over the utter failure of her mission. She realizes he didn't just see through her plan, he twisted it into her own downfall, calling him a cruel bastard. She is furious, reflecting on his taunts, especially the one about it being a waste to let her die. She rages that he even dared to say something so cool right before humiliating her. She shouts Ha-ho Mask's name, enraged by his arrogant treatment. With her face burning with fury and intense embarrassment, she yells that he dared to flirt with her, desperately trying to save some pride, screaming that he absolutely did not. Back in the real world, Heavy Bean receives the dreaded system message from Cho Woo-rung, simple and chilling, "I'm sorry." He sees the full message, "She failed." He groans, rubbing his temples in deep disappointment. He maintains his professional tone, telling her, "Good work," and ordering her to rest, receiving another apology in return. Heavy Bean leans back, staring blankly ahead. The silence is heavy. Suddenly, he explodes into a screaming tantrum, tearing at his hair. He can't believe that even Cho Woo-rung, the one he trusted most, failed. He tries to convince himself to calm down. He tells himself that Apollo doesn't know yet, so maybe he can try to fix this. But then, a devastating realization hits him. What if Ha-ho Mask saw through their entire plan? He imagines the real-world headline. The 30th ranked Big Smile Guild, known for its pristine image, was exposed for losing a proxy war to a solo player. He imagines Apollo's face, smug and laughing at his failure. Heavy Bean laughs nervously, realizing that all of his problems can be traced back to this one player. He screams his rage across the game's servers, cursing Ha-ho Mask to hell. Back in the war zone, Ha-ho Mask, leading his army towards the Blue Giant, suddenly scratches his head, feeling a strange, phantom itch. Completely oblivious to the fury of two guild masters, he shakes off the feeling and continues his hunt. With his army of skeletons at his back, Ha-ho Mask marches forward, a renewed sense of purpose driving him on. He knows exactly where this monster is hiding, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he wonders what awaits them. And after a brutal, drawn-out battle, it's finally over. Ha-ho Mask slumps down, every muscle aching, but a wave of relief washes over him. The massive body of the Blue Giant lies still beneath him. Looking down at his skeleton army, he lets out a sigh. They got him. Officially, this thing was a level 85 boss, but its health pool felt more like a level 100 monster. Even going all out, the fight still took him a solid 30 minutes. He smirks, thinking it's a good thing those ambushers were so incompetent. If they hadn't gotten themselves wiped out, they would have just tried to steal his kill. He scoffs at the thought of thanking them. As he turns to leave, he wishes them nothing but failure in everything they ever try to do. He walks back to the tied-up assassin, Cho Woo-rung, whose eyes are wide with shock. She still can't believe he knew who she was. But the bigger question remains, why would the Big Smile Guild come after him? In this new life, he'd never even crossed paths with them. His mind flashes back to his past life, back when his old guild started rising through the ranks and became a threat. All the guilds ranked in the top 30 had formed a massive alliance just to crush them. And at the very center of it all was Choi Suleon Sirei, the Thunder Queen, and her tyrannical Stormhunter Guild. His eyes harden at the memory. He has a strong feeling that somehow she's the one pulling the strings behind this attack too. But as he thinks it over, he shakes his head. Something doesn't add up. This whole scheme feels too small, too petty for someone like Sirei. He groans, grabbing his head. All this political scheming is giving him a headache. Standing up, he pushes the thoughts aside. He decides to stick to what he knows best. If you get in my way, you're going down. Simple as that. He checks the event timer. 13 hours left, roughly 5.5 days to go. A determined grin spreads across his face. He knows exactly what he's going to do. He turns to his skeletons, his voice ringing with purpose. It's time to clear this dungeon and make some serious cash. 138 hours later, the massive gates of Turvey Castle swing open, marking the end of the 6-day War Zone event. The players start to trickle out. Most of them look exhausted and defeated, especially the mercenaries Ha-ho Mask had dealt with. They whisper among themselves about what a complete disaster it was. The blame game starts immediately. One mercenary snaps that they never should have listened to Cho Woo-rung, while the other argues he was the one who suggested it. The argument gets louder, the first guy shouting that it's not his fault. And that's when a new voice cuts in. It's Ha-Ho Mask, decked out in new gear and casually tossing a bag of cash. He tells them to break it up, asking why they're fighting on such a beautiful day. The mercenaries just stare, speechless. He feigns innocence, holding up a handful of bills. "Why the long faces?" he asks, showing off his earnings. His voice drips with mock sympathy. "What? You guys didn't make a single coin? I guess that's what happens when you follow a fool's plan." Their faces darken, knowing he's right. Ha-Ho Mask throws his head back and laughs. "Serves you right," he says. "Who told you to mess with me in the first place?" His eyes land on Cho Wurrung in the crowd. Finally freed, she looks utterly broken, her face a mask of shame. He gives her a taunting look. He knows this isn't the last he'll see of her. Cho Wurrung looks up, her face burning with humiliation. "I'll defeat you," she thinks, "and make you mine." She shakes her head violently, correcting the thought. "No, I'll kill him. I'll definitely kill him." Ha-Ho Mask feels a sudden chill, but he quickly shrugs it off. Time to move on. He watches as an NPC official named Bagel steps forward to announce the results of the 6-day event. Bagel's voice booms across the courtyard, announcing the top performer, Necromancer Hirkan. He's using the name Ha-Ho Mask registered for the main quest. Ha-Ho Mask pumps his fist in victory. Bagel spots him in the crowd and yells for him to come to his office immediately. Inside a grand office, Bagel sits behind his desk and congratulates Ha-Ho Mask on his incredible performance. He formally thanks him not just for killing the most monsters, but for taking down the blue giant as well. Bagel starts explaining that these strange, blue-skinned monsters have been appearing more often lately, likely coming from the snowy mountains beyond the castle walls. He continues rambling about needing to explore the mountains, but then notices Ha-Ho Mask is getting impatient. Ha-Ho Mask cuts him off. He already knows all about the future, Frozen Kingdom expansion. He just wants his reward for the quest. Bagel just chuckles, amused by the necromancer's blunt attitude. Before handing over the prize, he mentions he has an urgent message for him, sent by his master, Ahimbri. A quest window pops up, start of the secret task force. The mission is to head to the Urgel mountain range and find a blacksmith named Ump. Ha-Ho Mask instantly recognizes the name. The Urgel mountain range is a nightmare zone, crawling with high-level beasts. He curses under his breath, realizing Ahimbri sent him to this war zone just to prepare him for the next insane mission. He sighs, wondering if his master is just messing with him. Knowing Ahimbri, it's highly likely. He clears his throat and tells Bagel to get on with it. Finally, Bagel presents the grand prize, a shimmering golden unique skill book. Bagel reminds him to treat it with care, as it's a one-of-a-kind reward. But Ha-Ho Mask is already waving him off, too excited to listen. He doesn't care what skill it is, as long as it's unique. But as he taps the book, he can't help but pray. "Please," he mutters to the system, "just let it be something cool, something powerful." The system asks if he wants to learn the skill. The name pops up. Clay Play. Ha-Ho Mask just stares, dumbfounded. Clay Play? Meanwhile, in another part of the world, the Thunder Queen, Sire, is radiating pure fury. "Who," she seethes, "dared to interfere with my hunt?" One of her mages rushes forward, trembling, trying to calm her down. They're standing in the aftermath of a disastrous boss fight. Sire turns away, her elegant armor doing nothing to hide the rage boiling beneath the surface. She remembers it clearly, a sudden explosion of fire, ripping through the trees right in the middle of their raid. Her guild members had cried out in panic as a mysterious group appeared from nowhere. The memory of the sheer audacity of it all flashes across her face, a look of pure, shocked rage. While her guild was reeling from the surprise attack, the mysterious group had swept in and stolen their main quest boss kill. Her face twists into a mask of fury. "Find out who those cowards were," she snarls. Her mage reports that the intruders weren't from any known top guild. They were too skilled, too coordinated, and vanished without a trace. Sari clenches her jaw, humiliation warring with a thirst for revenge. "Get a description," she orders. "Put a bounty on their heads, and make sure no one gets near the next boss spawn." She closes her fist, as if crushing their skulls in her palm. They dared to steal from her. A terrifying smile spreads across her face. "When I find them," she promises, "I will kill them all myself." And elsewhere, in a hidden room, a chess piece is knocked over. A calm voice asks if Sure isn't overreacting, just a little. A player named Richard complains that the mission was reckless and he almost died stealing the kill from the storm hunters. A cloaked figure named Mikkel replies that they had no choice. Cerise's guild was clearing the main quest scenario far faster than they had predicted. Richard sighs, asking what's next. He jokes about just taking out all the other players, but Mikkel quickly shuts him down, reminding him they can't afford to be exposed. Their leader, a man named Single, adjusts his glasses, agreeing with Mikkel. He reminds them all of their core mission, to adjust the balance of the game from the shadows, carefully observing the most influential players. He looks at his comrades. Do not forget our purpose as the Hands Guild. Richard just waves a lazy hand. Yeah. Mikkel gives a quiet, firm confirmation. Another member, Weaver, hidden behind a large golden helmet, just lets out a muffled sound of frustration. Richard suddenly sits up, his tone serious. So, Single, he asks, what are we going to do about Haho Mask? A girl with pigtails named Momo chimes in. Since we failed to slow down Cerise, Haho Mask is now clearing the main quest even faster than the top guilds. He's become a rogue variable, a threat to the balance we're sworn to protect. Single closes his eyes, considering the new problem Haho Mask represents. He makes a decision. Their top priority is still stopping the major guilds. He'll take responsibility for their recent failure later. Enough talk, he says, cutting off any further debate. It's time to move out. The Secret Hands Guild rises as one, their movements silent and synchronized. As they prepare to move, one thought unites them. Everything they do is for their master. The moment of truth had finally arrived. Haho Mask stared at the details of his brand new, unique skill, Clay Play. It was F rank for now, and the description was simple. He could use monster byproducts to create a clay golem that mimicked the original creature. The gears in his mind were already turning at lightning speed. This meant he could essentially create a temporary copy of any monster he defeated as long as he had a piece of it to use as a catalyst. His eyes gleamed with the sheer, unbridled potential. He could create a clay dragon to ride through the skies, or summon a massive stone titan to smash through enemy lines. The name sounded ridiculous, but the power was going to make him unbelievably rich. All right, he declared, his voice filled with excitement. Time to test this thing out. He raised the blue giant's tooth, offering it to the spell. A surge of energy pulsed outwards, and a nearby rock formation began to glow with an intense light. The entire area was bathed in a brilliant blue glow. His skeletons watched silently as the clay began to twist and form, taking the shape of the massive boss they had just fought. Haho Mask could barely contain himself. This was going to be incredible. The light finally faded, revealing his new creation. He was about to get the coolest giant pet in the game. "Let's go," he cheered, punching the air in victory. But then he looked down and saw a comically small, absolutely adorable, chibi version of the blue giant standing at his feet. He just stared, completely dumbfounded, as imaginary question marks popped up around his head. A system message delivered the final blow. His skill rank was too low, so the golem's stats were less than half of the original. He glanced back down at the tiny creature. The triumphant grin was gone, replaced by a dark scowl. "What the?" he muttered in disbelief. He threw his hands over his head, screaming at the injustice of this ridiculous game. For the Emperor of Solo Play, his new unique skill was off to a very rough start. Sometime later, he arrived at Urgel Village, the meeting point for his next quest, nestled between towering cliffs. He sighed, admitting to himself that he'd let his expectations get the better of him. Powerful pets were one of the rarest things in the game, even back in his past life. Of course, he wasn't going to get a world beater on his first try. He decided he would just have to level up Clay Play over time. For now, the main quest was his priority. He pulled up the quest log, beginning of the Secret Order. His next objective was to meet a blacksmith named OLF in the Urgel Mountains. The name was instantly familiar. He knew OLF well, by reputation at least. He was a key member of the Secret Order. OLF was a legend, known as the single greatest blacksmith NPC in all of Warlord, the creator of countless epic-tier items. So many of the game's best weapons had been forged by his hands, but he was completely inaccessible unless you were on this specific main questline, which is why Haho Mask had never met him before. He approached the blacksmith shop, a spark of hope lighting up inside him. Maybe this time he could finally get his hands on a truly decent weapon. He pushed the heavy door open, cautiously calling out a greeting. The shop was dark and silent. There was no answer. Haho Mask stepped inside, a little confused. Is no one here? Suddenly, his eyes caught a flicker of movement from the shadows behind him. A massive figure swung an enormous hammer right at his head. He ducked on pure instinct as the hammer slammed into the ground where he'd been standing, creating a shower of sparks. He cried out, the force of the blow rattling him to his core. 3 notifications popped up instantly, showing his health had plummeted. Clutching his head, he stared in disbelief. What was that for? He growled. He looked up at the towering silhouette of his attacker, wondering who in their right mind would ambush a player in a supposedly safe village. The figure just scoffed. A loud, gruff voice echoed through the shop. Is that all you've got? The figure grumbled about how weak rookies were these days. Back in his day, he lamented, players used to be a lot tougher. The legendary blacksmith, OLF, finally stepped into the light. A short, incredibly muscular dwarf with a magnificent beard and a hammer bigger than his torso. Haho Mask sat on the floor, still trying to recover, as OLF stood over him in silence. Are you OLF? He asked cautiously. The dwarf grunted in confirmation, and Haho Mask immediately demanded to know why he had just tried to cave his head in. OLF just waved a dismissive hand. It was just a little test, rookie. We are the Secret Order, after all. An aura of pure rage erupted around Haho Mask. You don't just attack someone and call it a test, he screamed. What kind of insane NPC are you? But his anger vanished in an instant as a series of system notifications flooded his vision. He had just earned 2 new titles, the one to talk with OLF, granting him a nice stat boost, and the first to survive against OLF, which gave him a massive, permanent 25% increase to his max HP. He stared, wide-eyed. 2 incredible titles, just for taking a hit? The HP bonus alone was a game-changer. OLF, mistaking his stunned silence for lingering anger, scoffed. Still upset? Rookies these days have no patience. In a flash, Haho Mask's entire demeanor changed. He looked up at OLF with the most adoring expression he could manage and made a heart with his hands. I love you, he declared. He then dropped to the floor and started polishing OLF's boots, offering to do his laundry, his cleaning, anything at all. OLF recoiled in horror. What in the world is wrong with you? He yelled. Haho Mask continued his over-the-top display of affection, calling OLF the love of his life. The blacksmith's face turned beet red with a mixture of disgust and confusion. Get away from me, OLF roared, giving Haho Mask a hard shove. As Haho Mask stumbled back, OLF tossed a small pouch at him. Your next mission, deliver this to Baheim Forest. Haho Mask went tumbling right out the door, landing in a heap on the ground outside. He lay there for a moment, a huge grin spreading across his face. OLF could hit him all he wanted. Now that he knew the blacksmith gave out ridiculously good titles, he was willing to put up with any humiliation thrown his way. The nearby villagers just stared, clearly convinced he had lost his mind. A notification confirmed his new quest had been registered. OLF's request, deliver the pouch to the residents of Baheim Forest. The reward was OLF's acknowledgement, a priceless key to getting epic items forged in the future. Haho Mask sat up to review the quest. Baheim Forest, he knew that place. It was the home of the elves. The quest was to deliver the pouch to the elves, a reclusive race known for their deep connection to the woods. And right there was the problem. Elves were notoriously wary of outsiders and moved their settlements constantly, making them nearly impossible to find. He remembered that eventually, players in his past life had mapped out their locations. But those maps certainly didn't exist yet. With no other leads, he decided there was only one way to solve this problem quickly. He walked back to the center of Urgel village. He pulled out his cursed war drum and began to beat it loudly, drawing the attention of every player in the area. Buying info on Baheim Forest, he shouted. Up to 100,000 gold for good details. Price is negotiable. Players immediately recognized him, and a crowd started to form, whispering excitedly. Under his mask, Haho Mask was blushing from the sheer embarrassment of it all. He knew how ridiculous he looked, but it was the only way. If he put up an official notice, every top guild would know what he was up to. He'd rather be embarrassed for a few minutes than wander around a forest for days. Even his own skeletons looked like they wanted the ground to swallow them up. Suddenly, A massive, bloody footprint slammed into the dirt nearby, silencing the chatter. Everyone turned, startled by the arrival of a powerful new player. Ha-Ho Mask stopped drumming and turned to face the newcomer. A huge, muscular warrior covered in blood and dragging a dead bear behind him strode into the square. The intimidating figure looked straight at him. "You must be Ha-Ho Mask." Ha-Ho Mask's eyes widened in recognition and shock. This was Pitbull Singh, a man who radiated an aura of pure, savage aggression. The surrounding players started whispering nervously. Everyone knew who he was, one of the top 100 rankers in the entire game. A feral grin spread across Pitbull's bloodied face. He wondered what a player like Ha-Ho Mask was doing in a place like this. He must be after something important. Ha-Ho Mask, meanwhile, was wondering if he was about to get into a fight. He'd fought Pitbull Singh once before in his past life. He remembered winning that fight, but it had been an incredibly close call. Pitbull was a brutally relentless and skilled fighter. Ha-Ho Mask wasn't sure he could win against him right now, especially after being worn down by the war zone. He tried to reassure himself. "I'm Ha-Ho Mask," he thought. "I should be fine, right?" The players in the crowd started to mock him. "Pretty strong? Are you kidding?" "They call him Pitbull because he never lets his enemies go," one of them explained. "He's way higher level than Ha-Ho Mask." "Ha-Ho Mask is nothing," another chimed in. "Pitbull would absolutely destroy him." "He could beat him with one hand," someone else jeered. Ha-Ho Mask gritted his teeth, his face flushing with irritation. "I can hear you, you know," he snapped at the crowd. But Pitbull ignored them completely, his eyes locked on Ha-Ho Mask. "I hear you're buying information on Behind Forest." Ha-Ho Mask was startled by the direct question. Pitbull Singh stepped forward, his eyes glowing with a strange intensity. "I'll tell you everything you want to know." Ha-Ho Mask was immediately suspicious. Was this a trap? He cautiously asked, "For what price?" Pitbull's bruised, bloody face seemed to soften, his aggressive expression replaced by something else entirely. He stated his price. Ha-Ho Mask's expression shifted from suspicion to pure, unadulterated disbelief. The entire crowd leaned in, holding their breath, waiting to see what would happen. Pitbull looked at Ha-Ho Mask with the most intense, longing eyes as imaginary flowers bloomed around him. "I love you." Ha-Ho Mask froze, his mind going completely blank from the sheer, surreal absurdity of the moment. The surrounding players just stared, their faces a perfect picture of horrified confusion. The unbelievable truth began to sink in. The feared, top-ranking warrior, Pitbull Singh, was passionately confessing his love to the solo necromancer, Ha-Ho Mask. Finding the hidden elves was supposed to be Ha-Ho Mask's next brilliant move. Instead, the quest had already descended into chaos, all because a top-ranking brawler decided to confess his love in the middle of a crowded town square. Finally safe in the woods, Pitbull Singh catches his breath, looking completely exhausted. He turns to the perpetually annoyed Ha-Ho Mask and asks what in the world just happened back there. Ha-Ho Mask flashes back to the pandemonium. The moment Pitbull Singh made his confession, the news spread like wildfire, sending the entire village into a frenzy. They had no choice but to make a run for it, ditching the town with a confused mob of players chasing after them. Ha-Ho Mask is seething. He shoves Pitbull Singh's hand away and yells, "How am I supposed to calm down when this whole mess is your fault?" Pitbull tries to apologize, but Ha-Ho Mask cuts him off. He states it plainly, hoping to end this once and for all. "I'm not interested in men." He stands there, surrounded by his skeletons, waiting for the rejection to sink in. But Pitbull Singh just looks back at him with utter confusion. "What are you talking about?" he asks, genuinely baffled. "I never confessed to you." He explains that the real story started months ago. We flash back to him standing over a freshly defeated beast, the air thick with the smell of battle. He was just out hunting like usual, enjoying the rush of a good fight. As he wiped the blood from his brow, his usual savage expression softened for a moment. That's when he noticed it. A strange little rabbit with leaves for ears hopping nearby. He wondered if it was another monster. But before he could act, a soft voice drifted through the trees, telling the little creature not to wander off. Pitbull Singh looked up, his gaze instantly focused and intense. And then he saw her. An elf with fiery red hair, crouching down to comfort her little companion. Bathed in a soft, ethereal light, surrounded by floating pink petals, Pitbull Singh thought she was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. He was completely stunned, unable to even speak. But as quickly as she appeared, she was gone. vanishing back into the deep woods as if fleeing from danger. And he never saw her again. Pitbull Singh stared down the path she took, his expression filled with a new, fierce determination. He looks back at Ha-Ho Mask, a possessive fire in his eyes. "I waited for months in that exact spot," he explains. "I watched the seasons change, just hoping I would see her again." Ha-Ho Mask just stares, completely baffled by the warrior's obsessive behavior. Pitbull continues, saying he gathered every scrap of information he could find on the elves. Ha-Ho Mask quietly thinks to himself that this is starting to sound a lot like stalking, but even after checking out every rumored sighting, he came up with nothing. He was about to give up entirely, and that's when he saw Ha-Ho Mask in the town square, loudly trying to buy information on the elves. That's why he approached him, to ask for help. Ha-Ho Mask adjusts his mask, the pieces finally clicking into place. He screams internally, "You could have just said that from the beginning. We could have avoided all of this." He lets out a heavy sigh. He's gotten himself tangled up with someone incredibly exhausting. But the goal remains the same. He needs to finish this quest, and right now, Pitbull Singh is the only one with any real clues. "All right," he says, "lead the way." Pitbull beams, delighted to finally be making progress, and readily agrees. They soon arrive at a towering landmark, the massive Bekong waterfall, sunlight streaming down its rocky face. "This is it," Pitbull says, pointing. "According to all the rumors, the elves appear most often right here." Ha-Ho Mask starts muttering to himself, piecing together the clues: the waterfall, the great oak tree, the edge of the village. He's got enough to work with. He glances at Pitbull, a single word echoing in his mind: residents. He turns and asks if large monsters also spawn in this area. Pitbull confirms it, warning him to be careful. A sly, dangerous smile spreads across Ha-Ho Mask's face. He knows exactly what to do. When Pitbull asks if he has an idea, Ha-Ho Mask just grins. "I'm just going to do what I always do. I'm going monster hunting." And right on cue, a terrifying creature emerges from the trees. A level 90 tree bark snake, its red eyes glowing as it lets out a menacing hiss. Pitbull gets ready to fight, but Ha-Ho Mask holds up a hand. "Wait," he says. "I'll handle this one myself." "That thing's a high level," Pitbull warns, but Ha-Ho Mask is already walking away, completely unfazed. He flashes a wide, confident grin over his shoulder. "Don't forget," he says, "I am the Ha-Ho Mask." He throws himself into the fray, activating his slot-on ability as he rushes the gigantic snake. The massive serpent lunges, its jaws wide open, ready to swallow him whole. Its eyes are locked onto its target. Behind his mask, Ha-Ho Mask's own eyes glow with intense focus. The snake slams its tail down, burying Ha-Ho Mask under a pile of rock and debris. Pitbull Singh stares in shock. Ha-Ho Mask's still body is just barely visible beneath the rubble. A soft groan escapes his lips, and that groan quickly turns into a theatrical scream. He rolls out from under the rocks, clutching his head. Oh, the pain! It hurts so much! He writhes on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. "I'm dying! This is the end for me!" Pitbull just stares, completely bewildered by the ridiculous performance. What is he doing? The snake doesn't hesitate. It lets out a final shriek and lunges forward, ready to finish off its apparently helpless victim. "Dodge it!" Pitbull yells, panicked. But Ha-Ho Mask just keeps screaming about his impending doom. Just as the snake is about to strike, a blinding shard of light rips through the air. The projectile slams into the snake's head, stopping it dead in its tracks as blood erupts from the wound. More explosions of light tear across the monster's body, shattering its rocky hide. With one final scream, the creature collapses, dead. Pitbull is utterly speechless. Ha-Ho Mask stands over the fallen beast, a sharp smile on his face as he explains his brilliant plan. "The NPCs, the residents," he says, "they don't fight monsters. When they run into something this strong, they just run for their lives." "The people who saw the elves," he continues, "were probably in serious danger. I figured the elves would only show themselves if one of the forest's creatures was being threatened." And right on cue, a squad of elven archers drops from the trees, their bows drawn and ready. Pitbull is completely baffled. "You figured all that out from those vague clues?" Ha-Ho Mask just shrugs. "I took a chance," he says. "And look, our gentle and kind elves have finally shown up." The elves do not look happy to see them. Their faces are stern, their bows aimed right at the two humans. But Haho Mask immediately turns on the charm, giving them a flashy bow and a dazzling smile. He introduces himself as Hirkan, sent on a mission by Lord Olf. "I have an extremely important delivery," he begins, "and I would be honored if you would invite us to your—" But before he can finish, an arrow zips past his head. The elves draw their bows, accusing him of being a liar. "Don't trust humans," one of them yells to her companion. The lead elf glares down at him. "Humans are deceitful, greedy creatures." Haho Mask is taken aback. "That's a bit harsh, don't you think?" he mutters. But the elf isn't listening. "There's no way OLF would trust an errand to a scoundrel like you." Haho Mask's mind races. Should he fight his way through? No, attacking them would probably fail the entire quest. Before he can decide, Pitbull Singh suddenly drops to his knees, bowing his head to the ground before the furious elves. Haho Mask stares, confused. Pitbull apologizes for the deception, explaining that he was just desperate to meet their leader. He looks up at the lead elf, who lowers her bow slightly in surprise, revealing her striking red eyes. Pitbull's face is filled with a powerful, earnest emotion. As those imaginary pink petals start to float around him again, he extends a hand. "Please," he begs, "just give me a chance to get to know you." Haho Mask clutches his head, screaming internally. "You idiot. They already hate humans, and now you're coming off as a creepy stalker." He braces himself for the inevitable hostile rejection. But instead, the elves start to giggle. The lead elf, Celine, actually blushes. "Did you charm another one, Celine?" one of her companions teases. She accepts his plea, and the entire squad turns to invite them to their village. Haho Mask just watches them walk away, completely stunned. A dark, defeated chuckle escapes his lips. He throws his hands up to his head, utterly beaten. "This is impossible!" he screams. A quest he had meticulously planned, a problem he had solved with pure strategy, was ultimately cleared by a ridiculously dramatic, over-the-top love confession. The Solo King was officially defeated by the power of romance. And despite the absolute absurdity of it all, a notification popped up, confirming that Hirkan had successfully completed the quest. After a ridiculous love confession somehow got them an invitation, Haho Mask and Pitbull Singh were finally led into the hidden elven forest. But as they walked, Haho Mask let out a long, weary sigh. He couldn't believe it. This was supposed to be a high-stakes main quest, and now it felt like he was a side character in someone else's cheesy romance. He glanced at Pitbull, who was completely lost in a lovesick daze, and thought, this is all his fault. Pitbull, on the other hand, was glowing with pure bliss. He was so happy he felt like he could die on the spot. He muttered to himself that he was completely done for, but in the best way imaginable. Haho Mask watched him, a look of utter disgust on his face. We almost got killed, he thought, and this guy is grinning like an idiot over a girl. He leaned in and warned him to be careful, reminding him that pretty girls can be seriously crazy. His mind immediately flashed to someone he knew all too well, a woman far prettier than any elf and an absolute monster. He remembered Sire, the woman who betrayed him, and a knot of anger tightened in his chest. He quickly pushed the thought away. It wasn't like he ever cared that she was pretty. Pitbull, overhearing him, just looked confused. Haho Mask clarified that his interest in elves wasn't romantic at all. "She's pretty, sure," he admitted, "but that's not the point." With a serious look in his eyes, he explained, "To me, elves are the symbol of fantasy." Pitbull just stared back, clearly having no idea what he was talking about. Seeing the blank look, Haho Mask got flustered. "It's not what you think," he yelled. "I'm not some kind of weirdo." He thought back to his childhood, to all the games and books he'd loved. In every one of those stories, elves were always there, representing the very heart of a fantasy world. He had always dreamed of living in a world just like that, going on adventures with a party of friends, gathered around a campfire under the stars. He clenched his fist, his voice filled with a deep, nostalgic longing. "That," he said, "was my lifelong dream." He was completely lost in the memory, wondering what any of that had to do with confessing to an elf. But Pitbull looked at him with a sudden flash of understanding. "Isn't that what you're doing too?" he asked. Haho Mask just looked back, confused. "Huh? Aren't you playing this game to make your dream come true?" Pitbull pressed. Haho Mask scoffed. "I don't have weird dreams like that. My dream," he declared, "is to become the strongest person in this game and crush every last person who ever looked down on me. If you want to call that a dream, Then I guess it is. A wicked grin spread across his face. Just imagining it is thrilling, he said. I wonder what kind of faces they'll make. Pitbull watched him, his expression turning serious. He then asked a question that cut right through Mask's excitement. In the end, he asked quietly, isn't that just becoming the same as them? The words hung in the air, and for a moment, Mask was completely stunned. The cheerful mood vanished. A cold, mocking smile twisted his lips. Ha! So what? He shot back. Survival of the fittest. The weak get weeded out. That's how the world works. Pitbull's gaze hardened. He looked Mask dead in the eye. Then what happened to you, he said calmly, was only natural. The words hit Mask like a physical blow. Pitbull continued, his voice low and serious. Happiness you get by stepping on others is... Before he could finish, an explosion ripped through the trees nearby, startling the elves. In that instant, Mask snapped. He grabbed Pitbull by the collar, his face a mask of pure rage. What do you know? He snarled, his voice dripping with venom. He pulled a knife, pressing the cold steel against Pitbull's throat. Dreams? Happiness? He spat. Those are luxuries for people who already have everything. His voice dropped to a raw, pained whisper. Do you have any idea what it's like to struggle every single day just to survive? A memory flashed in his mind, a younger, beaten version of himself covered in dirt. To have the little you own ripped away from you? He continued, his voice shaking with fury. Do you know what that feels like? He shoved Pitbull back. I don't care if your head is full of flowers, he growled, but don't you dare lecture me. A dangerous blue light flared in his eye. He had reached his breaking point. Pitbull was completely speechless, shocked by the raw pain pouring out of the man in front of him. Suddenly, an elf shouted, Hey humans, stop it! Cutting through the tension. Celine, the lead elf, turned to them, her expression stern. We've arrived, she announced. Before them lay the hidden elven village, a beautiful settlement built into a massive, ancient tree. The elder is in the tallest tree, another elf said, gesturing for them to follow. Mask, still simmering, just grunted, Lead the way! As he walked off, Celine turned to Pitbull with a concerned look. Did you two have a fight? She asked gently. Pitbull didn't answer. He just watched Mask's retreating back, his face a mixture of regret and confusion. They arrived at the elder's chambers. Lord Draw, the guide announced, I've brought a human. Inside a well-lit room, she continued, he says he's here on Ulf's errand. Mask pushed the fight from his mind. What a stupid argument, he thought. I'll never see that guy again anyway. He steeled his resolve, focusing completely on the mission. Just clear the main quest, he told himself. At the head of the room sat the elder, stern woman with a scar across her nose. She acknowledged him. A task for the secret task force, I presume. That's right, Mask confirmed. Taking out the pouch from OLF, he handed it over. A system window popped up, confirming he'd completed Ulf's errand. Dara took the pouch and began to untie it, her expression unreadable. As she opened it, Mask caught a glimpse of what was inside, and his eyes went wide. That's a legendary reward he knew was from a much, much later quest. He couldn't believe it. That's what OLF had me deliver, he thought, his mind racing. A horrible realization dawned on him. The next stage of the quest was to purify corrupted elves. And the reward for that quest was the purification circlet itself. He was supposed to earn this item, not deliver it. As he was processing this, Draw turned to leave. You may return now, she said dismissively. Mask was floored. What? He rushed forward. Wait! Don't you have more work for me? Like using that to save someone? But Draw cut him off with a single cold word, no. She glanced back at him, her eyes sharp. There is nothing more I can entrust to you. Her final words landed like a death sentence. You are too weak. He froze, his face twisting in frustration. A level restriction. He couldn't believe it. Just like in his past life, he was being held back, his level too low to progress. He clenched his fist. Key, understood. He turned away, his shoulders slumped, but his eyes burning with resolve. I'll be back when I'm stronger, he said through gritted teeth. Darn it. Back in the wilderness, his frustration exploded. Nothing's going right, he thought as he plunged his sword into a monster. He fought with a desperate intensity, cutting down monster after monster in a relentless grind. His thoughts turned to his rivals. He knew Storm Hunter's guild was progressing the fastest. They were probably already deep in the Urgel Mountains, leaving him far behind. "I've been getting complacent," he berated himself, unleashing another furious strike. "I should have hit level 100 by now, even if it meant no sleep." A wave of anxiety washed over him. Can I even catch up in time? He continued to fight, his body moving on pure instinct. But Pitbull's words echoed in his mind again. "Then what happened to you was only natural." The phrase infuriated him. "Why do I have to listen to that garbage?" he screamed, channeling all his rage into a single, devastating attack. He fought on, a whirlwind of steel and blood, pushing himself to the absolute limit. But he was getting overwhelmed, monsters closing in on all sides. He paused for a fraction of a second, sweat stinging his eyes. The exhaustion hit him like a tidal wave. "I'm so tired," he thought. But the monsters didn't stop. They lunged at him from all directions. He braced for the impact, his will to fight finally starting to fade. Meanwhile, back in the quiet of the forest, Celine sat with the small, leaf-eared rabbit. She was with Pitbull Singh, who had clearly told her what happened. "So that's what happened," she said softly. "I know I shouldn't meddle." She leaned closer, her expression gentle. But a small, knowing smile played on her lips. "Why not just go and apologize?" she suggested kindly. Pitbull hesitated. "But it might be easier to resolve than you think," she continued. She closed her eyes, a warm smile on her face. "Because that's what it means to be friends." At that exact moment, Haho Mask was about to be torn apart. Just as the monsters were about to land the final blow, a massive shockwave erupted, sending them flying. A powerful figure had crashed into the fight, saving him at the last possible second. It was Pitbull Singh. He stood over the battered monsters, his back to Haho Mask. "I came to apologize," he said, "but—" He turned his head slightly, a determined look on his face. "Oh, it seems I got here just in time." Haho Mask looked up from the ground, his eyes wide with shock. He couldn't believe it. The person he had just pushed away, the one he thought he'd never see again, had just saved his life.